Hello, hello. What's going on, everybody? Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being here. And it is us another Sunday afternoon here on our On the Go at CeeLo, and we're ready to have a great time. And thank you guys for all the great wishes. We hit 30,000. It's the first time that we've never been online when we hit a milestone. So I got to actually watch it. I knew we were so close. It was like down to one, and I just sat there with my phone watching because I wanted to watch it turn. I've never missed a turn. So if you're a YouTuber, you should know. But nice hat, Tom. So there, you're welcome. I figured, he's on the poll today. We might as well, and probably jinxed him by wearing it. But thank you guys so much. I've made sure that the pies will happen today. We'll do that in the third stage because I just don't feel like smelling like whipped cream and all that the whole race for 3-4 hours. So we'll do that in the third stage. After the second stage is over, that little break there, we'll do it really quick. If not, we'll definitely do it after the race. I promise you it will happen today. But thank you guys so much for being here. Let's go into the chat and see who is here. As we got basketball. Okay, now it's back on Fox. They swapped it over. Okay. They probably got tired of people yelling and screaming. They had moved game day over to FS1. Now they have it on Fox again. So that is a good thing. Come on now. Where are we going here? Let's see. Fox. Join live. And there we go. All right. So let's get into the chat room. So 97 Cobra, man. Good to see you, buddy. Tennessee Smokey says NASCAR, Fox, and CW have got to get this broadcast license thing worked out so that you, I don't know what he said, you something. T. Lee, what's up? One World, good to see you. Ricky, what's up? Vegas, good to see you. Cole, always the first in line. He was camped out in a tent waiting to get into the track on the Go at CeeLo stream this morning. He had the first one. What'd you guys think of the little preview? Did you like that? I might start doing that for a lot of streams and stuff. Emmett, what's going on? Jaspy, Tom, what's going on, sir? Steve, 30,000. Yes, sir. Danny, he tried to beat Cole to get in there at the first shot, but yet Cole. Who else is here? Let's see. Tennessee Smokey says number 9 is going to be that fast today. We'll see. Hackney, what's going on? Good to see you. Billy Voles, what's up? Anna May, what's going on? Eric Church, legend in training, sir. Jamie Williams, what's going on? Hello, hello. Bronny, as always, what's up? How you doing? And then M is here. Lots of people talking pre-race, which I love to see. Teresa said go Blaney as well earlier. Jose was here earlier. A whole bunch of y'all chatting before the race started, which is awesome. Steve's was here. Ryan Reed getting a little too excited about Kyle Busch, but it's okay. Green Bay Packers, Butterfly wishing a happy Thanksgiving, happy 30th subscriber. So woke up early, thought I would watch some of the race before going to work. Let's go 24. Eric, good to see you, man. Appreciate it. JXP, good to see you. Michael, Suzanne, good afternoon. Hello. Eye on you. What's up? Hello from Vegas. Eye on you. I'll be in Vegas in June. We're going to go see some Chesney and on that weekend, so we'll definitely be up there for that. Rod Brown, hello. CeeLo, what's Outdoor Adventures? What's Samuel? Daryl Rose, what's up? Where's your number 11 hat? I just figured I'd wear a Blaney hat today. Something different, swap it up a little bit, So let's go. Legacy, Jeffrey Lake says, what's going on, Jeffrey? Gordon Wonder Boy 24, what's up as well? No Name, hello, says let's go. Michael's what says Chase Elliott, happy Pie Day today. So let's get into it. And let's get into the races here. So now the raw feed, Brody, I don't know if you noticed, they have all the names in there for the Xfinity race as well. So hopefully they'll fix that. If not, we'll be watching this one here, and that's how it's gonna go here. So let's see on this here. I hate when this lags like this. All right, so hit that like, hit that subscribe, y'all. We'd love for you to help us out and get there, see if we can get a big race here. We had a huge Daytona 500. Of course, it was mirrored by tons of rain. So, all right. Hope you guys are ready to have some fun here with you guys today. Appreciate everything. And 8 for the win. Good to see you again. Thanks for the great show. You're welcome, Daryl. Emmett Carter pulling for the 8 ball today. But like the odds on Ross the Boss. We'll see what happens on the watermelon guy. What's up, John? Good to see you as well. Good to see everybody hanging out here on our channel today. So your new nickname is Captain 30K. I guess so. Let's see, why is this doing this? All right.
Your shoulder. He's come a long way from iRacing. Does he remind you of anybody?
A new generation of driver, but he's also one of the best drivers in NASCAR. All of a sudden, out of the clear blue, would you believe that if I told you he's only one race win behind Kyle Larson? One.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun to watch Byron's career, and I would tell you Matt Kenseth, because he's not super flashy. Both have won 2 Daytona 500s, and it just seems like they show up when it counts, and it's been amazing to see his success in this Gen 7 car.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Mark Martin, honestly, because when you look at he and Kyle Larson's stats, and like Clint said, he's only one race behind Kyle Larson.
Ace, what's up,
wins.
man? Becoming a rookie member. Thank you, sir.
The top fives and all those things that go with
what's up,
that.
dude?
He's figuring out how to finish races and in those positions that Larson
Thank you, buddy.
is not. So
appreciate it, man.
The stats are remarkably the same in the win column. You look at the average finish, but when you look at, to me, when you look at the stat that's not on here, the top 10s and the DNFs for William Byron are where he kind of makes
Chase
up those finishes and
who's in the 30?
Making good decisions to make himself get to the end of the race.
Is there a 30 car? I don't think so.
He's good everywhere. He's won at Martinsville.
A new half for each 1K.
He obviously can win at a super speedway. To me, he's just an all-around great driver at a lot of different types of racetracks.
I have the wrong cup drivers in there too.
That's what I like about William Byron. He has overcome so much, so many challenges, so many obstacles. Look at his teammates. He's with the best organization, probably, right? The best lineup of teammates, and he is answering that call all across the board on every racetrack.
When you look at that, I mean, a lot of people say, well, Kyle Larson can drive dirt. Kyle Larson can do this. That's true, and we love Kyle Larson for that. That doesn't matter here.
It doesn't.
That does not matter here.
That's not what pays the bills.
This is NASCAR Cup Series racing, and that's what pays all the bills, and he's doing a great job at being a Cup racer.
Yeah, Larson still has the championship. Byron, though, is 5 years younger, and they do both drive for Hendrick Motorsports. When we continue live from Atlanta, counting it down to the start of the race, Daniel Suarez on his incredible photo finish. And the road ahead, what's next for him? He's run really well here. Other than that, Kyle Busch, the best Chevy in the group, at least qualifying. And he won the first ever race at a Toyota here. And there's one of the great quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah, there's no number 30.
Style,
I didn't think
Brett
so.
Favre, Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Brett Favre here today.
He's here to enjoy the race, along with you and I and all of us.
He's never really liked Atlanta. He did horrible here last year, if you remember. But thank you hitting that like for us. We're over 100 likes, just like that. Boom. Let's see if we get to 200 likes. Let's see if we have a huge stream today. But thank you so much. Let's go through the lineup, and then we'll pick our drivers here. And it'll start with Ryan Blaney on the pole. Austin Cindric, his teammate. Josh Berry, another Penske engine there in third. Joey Logano in fourth. Todd Gilliland in fifth. Look at all these Fords. And then there's the lone Chevrolet of Kyle Busch. Zane Smith. Kyle Busch with a victory yesterday in the truck race. See if we can do back-to-back here. Zane Smith in seventh. Chris Buescher in eighth. Brad Keselowski in ninth. Noah Gragson in 10th. Ryan Preece 11th. AJ Allmendinger 12th. Alec Bowman 13th. Bubba Wallace 14th. Austin Dillon 15th. William Byron 16th. Kyle Larson 17th. Tyler Reddick 18th. Chase Elliott 19th. Ty Dillon 20th. Justin Haley 21st. John Hunter Nemechek 22nd. Cole Custer in 23rd. Michael McDowell 24th. 25th. Chase Briscoe. Carson Hocevar in 26th. 27th. The rookie Riley Herbst. Legacy Motor Club Eric Jones. Let's see if he can go to the front. Daniel Suarez, the reigning champ of this race. SVG in 30th. Cody Ware in 31st. Christopher Bell 32nd. Ross Chastain, Watermelon Man in 33rd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 34th. 35th. Corey LaJoie 36th. The legend in training himself, Ty Gibbs. And 37th. Denny Hamlin way in the back of the pack. BJ McLeod and JJ Yaley in 39th. So there is your lineup. We hope to have a good race here today. And hopefully the raw feed gets back so we can enjoy the raw feed. But right now we'll just deal with this. Fox CW NASCAR app sucks. Yeah, it's pretty. They really ruined this NASCAR app. I mean, I like the whole stage one laps and all that stuff, so you guys can see that. But I don't know, y'all. They really kind of messed it up. Gordon says Ricky Rudd It was on FS1. Now it's on Fox. It was on FS1 for a second. No, wait. The 23 had the chip. Oops. Wrong sponsor car. How much do y'all like to eat at Arby's? I like Arby's. Arby's is good every once in a while. I don't know about all the time. What happened to Hamlin? He just doesn't qualify well here, I guess. I don't know. Remember, he did poorly here last time too as well. So we'll see. The 5, the 20, and the 22. Next commercial, we will pick our winners. So next commercial, we'll pick our winners.
Couldn't measure how close the finish was in this race last year. The margin of victory was 3 1/1000ths of a second.
All right. If y'all remember last year, the big finish there, you saw it in our vlog that we had yesterday or on Friday about the finish. Blaney, Kyle Busch, and Suarez. Kyle Busch came that close to being in the playoffs again, but he never did. He missed it. Kyle Anderson being a member for 8 months. Thank you so much. I was so excited, Busch for the win truck race. I was too, Ryan. Tom says it's like yesterday. The leader from the start will win the race. We'll see. We'll see if these Penske Fords can continue their dominance of this track to this weekend, as it has been all Penske all day, all the time. Logano should have been in third, but on that last qualifying run, he finished fourth. So, yeah, Suarez got in the playoffs last year by that one close finish.
Okay. Well, I think that the thing that stood out to me is really how Kyle Busch set all that up, going off of turn 2 down the back straightaway, and the way that he had everything kind of in his favor, and then it went 3 wide there going into the corner. And the next thing you know, it just became a drag race between those 3 guys because there's really nowhere else to go. And Bubba got really tight behind him. So I expect some sort of finish like that today as those guys get jumbled up and start pushing and shoving.
You know it will. It'll come down to that again. But that was one of the craziest, wildest finishes. It was your second race in the booth. I'll never forget that. I forget. Going down the back stretch, we're calling it. I look over to hand it over to Kevin, and he was like, oh, gosh. Yeah, so I was like, back to it. All right. So the big run was coming, just like you said, with all that energy. Kyle Busch, masterful job of setting that finish up to be in his favor. Just like you said, though, as soon as he made his run, got that 3 wide scenario, the help shut off behind him, and it was a 3-horse battle right down to the end. Yep. I honestly, just like you heard, I thought it was Blaney, and I was wrong.
You called it that way.
Now we're at his car, Kyle Busch, by the way. His driver introduction taking place. We hope to chat with him in a moment. In the meantime, and he's qualified well for today's race. Let's take a look at the long shots here. And Chris Buescher, this is the long shot, the odds. He's won on drafting tracks. There's Ty Gibbs still looking for his first career win.
I'd go right to Chris Buescher.
Favorites here. Hold on, you get to pick your winner in a moment.
I didn't. Okay. I wasn't picking the winner, but I was just going for the long shot there, Chris.
You're interrupting the flow here.
Yeah. It's been screwed up the whole time, so I'm just going to keep it going.
Calm down. Yeah. All right. Don't change just because we're doing the odds. All right. So Blaney's the favorite. We talked to him. Logano's a 2-time winner here, and Kyle Busch will be happy to see his name. But let's check our driver pick sponsored by DraftKings. Now you can talk.
It's been a lot easier to pick when we can see him. You talk too long.
I'm going with Austin Cindric. I just think that he's been in the hunt. He's been up in the mix in all these super speedway races, and I think today is his day.
What was his odds?
Good.
Yeah, at least you're not picking the favorite.
Plus 850.
What do you got?
I'm going to go with his teammate. I will go with Ryan Blaney. He's been so good at these type of racetracks. Really consistent. He gave me a little tip, guys. He said
I'm going to go with Ryan Blaney.
Right ahead.
Very consistent, right? He's very consistent. He gave me a tip that he's going to be good also. It's going to be Ryan Blaney. I'm teasing. I agree with you.
All right, and there he is. All right, DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week, new customers can bet $5 and get $150.
Junior back to the 8 this time for RCR. We'll see.
Download the app. Use the promo code SPEED.
Thanks for all the support, guys.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Now, see, I had to take time on the odds because the viewer needs to see all those odds before. And if I had more time, if you were watching,
you know the thing that's odd is probably just looking at us. So I mean, no, as odd as they come.
What's odd is we agreed, and I'm not going to do it, don't you?
All right, well that's okay.
You guys are way out.
Let's talk. If Kyle Busch doesn't make it here in time, I want to talk about how he has run this weekend and what his chances are. The lone Chevy in the Fords that are all up front.
Well, he is the lone Chevy, but I think the one thing about Kyle Busch, when he wins a truck race on Saturday or an Xfinity race on Saturday, whatever that is, for whatever reason, that success bleeds over bleeds over
There you go.
into.
There he
You
is.
stand over
Step
here
right
so
in here.
Chris doesn't
Thank
get
you.
messed up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. Thanks. He
appreciate
was
it.
just talking about how when you win a truck race, the odds are favorable that you'll do well in the Cup race the next day.
Yeah, beating up on the kids gives you all the confidence to go beat up on the other set of kids. So
I liked your line about the speedy dry, where they always said you don't own a cat. Now
yeah,
you know why.
yeah, now I know why. It got a little dirty over there, and I didn't want any part of being dirty. So
Rowdy, let me see
that
my
was,
rowdy
that was not
friends.
fun, but no, we're here on Sunday now. So being able to win truck races, yeah, that's cool. That's fun. Great team. Ever having the invite to be a part of all of that is really cool. But to be able to go out and score the win yesterday means a lot for the organization, Inspire, and everybody. And thank them for my 5 races.
What's
I
up,
get to do.
Jamie?
What about getting out of the truck yesterday, Kyle? I was shocked. I'm like, who are they cheering at? I was looking around and it was
You were looking
you.
for a fight?
I've never heard you get a cheer. It's been years since I heard you get a cheer. Were you a little taken back by that?
I was actually, yeah, especially for a truck race. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm the villain when I come to the truck race. And
Tom, good morning.
Obviously, yeah, the fans have. It's been a little bit quieter of my winning as of late. Back when you were around,
Feel the joy for
some
Mike.
wins a year. Now I'm lucky if I get 2. So
It's your fault.
It's a lot harder.
my
Yeah.
fault.
Would you come back, please?
Yeah,
It's all good, Martin.
Back, Kyle, just for you.
Take me to the challenge of today. Lone wolf in the top 10 with your Chevrolet. Did a masterful job. Last year takes me right back. We just talked about that finish, your move down the backstretch, getting into turn 3 for the big magical moment, right? The 3-wide finish.
Hello, Eleanor.
But
Good to see
we
you.
watched
Jake as
yesterday,
well.
The confidence, the swagger, the handling in your car. Where's the balance at? Where's your confidence?
Yeah, I mean, having 2 restrictor plate races in a row, essentially, right? Daytona and here, it gives you that confidence because last week the car drove really good. We were up front. We were in position. We had a
There
great
you
shot
go.
to be able to score the win there for the Daytona 500. Now coming back here this week, having the benefit of running so well here last year, being fast, being in position, it's all circumstantial when it comes down to the end, but knowing and having that confidence in the team that the car's going to drive good today is a big part of that. So I'm excited to get behind the wheel of the Chevrolet and see what we can do with all these Ford guys up here and, wait for my compadres to come up here and visit with me.
Yeah, Myers is wanting you to win. He wants those free croissants or whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
No, it's
I'm
the
working
chicken
on that.
tenders, man. Come on, the number 8 special. Yeah,
That's right. I'll
you
take
could,
it.
You could use a few more.
I'm starving. Hey, what about drafting partners? And by the way, you had a nice run at Daytona until we saw what happens. It must feel good about the drafting part of this track, even though it's very different.
It is. I mean, the lanes will be different, right? You'll probably get the 2-wide, maybe the 3-wide with the fuel save action. But as it gets down towards the end of the race, that bottom lane and having that energy that the bottom does, it starts to circulate and guys start to move to the top. And, a lot of times you get the chaos because guys will start blocking each other. And it's like, for me, yesterday with the truck race, I felt relieved because I was like, man, these guys actually just race. Like, they just let the race play out. We don't have to block each other all the time. It just kind of goes with how it goes. And we'll see what happens with that today. But I expect a lot of the same. A little bit of yesterday's mix of what was going on and then a little bit of last week's.
All right, well, you're one of the favorites, the fans, the betting favorites. Good luck.
All right,
Thanks
well,
for coming
I want
by.
to be, yeah.
All right,
Let's go
appreciate
win this
that.
thing.
Have a good day.
Yeah,
All
good
right,
luck.
Make it a sweep.
they're going to go up to the booth to call Kyle. Thanks, Kyle. Good luck. The 8 car, we don't want to get in your way when you get in. Have a good broadcast, you guys.
Good luck,
Jamie and
buddy.
I will be here to count you down to the start of
Look
the
at
race.
that.
From Atlanta. There's a sharp-dressed man. In fact, I think we're going to hear from him, a little ZZ Top with Billy Gibbons, if you stay with us, and I hope you do.
Hey, racing fans, DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered on all your NASCAR.
All right, so let's pick our winners now. So we got, the lineup here. So we went over the lineup last commercial break. Let's pick our winners. So who do you got today? Not dark horses, just your winner today. So let me see who you got. Here we go. Danny's got Bowman. Ryan's got the 8. What's up, CeeLo? Happy Sunday, sir. Roger's got the 9. Jake's got the 9. I think the 12. Bronny's got Kyle Busch. Clayton's, what's up, man? Ryan Hardy's got you, buddy. Butterfly says, is Hamlin? Yes, he's in. It's going to take a miracle, though. Mike Anderson wants Elliott to win. Corey is 2nd, 3rd Kyle Busch, 4th Reddick, 5th Ryan Blaney. John says Kyle Busch. Richard says Jeff Gordon. Luis says the 5. Your daddy says Bowman. Vegas says Kyle Busch. Cole Trickle says SVG. Clayton says the 9. Martin says the 12. Hello, Paulo. Jim says the 48. 12 for Ricky. IB4 says Hendrick Motorsports. Mark says the 8. Susan says the 12. Michael says Chase Elliott. Logano for Gordon. Let's see. Gordon says Logano and then Gordon. 99 for Hilda. Zach says the 21. The Wild Thing for 97 Cobra. Hamlin for Butterfly. Hunter says the 22. Let's see. Eric says the 24. Pop Bottle says the 8. Paulo says go Hamlin. Lemieux says the 47. iRacing says 5. Steven says hoping the 8. Ryan Reed says hoping for Kyle Busch. Pat says Kyle Busch. Hurst says the 21. Kyle Anderson says the 24. Chad says the 9. Richard says Blaney. Outdoors says the 8. Eric Church, my pick is Brad Keselowski, and my dark horse. All right, wow. I'm not even going with Ty Gibbs. Wow. 11 for T Hash. Kyle Busch for Bill. Let's see who else you got here. Link says Mr. C, the 12 or the 17 go Fords. Graxon for M Hammer. Alex Bowman for him. Was who else here? CT in the house. What's up, Chad? Good to see you. Rod says the 5. Not much Kyle Larson today. Elmer says the 5. Ron says the 22. Thank you, Austin, for becoming a rookie member. What's up, Bright Wolf? Good to see you. Michael says the 8. Logano for the win. And Austin says the 9. Lantern says Kyle Lawson. So there you go. Your picks are in. Thank you guys for all of that. We appreciate you. Larson, keep on hitting that subscribe, yo. Even though we're over 30,000, we would love to start on 31,000. Help us out there. Oh, I forgot about the Melon Man. There you go, number 1. Larson struggles at these tracks. What is the deal? Does he not like to go fast here? What is the deal? Does he just like short tracks and mile tracks? That's all he likes? I don't understand the Kyle Larson theory on these fast tracks. No Bubba or LaJoy, Tom says. Reddick Ross or Hamlin, Filter Drake says. Thanks for the fun coverage. Thank you, $2 super chat for IR Geek. Thank you so much to everybody. Tell IR Geek thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, man. We do have fun here on our channel no matter what. Donald says the 88. The 88. 1 for B Dobson. Big Wade says the 20, of course. Yes, sir. He's got a lot of ground to make up, but he could probably do it. And Larson had no luck with Super Speedway. I know, it is the thing, but it's crazy. Glenn Wood says the 21. It's like he likes the name Wood, so he's going the Wood brothers. Glenn Wood Wells, he's going the 21. All right, so there you go, guys. Thanks for your picks. Next commercial, we'll do Dark Horses.
Georgia driver in the mix at Dawsonville Pool Room. They're hoping he can
Lemieux for a $2 super chat. Thank you, Lemieux.
Chase Elliott is able to win
I hope
today.
I'm saying that
And I
right.
talked to him last week. He felt good about his car
$2
at
super.
Daytona.
Larson
He said
does
he feels
dumb
good
things in the draft
about what he
racing.
has
Thank you
today.
so much for the $2
But I think,
super
you know,
chat.
Chris, the story today to everybody is just can the Chevys beat the Fords?
Let's head over to our team of pit reporters with some last moment thoughts before the start of the race. We start with Michael Waltrip.
Yeah, Chris, you know I'm deep with my thoughts. Look at these sharp-dressed men. Can you believe how beautiful these crew... Whoa! Billy Gibbons, ZZ Top. Another sharp-dressed man. How you doing, brother?
I think you're talking about all of us here. Yes, sir.
Big car guy, big race fan. Thanks for being here.
We are quite welcome. We are ready to hear
Oh, I'm
loud
going Blaney.
noise.
Sorry,
You're going to say,
Blaney.
gentlemen, how you going to do it?
I
Give me a
picked
preview.
Blaney.
Well, let's see. How do we do it?
Ooh, I love that. Hey, there's so many celebrities here today. I've got some help on the grid walk. Throw it over to Regan Smith to see who he's found.
Well, Michael, you got celebrities. I've got the stars that are going to be in the race cars today. Tyler Reddick, fresh off of a second-place finish at
45s.
Daytona. How do you carry that momentum through to Daytona or to Atlanta today?
Well, you know, I think it's the same thing. You know, you got to be there at the end. But hopefully we just do a really good job of keeping our Xfinity Mobile Camry in the mix all day and stick to the strategy that we think is going to help us get there.
You going to be able to get Bo out of your car or no?
Oh, yeah. No, he'll get out. He's just warming the seat up for me, making sure everything is where it needs to be before I get in and pilot this thing.
All right, good luck today. Jamie?
One of the highlights for Daniel Suarez in 2024, of course, came right here at this track a year ago, that 3-wide finish. He gets the win, and it was a come-from-behind win. So what do you remember about that race and that day, Daniel?
You know, Jamie, I remember that there is not a win that there is not adversity, you know, and it's about those moments when you go through adversities that you have to really show what you are built for, you know, with the entire team, everyone in the 99, lap 2, we had damage in the first wreck, and we spent a third of the race fixing the car. Once we got the car good, we were able to drive to the front and race for the win. So, you know, it's a perfect example that you're never out until it's over. So we just have to continue to fight, continue to be there. Adversity is going to present, and you just have to welcome adversity with a wide open
That's crazy, Bronny.
and continue to fight. So overall, I'm very proud of everyone in Trackhouse Racing. Freewheel.com car feels very, very good again. It's not super fast in qualifying, but it wasn't fast last year either, and we finished first and second. So looking forward to drive to the front.
Well, you can bet the 99 will be in the hunt toward the end. Chris.
All right, thank you, Jamie. And opening ceremonies are straight ahead from Atlanta and a spectacular flyover. Stay with us. The start of the race right around the corner.
All right, they fixed the raw feed there, Bronny, so that's good to go. Someone asked if I would be showing the HBO Max cams. I am not. That is a paid subscription, and I don't think HBO would appreciate me doing that, showing it to you guys for free. So we are still in the process of contacting BR Sports to see if we can get permission to do that. But right now, it's just going to be normal, old school, you and I, and PRN, and a little bit of Fox here and a little bit of there, and we might do some crank it up as well. We just won't be watching any cams today. As you know, NASCAR.com got rid of their free cams on their website and moved everything to HBO Max, which they don't even have the battle cam like we had yesterday for the CW. But we're going to have fun no matter what. We had fun with the Daytona 500 last week. We didn't have any cams, and we put that as the largest stream we've ever had in our history of our channel. So I know we can have some fun no matter what. Keep on hitting that subscribe. We're trying to get to 31,000. Help us out with that. Hit that like. We're trying to get to 200 likes before the gentleman starts your engines, and maybe 300 likes before green flag. So thank you guys for being here. Thanks so much for hanging out. Norman says, I don't think there's any way that one of those Fords lose Atlanta race today unless they get wrecked out like Daytona. So far next week at COTA, as far as I know, there will be guaranteed 2 open entries. Okay, there you go. Corey Max says Chase Elliott plus 1,800 is way too much value for the hometown kid. FanDuel odds. Thank you, David Shelton, for subscribing. Appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Kenneth Fox with the big thumbs up. Good to see you, man. I know you're having some jealousy there, not being there. I know you were there last time they were here in Atlanta. And I'm looking forward to going to Atlanta as well here in the summer race.
For opening ceremonies.
At this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Georgia Department of Public Safety Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Pinecrest Baptist Church in McDonough, Georgia, Pastor John Anderson.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we are thankful today for our great country. We're thankful for this great event that brings us here together. Lord, how we pray today that you would protect all of the drivers, all the crews. And Father, we pray that today would be just a great day to enjoy your blessings in our lives. Father, we thank you for our Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, who lived a perfect life, died on the cross for our sins, was buried, and rose again and is victorious as our Savior. We ask that you would give us a great day together today. We ask this in Jesus' strong and matchless name. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Atlanta's operatic tenor, Timothy Miller.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in her, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, if you guys don't know or don't recognize that voice, if you're a Braves fan, you should recognize that voice. He is the guy that does all the America national anthems and all that stuff most of the time for the Atlanta Braves, and he is awesome at what he does. Timothy Miller, yeah, man, he's so good. He does all the Braves stuff, so we know him very well on this channel. So thank you guys for being here. Hit that like. It's time for your dark horses. My dark horse, what did I say? I always forget my dark horse by the end of the day. I'll have to think about it. Go ahead, let me see it. Dark horse Bell. I think it was Christopher Bell. That's right, Christopher Bell for Hunter and me. Let's who you else. Dark horses time. Dark horse the 88 for SVG. John says. Let's see. Here we go. 24 for Jim. The 12 for Dale Rose. SVG for Mad Steve. Ryan Reed's got Kyle Busch with his dark horse at his pick. Elliott is my dark horse for Mike. The 34 for Jake. 34 as well for Brawny. The 3 for Austin Dillon for Barry Gordon. Zach's got the 7. Roger's got the 54. David's got Bush. Mark's got the 9. Boy's got Blaney. Kenneth Fox has got the 77. Mark's got Austin Dillon. Is going so fast. 99 for Dobson. Let's see what else we got. Corey Max is yes sir. Mike D. Pastels has got the 17. Ryan Reed. SVG's got Steve's got SVG. Corey LaJoy for Luis. Wow, that's a good one. Bright Wolf's got Austin Cindric. Martin's got the 43. Eric Jones. KFB's got the 21. Bright Wolf's got Austin Cindric. Pat's got the 11. Michael's got Blaney. Leak's got Bubba all the way. Bright Wolf with the Cindric. I got you. Anthony's got the 5. Barry's got the 10. Susan's got the 6. Let's see here. Susan's got the 6. Butterfly Suarez for her. John's got the 34, the 8, the 01. Ricky's got Ryan Preece. A. Lee's got the 48. D's got the 9. One World's got Cindric. Karen's got Dark Horse 11. Danny's got the 5. Ryan Reed's got the 8. Kyle 21. David Parker's got the 8. Nathan's got the 8. Mustache Mike's got the 5. Alex Morrison's got the 60 for Ryan Preece. Wow, that's a good one. Don says the 6 for Keselowski. Steven's got Chastain. Chad's got Bad Brad. Anthony's got the 5. LaJoy for Hurt. Let's see. 77 for Negative Squirrel. 21 for KFB. 99 for Craig. Cole Custer got the Dark Knight. Ryan Preece for Cobra. 21 for Roma. I'm picking Christopher Bell as my dark horse, and Ryan Blaney is my pick for the win. Keep on hitting that like, trying to get to 200 likes, or we're over 200 likes. Let's see here. 99 for Edgar. The Dinger for SNL. Danny's got cheap sunglasses. Jake's got 20 for the dark horse. Martin, who drives the 131 car. Almondinger for Cole. 6 for Brad for Austin. D's got the 12 for the dark horse. Lantern's got the 5. And Glenwood is going Rowdy Bush. Thank you guys so much for your picks.
Champion of this race in the closest 1-2-3 finish in NASCAR history. Welcome to NASCAR Cup Series racing from Atlanta, presented by Toyota. Second race of the season after a wild Daytona in which 3/4 or more of the field had crash damage of one sort or another. Rinse, repeat, let's do it again. But let's make the track a mile shorter. Let's make it only 4 feet wider, and let's give them the same kind of speed they had last week,
This
Clint.
track has it all, guys. It has it all. Drafting, we've got you covered. Handling, my gosh, you're going to have to handle sooner or later in this thing. 3-wide action, 2-wide action, beating, banging, pushing. Pit road.
What's up, Ollie
Don't
B?
make a mistake on
I
pit
see
road,
you,
Kevin.
Ollie.
Now you tell them about the details.
Well, it's not just pit road, it's everywhere. I mean, everything can reach out and bite you here. And I think from a driver's standpoint, this is the place that you sit in the seat, on the edge of the seat, every single lap. As a driver, for me, this was a place that felt like you were running 300 miles an hour because it's short, things happen fast.
Awesome, no
and
name.
if you're not on your game today, you can make a mistake in a hurry.
Ford's dominated qualifying. They have 10 of the first 11 spots, with only Kyle
ATL,
Busch's
Adam.
Chevrolet in 5th in the mix. The best Toyota was 14th. Most of the Toyotas will be starting out back. How or if they get to the front.
Well, first of all, you have to be careful. We saw it last year in this race. An early caution, a big wreck with 16-car pileup. That will put it right in your lap if you're a Denny Hamlin or a Christopher Bell, one of these Gibbs cars. There, Ty Gibbs right there. Eric Jones, you see there. Flip side of that, blue ovals, boy, it was a good day to be in a blue oval. More importantly, the Penske bunch.
Yeah, and I think that speed could be tough to overcome, Clint. The Fords were still trying to figure out their car last year as they were trying to get the new body figured out. Today, they don't have that problem. They know the exact balance of their car, and they got a lot of speed to go with it.
Well, the Fords had the speed, but do they have the downforce to handle on this track? Todd Gilliland told me, yes, his car has more downforce than the one in which he led the most laps in this race last year. Let's go trackside.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the founder and frontman of the legendary ZZ Top, Billy F. Gibbons.
Oh, yeah, we are all here to have a good time. And as the saying goes, how do we do it? Have mercy. Drivers, start your engines.
That's right.
Billy Gibbons,
Oh,
Dusty
man.
Hill, Frank Beard. Frank Beard, the drummer, is ZZ Top, raced in the Rolex 24 Hours in 1993.
What's up, Senio Cards? Thank you, buddy.
Now here's a
All
little
right,
Wendy's
so
menu
now it's
hack for you.
time
If you want
to pick your cautions. Cautions are weird. Cautions are going to be weird at this track. It all depends on how these boys want to do it. So let's see your cautions now. Cautions. Here we go. Cautions. Larson's got the 5. Daryl's got the 5. Tim's got the 6. 8's got the Bright Wolf. 7's got Roger. Kenneth Fox got the 9. Holly B's got the 7. Randy's got the 7. Dallas has got 231. No Name for 10. 12 for Jim. 11 for Lewis has got 6. One World's got 7. Gordon's got 10. Howard Carr's got 17. Adam's got 8. Ryan's got 8. Glenwood's got 7. Ricky's got 9. Pat's got 9. IB4's 9. Felicia's, what's up? Dallas. Danny says 8. Pastel says 8. Henda says 7. Butterfly says 9. Anthony says 6. Bronny says 5. Austin says 6. Matt Steve says 7. Mike D says 13. Susan says 8. John says 14. Kyle Bush says 8. Martha Reese says 5. Eric Church says 8. Felicia says 11. Steven says 6. 610 for D. Link says 7. 7 for Martin. A for 9. Eva's got 5. 7 for Negative Squirrel. 0 for Ryan Reed. Well, that's not possible. James says 8. Cal Bush says 8. Lloyd says 8. Felicia says 11. Darlene says 8. Hunter says 11. Kathleen says 13. 33 and a third. That's going to be a record. 12 for Zach. 8. 5 for Alexandra. 7 for Donald. Mark says 8. Danny says 3 with speeding violations. 3 speeding violations. 7 for Dobson. John says 8. Roma says 7. 9 for Lemuel. And Roma says 7. Felicia says 11. And that is it. All right. So we got our cautions in. How many were here last year? I don't know. But I'm going to go 8 as well. 8 cautions. I'm taking 8 cautions. And then also, at the end of stage 3, you will get your pies to the face unless we run out of time. And then we'll definitely do it after the race is over. I just don't feel like smelling like whipped cream the whole entire race. So pies to the face will be after the 3rd stage. Unless there's a rain delay, which I don't think that's going to happen. No Name becomes an MVP member. No Name, thank you so much. No Name, appreciate you. Hello, Kyle Bush's biggest fan ever. Good to see you. 18 for Felicia. Go Josh Berry, Roma says. 1 rollover. Like, dislike. What's going on? Good to see you. We need a pie now and later. No, we'll do all 3 at the same time. That's more effect. More fun. But thanks for hanging out with us on the Go at CeeLo. Hit that like. We're trying to get to 300 likes before the green flag, and we're going to be rolling here very shortly. We're going to be doing PRN and the Fox as well, and put them in both together. We'll do some crank it up and all that.
Blaney, it's Boy and the boys up in the Fox booth. You got us?
Yes, sir. I got you.
No Name. Look
Man,
at you.
You are the man
Thank
of the
you, sir.
hour, leading the Penske Brigade at the front of the pack. second and a third last year. What's it going to take to find you in victory lane?
Yeah, well, it's nice to, have the pace in our cars. All the Fords, it showed really good pace, especially our cars. And, we got the first part of it done. Just a matter of how do we stay up here and how do we, try not to lose track
So,
position
Michael.
and, utilize that number 1 pit stall. So I appreciate the fast cars by everybody. Body Armor, Zero Sugar, Ford Mustang.
Let's go, Randy.
Hopefully it drives good. I'll let you know here in about 10 laps, but should be a good day.
All right, man. Can't wait to watch. Good luck out there.
Blizzard Chase, what's up, Mr. Woodrow? We're eating ice cream right now.
All right, let's have a look at the starting grid for today's race, presented by Toyota. Up front, Team Penske Fords, Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric, who led the most laps here last September. Row number 2 for the Wood brothers, Josh Berry. They're a Penske affiliate with Penske's Joey Logano. All Fords so far. Row 3, Todd Gilliland for Front Row Motorsports in a Ford, and Kyle Busch, the only Chevrolet in the top 10 who won the truck race yesterday. Kevin?
Well, let's talk to Todd Gilliland. Hey, Todd, Kevin up in the Fox booth. We see everything that you did in this race last year. You've got a great qualifying position. It looks like the Ford is the place to be. What do you expect today?
Yeah, like you said, it's a good day to drive a Ford, just like every day. And I'm excited. Like you said, we had a good run.
Dream machine.
Expect a lot of the same. Hopefully we can have our car driving a little bit better at the end of the race when it actually matters and the pay window opens. So that's our goal. It's our plan. And hopefully we can have a strong run here today in Atlanta. It's cool to have Aaron's back on board. First time in a long time. So a lot of good reasons to go win this thing today.
Well, we would refer to that as the dream machine back in my day. So
Yes,
good
sir.
luck today. Hopefully that
Dream
hopefully park
machine.
that thing in victory lane.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, let me take it row 4. Starting 7th, number 38, Zane Smith. And 8th on his outside, number 17, Chris Buescher. Row 5, starting 9th, that's
Bad
right,
Brad
Keselowski, Bad Brad. On his outside, Noah Gregson.
Row number 6, last week had a massive crash, Ryan Preece, and on his outside, A.J. Allmendinger. Row 7, we've got Alex Bowman, finished 6th in this race, finished 6th last week, and Bubba Wallace finished Atlanta best 5th in this race last year.
Row number 8, a pair of Chevrolets, Austin Dillon and William Byron, last week's Daytona 500 winner. Regan Smith?
Well, Mike, it's been a busy week for William Byron. Of course, after winning the Daytona 500, tons of media to do, from Florida to North Carolina, New York, back to North Carolina, finally to Atlanta. Equally as busy, though, was the 24 race team themselves. Of course, losing a day of preparation because of all the celebrations. Crew Chief Rudy Fugo told me a little while ago, the plan for today, exactly the same as it was 1 week ago, to execute on all aspects of the race. They think they can get William his 3rd Atlanta victory. Mike?
Let me take you to row number 9. Involved in an accident in all 6 races in Atlanta. He's tired of hearing the noise, ladies and gentlemen. It's the number 5, Kyle Larson. On his outside, runner-up in the 500 last week, Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, in row 10, we've got the July 2022 winner with Chase Elliott, and welcome North Carolina's Ty Dillon.
Chase.
All right, the remaining 19 cars will come up on your
Awesome,
scoring
Kathleen.
pylon, and we'll draw your attention back to position number 29, where we will find last year's winner of this race. Jamie Little?
Suarez.
Well, Daniel Suarez, yes, won this race a year ago, but it didn't come easy. He got caught up in that lap 2 crash. His pit crew, they had to work overtime. He came down pit road 4 additional times. Today, he's starting mid-pack deep in the field. And I talked to his crew chief, and their message amongst this team is be ready for any and all adversity. Remember last year, don't give up, keep fighting to the end. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Now let's take a closer look at safety changes with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Mike, as you guys have been talking, Atlanta is one bad, fast mile-and-a-half racetrack. And anytime we're at a track where they're going over 180 miles per hour, as we've seen the last few years, a car again can get airborne. Let's go back to August of 2023. This is Ryan Preece in the 41 car on the backstretch at Daytona, barrel rolling time and time again. He was right back in a race car, racing again in less than a week. Now let's go to our Toyota cutaway car, and let's take a look at some of the changes NASCAR has made since that wreck to keep these cars on the ground. Now, it's going to start pretty much with the right rear rocker skirt behind the exhaust pipe. That keeps air from going underneath the car. Then you have the
right,
down
Mr.
the right
Rodro.
side of the back window. They've extended the roof rails on the right side. Also, they have some fabric in the right roof flap that keeps the car on the ground should it spin to the
Taking
right
you out
side.
from the swamps of
Now
Florida.
let's take a real
Brian,
look at
thanks,
our
man.
Toyota cutaway car here, the changes they've made.
Enjoy the
You've got
warm weather.
extension on the right rear rocker skirt behind the exhaust pipe, keeps air from going underneath the car. The fin
Well,
down
trying to
the
get the
back window
300
on
likes,
the right
y'all.
side, just like the left side, and they've extended the heights of the right side roof rail. This keeps the car on the ground should air go across the car when it spins to the right side. Also, if the right roof flap deploys, you're going to see that red triangle right there. That keeps air stacked up just as well. Now, we know Ryan Preece got upside down last week at Daytona. Guys, that was very unique. It's something NASCAR will dig deep into prior to our Talladega race in April.
Yeah, and they dig deep into everything. When you look at all those additions to the race car, that was in a reaction to cars tipping over at
50
Michigan
and melting the snow
some
in
of the other
Kansas.
races.
Nice.
And we saw Preece's barrel roll, and they fixed the grass on the back straightaway. So NASCAR doesn't take any of the safety stuff lightly, and I think they don't get enough credit for the amount of research and time and effort and the staff that they have to keep these drivers as safe as possible. Because no matter what, these cars have been turning over and crashing and
I got
having
3 of
all
them.
these problems for a number of years, and that's going to continue.
There's really
Got
no
3 of them.
facet in any of this
The
sport
Rodney.
that has more, time and money spent.
That
in
like
safety.
for is trying to get to 300
Right, so due
likes, almost
credit,
there.
Is all there is.
50
Just like
to
you
go.
said,
Help
Kevin,
us get
these
it.
cars are extremely safe, mind you. That thing toppled over at 180 mile an hour. That's a lot to ask out of anything.
Now, with the change to Atlanta being a drafting track, they had to change how you get on pit road.
Lagging?
So
Okay.
from turn 3 around to the yellow line that starts pit road, there is a 90-mile-an-hour speed limit, which drops to 45, yellow line to yellow line, along pit road.
Yeah, and it creates a lot of problems because when you pit
know,
under
Cole,
green,
it's
we
gonna
saw
be fun.
crashes last year coming to pit road under green, guys going too fast, didn't get their cars slowed down, guys trying to get to
All right, we're going to go to PRN for the start of this race, y'all.
So
And
in
I
out of
certainly
these pit
was
stalls, the pit-
very surprised at what we saw last year, and I have no earthly idea. And, that is the best way to come and sit in the grandstands or turn the TV on or flick the radio on to hear a NASCAR race is. Today, for sure, you have no idea what is about to go down. Top 10, here's the way they sit. Noah Gregson and Brad Keselowski in row number 5. Chris Buescher and Zane Smith, row number 4. Kyle Busch, Todd Gilliland in row number 3. Row number 2, Joey Logano and Josh Berry. It's
Shake and
Austin
bake,
Cindric
Garrett.
and Ryan Blaney that's going to lead us to the green. Fans are on their feet, waving their hats. We are ready to go racing in Atlanta.
And here they come now through the Echo Park Automotive starting zone here in Atlanta. The green flag is out. Ryan Blaney on the outside. A huge push from his teammate Joey Logano. On the inside, Austin Cindric being pushed by Josh Berry.
All sorts of Fords up there in that top 10 to start this race. Let's see how they get it going. Ryan Blaney on the outside. Now seeing Austin Cindric get clear of him. Is Austin Cindric going to change lanes in front of him? No, they stay put.
Ryan Blaney has control of the field as he works it down into turn 3 in that highlighter yellow number 12. He'll stay at the bottom of the racetrack. 2 by 2 by 2. That's the way they race.
Austin Cindric leads the field out of turn 4. Blaney on the outside trying to make up ground. Josh Berry, Logano looking for some racing room as well.
And Cindric is clear of both lines, and he is going to try to control them right here. Outside the top 10, we're seeing Tyler Reddick go to the high lane and make it 3 wide coming off of turn 2 for about 15th place.
Yeah, he'll tuck back in there and ride now down the backstretch here into the bottom of turn number 3. Look at that Wood Brothers Ford, bottom of the racetrack there. He is staying right there, tightly tucked behind the leader.
Bubba Wallace, power move on the outside. He was the top Toyota starter. He's trying to gain some spot. He makes it 3 wide midway through the pack.
It is just outside the top 10. Bubba Wallace tucked up right behind A.J. Allmendinger. He goes to his outside. To the inside of Allmendinger is Alex Bowman. Up front, Austin Cindric still leading both
Remember,
lanes.
lap 3, we're
3
going to
wide.
honor
Watch
Dale
it, Bubba
Sr.
Wallace,
Lap 3.
midway through the pack. Work around A.J. Allmendinger behind him. He's got Tyler Reddick working with him. No change up front, but those guys awfully racy. Wallace wants some more.
Josh Berry now tucks in behind leader Austin Cindric. He gets in front of Blaney. To Blaney's inside, it's Todd Gilliland.
That means the bottom line, both of those cars have gotten free of the rest of the pack. It's single file top 2.
On lap
Austin
3, we
Cindric
honor
stays
Dale
a little
Sr.
bit high,
right
but
here
Josh
on our
Berry
channel.
right behind him, and Todd
Me see
Gilliland puts
those
in there
threes
too.
in the
3
chat.
wide once again. Bubba Wallace awfully aggressive down the backstretch right now as he tries to
gain another spot. He's got his teammate Reddick right behind him, working the high line of the racetrack.
Joey Logano trying to make it 4 Team Penske cars out front. You've got Cindric leading. Then it's Josh Berry with Wood Brothers. Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano now clears the field. He's lined up behind him.
It's about the top 6, top 5 that are single file going. Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Todd Gilliland, Kyle Busch. Now the first 2-wide battle is Brad Keselowski and Zane Smith for 7th.
Yeah, that's the beginning of the conga line as they work their way now down into turn 3. Out front, Blaney. He's going to keep that field right behind him. Top 7,
Thank
8,
you guys.
9
Raise hell, praise Dale.
Bubba
We
Wallace
honor you,
again,
Dale Senior,
trying
right
to
here
make
on
it
our
3
channel
wide
all the
at the exit
time.
of turn 4.
Thank you
He
guys
draws
for honoring
alongside Ryan
the man,
Preece.
the myth,
also,
the legend,
as he tries to make his way
the
forward
Intimidator,
on Todd
3K.
Gilliland.
Yeah, he's just gotten a pass now, the 38 of Zane Smith. Now Bubba Wallace goes 3 wide to the inside, puts a block in front of the 38 machine of Zane Smith, as he's going to continue to gain spots.
Bubba is an aggressive speedway racer right now. He is flexing the muscle of the number 23. Bottom of the racetrack he goes as he'll get around quite a few cars here, working his way towards the front.
Ryan Preece tries to dip in right behind Bubba Wallace. He's able to gain a spot as well. Now Zane Smith hung out on the inside as he goes backwards.
He certainly is. In fact, he's the first car on the inside line there as this field sorts itself out. Coming to pick up Zane Smith is Noah Gregson, his teammate. Up front, it's still Austin Cindric in the yellow car.
Now, right behind Bubba, we're watching his teammate, the 45 car Reddick. He, too, trying to be awfully aggressive here in this early stage of the race. Bottom of the racetrack, that line cannot fill up or form.
William Byron now shoots to the inside as he exits turn 4.
Cindric the leader right
Ryan
here.
Preece. Now he begins to fall back as they both trail Bubba Wallace into turn 1.
Those cars on the inside seem to be trying to find gaps to get up high. It's led by William Byron down low. Now Bubba Wallace looks to the inside of Chris Buescher for about the 10th spot, but gets back in line.
Meanwhile, up front, watching the line move, about 9-10 cars as they work their way in the middle of the racetrack, not up on the top side. Bubba Wallace, the only man out of line, looking for another spot.
Tyler Reddick's able to gain another spot. He goes to the inside of Ryan Preece. He's able to pick that one up. Now he tucks in right behind his teammate, Bubba Wallace.
And then he's going to fade to just a bit to the inside. Tyler Reddick does before getting back in line. Also saw Kyle Larson try to pull up into the outside lane there after getting just a little bit squirrely a moment ago. Austin Cindric still your leader.
All these maneuvers midway through the pack
Stacey?
is
Good to
just
see
trying
you.
to feel their cars out, see what they've got, see if they got some energy down at the bottom of the racetrack. Up front, Ryan Blaney in control.
A.J. Allmendinger squeezes it 3
Keep on
wide,
hitting that like,
going
trying to get
into
to
3. Now they
300 likes,
double up.
y'all.
Allmendinger side by
300.
side with Bowman. Also right there, Eric Jones.
And that is toward the middle of the back of the pack there. In fact, there is some 3-wide racing for about 30th with Justin Haley on the inside of Ross Chastain. Those cars that qualified poorly, Pat Patterson, are trying to find a way to go.
Josh Berry sits right behind the leader as we race into turn number 3. That leader, of course, Ryan Blaney. Then you've got the 12 car working his way down at the bottom of the racetrack, trying to make up some ground as they work all 4.
Third groove work, and that's what Denny started doing a few laps ago.
Go Bubba.
Reddick is plus 8 positions since the start of this race, up to 10th in that number 45 right of your screen, right behind his teammate, Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, and I don't, you know, I don't know if I 100% agree with, you know, I think Denny Hamlin's strategy in the fall got him in trouble, got him wrecked at the end of that race, trying to ride around at the back and wait for things to happen. I just feel like, especially if this pack gets spread out and the handling doesn't come into effect like they think it will, you're going to have to figure out how to make some ground through the pack. And you know, you give up 2 races in a row with no stage points. It'll be interesting to see how all that pans out.
So the top 12 cars are single file. Why does that happen here, not at Daytona last week?
Well, the speed's about 12, 13 miles an hour slower than what we were last week overall for the pack. You know, when the pack gets together at Daytona, it really allows those cars to stay together because it's a little bit easier to figure out the handling and the way to drive that racetrack. When you're here and we're going into turn 3 right now, there's a lot of bumps. The entry's kind of flat. You got to kind of skateboard ramp up the corner. So you're actually lifting a little bit because the handling is not great.
I want to try answering in a different way. Well, I think 8 or 9 of them are Fords. I think they're just following suit and doing what we need to do to take care of business right now, leading the charge.
Good point. Single file back to 14th, which is Carson Hocevar. He's the biggest gainer. He's up 12 spots since the start of this race. Austin Cindric out front in Atlanta.
All right, Austin Cindric out front.
To the top and pushes Bubba Wallace there. Now Wallace is going to tuck up behind Kyle Busch and around the 6th position. To their inside is Todd Gilliland.
A lot of 2x2 racing with the group we're talking about right now. Keselowski, Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch. That group working 2x2. Up front, though, it's heating up as Joey Logano is fighting off the number 34 car of Todd Gilliland.
Todd Gilliland got a huge shove from Brad Keselowski. He's trying to break up this Penske pack up front.
Indeed, as they're into turn number 1 right now. Todd Gilliland, even with
Also
Kyle Busch
pulled for
the
Josh
6th spot,
Berry in
down
that
low
Ford.
with help from Brad Keselowski, Kyler Reddick, and the 77 big mover of Hocevar.
He's got that handled now. Kyle Busch has got a side mirror full of Brad Keselowski. Behind him is Bubba Wallace. Then you've got William Byron. Those cars racing hard now off of turn 4.
15 laps down, 45 to go in stage 1 of the Ambetter Health 400 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Our top 5, Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, and Todd Gilliland.
All right, so we are both at a commercial. Thank you guys so much. You're watching with us here on The Go at CeeLo, as we do every Sunday to bring you the best NASCAR content on YouTube, no matter what, hands down. Hamlin dropped to the rear now, so let's go look through the field really quick as we go. And actually, let's listen to Ryan Blaney here.
Middle there, still inside. 34-1 back. 2x2 now. 2x2. Equal help. Here's going to get there sooner. Here it comes. Clear. Nothing front. By 2. Nothing front. Nothing front. 3 wide, 2 rows back. Still inside. Bottom's covered. 2x2 here. First 5 rows now.
Blaney running in third place.
When you get to 21 now. Still inside. Pushing below you. Nothing front by 2. By 1. You in the 6. 34-1 back. Careful, the 34 middle of the corner. He might run third lane. He's coming to you quick here. Half back. About half in front when you get there. Clear. Nothing front 22. Clear back up. Outside. Hold your line. Hold your line. Outside. Top's covered tight. 34 to bumper way outside. Still bumper. Still bumper. Here helps the 6. 1 back. Nothing in front of Joey. When you get there, top's covered tight. 6, 5, 8. Your lane. 24 is trying to make it 3 wide. Don't let 24 in. Trying to get there. Back in line. 2x2 here. 2x2 tight. Top's covered. Nothing in front of Joey. Half back to your help the 6. Watch your bottom. Watch your bottom. Watch your bottom.
All right, here we go.
And by Papa John's.
438 of us here. Appreciate you being here. Hit that like. What channel is it on? It's on Fox, y'all.
No more.
Fox.
17 laps complete.
It's
Here's
on
the battle
Fox.
for the lead. Joey Logano leading the group on the bottom against
Here we
Austin
go.
Cindric.
What's up, Greg?
You see guys right against the bottom line, and as they get more aggressive, we saw this in the truck race yesterday, they'll start to form up a little better on the top. As you see Josh Berry get into the back of the 2 car down the back straightaway, and that is very beneficial here. Just any sort of bump that you can give them down the back straightaway to get that car shoved out there a little bit, but you see the momentum that it carries through 3 and 4.
I'll tell you who I'm impressed with. All right, who's moving? Look at William Byron. You can see him. We haven't talked about the Chevrolets pre-race much. There he is, last week's winner, Daytona 500, running 6th, moving forward.
And you see him down, like in the middle of the racetrack, to get that the air on the front of the car so that you don't get that big slide. These cars will
for
get
Willie
a huge
B.
slide, an arrow push, we will call it. But you see him offset to the 34 car in front of him, just a half a lane to be able to put some air on the front of that car.
The pack.
And Keselowski, P9. Let me see my Bad Bread fans. What's up, Greg? Watching from work this morning. Nice,
man. It just tells you the power of the pack. And when you get all these cars together, you know, we've seen Larry put up his animation of how much faster these cars go when we get them in a line. And that's what this is all about.
Bad Bread.
Austin
Rabbit ears. Rabbit on Fox. Did you go regular Fox? Ricky.
Lifted a lot because of the runs and the draft.
Hit that subscribe, y'all.
And you have to time those runs and really be able to put yourself in a position to capitalize on people that are lifting and go dive down to the bottom of the racetrack. We've seen Bubba Wallace on the top of the racetrack, and now we see Todd Gilliland dive down to the bottom to try to take the lead.
I love the move that he made. He backed up, got a run off of Ford, went by Josh Berry and made a move to the lead.
280 likes, trying to get to 300, y'all. Help us out. 300 likes.
Most laps of any driver in this race 1 year ago, which kind of put him on everybody's radar. I think that was a defining moment in his career here last year.
What's up, Georgia
Be careful with is especially if that bottom lane gets
Are you
spread
there,
back
Georgia
out.
fan?
You don't clear that front car. His ultimate move would have been to dive off into the corner and clear the 2-car of Austin Cindric.
All right, with Ford's in the top 5 spots, good time to look at track facts, sponsored by Ford Performance. In the reconfigured Atlanta, the last 6 races, Ford has won the last 8 stages. They've won 2 out of the 6. And
Link
led
it
the
up,
most
pop
laps
bottles.
of any manufacturer, 800.
Well, you're talking about them Fords and who's strong. Where are they coming from? Now we see Byron and these guys.
Also,
Bubba
Georgia
Wallace,
fan. Have a good time,
Keselowski's
bud.
Moving up. Gregson, Custer, Buscher's the one I was looking at.
How much
Buscher's
for
fell
info
back,
today?
handling
Nothing. It's
well
free
as
today.
Jamie.
Yeah, and you mentioned Brad Keselowski. He's the
It's
winningest
free.
driver on this style of racetrack. And I talked to him this morning in his hauler with his crew chief and just asked about their overall strategy. And his crew chief told Brad, hey, this first stage is 60 laps. We can get there no problem. So just race. Don't think about saving fuel. And Brad looked relieved.
Thank
He
you,
said,
Donald.
good. We get to go out and just focus on racing for at least this first stage.
Gilliland and Cindric. Todd Gilliland's dad won on the drafting tracks of NASCAR. Austin Cindric's dad has been running Penske Racing for the last, couple decades. Just eased back from that role. You know will get you a ride, but it won't keep you in a top-rank elite car.
I can
like these two
barely
are
hear, but
driving
it's
now.
great. You got to get some headsets.
Coming to complete 25 laps. Fords, 10 of the first.
I see that Fox is doing their commercial thing again, but we are at lap 26 of 60 in this stage 1. 260 laps today on our channel. NASCAR on Fox just cut off the stream. What stream? What stream?
Kyle Larson, not known for his speedway prowess, making something
What
happen
stream
right
you talking
now.
about?
He's on the bottom of the 3-wide race with William Byron in the middle, Bubba Wallace up top.
And Byron then switches lanes to the
weird.
bottom
Why'd
to
they
take
shut it
air
off?
off of Larson's nose there in that 5th or 6th position. We see Todd Gilliland working hard on Josh Berry for 3rd, with Cindric still up front.
Kyle Busch behind that group makes it 3 wide momentarily now. He goes to the high side of the racetrack, trying to get his 8 Chevy up towards the front. Meanwhile, though, Cindric still in control off 4.
Bubba Wallace started 14th. He's 5th into his inside. William Byron now rushes up there, and
Oh,
now
were they?
getting some drafting
Oh,
help
okay.
from behind is Tyler Reddick pushing Bubba Wallace in turn number 1.
And Byron had lost his help, but Ryan Blaney, who's fallen back, is picking him up and going to push him toward the front as they're going to fight there for about that 7th position.
All right, here goes Todd Gilliland. He's trying to wrestle the 3rd spot away from Josh Berry. Josh Berry hangs in there tight. Here's Logano now. Logano almost side by side with the leader.
Logano looked to the inside of Austin Cindric, tucked in behind him. On the outside, a battle for 3rd right now. Josh Berry just took it. Now Gilliland's going back on the bottom.
And Gilliland to the inside of Bubba Wallace. That purple and teal really pushing that Columbia Toyota of Wallace forward there. They're side by side for 4th. William Byron right behind the Gilliland car down low.
William Byron not in any hurry to give a shove to Todd Gilliland there at the bottom of the racetrack. Josh Berry goes down to block that spot. All of a sudden,
First
again,
Kings
2x2
TV,
off
what's
of
up,
4.
It is Cindric out front, then 5 rows of 2x2.
Well, Ron, that's why
also
you
there
got us.
is Kyle Busch. He's fighting
Why you
with
got
Ryan
us?
Blaney. Now they go 3 wide again in turn number 1.
The runs for these cars, they have to take them immediately. So little time to react. Tyler Reddick is 3 wide with William Byron and Ryan Blaney down low for the 7th spot on the backstretch.
Josh Berry really wants to lead this race for the Wood Brothers now as he works his Ford down to the bottom of the racetrack. He's out in front by a nose all 4. It's going to be a dead heat as they exit back to the stripe.
30 laps
Side
to go
by
in
side,
stage
Josh
1.
Berry's on the bottom. That's been the disadvantage, but he's making it work. Austin Cindric edges him by a nose at the line.
It's Cindric up high, getting a push from Joey Logano. Berry
30
down
laps,
low
stage 1
with
here.
help from the Todd Gilliland machine behind them. Bubba Wallace fades from the outside line to the middle lane and is indecisive about that, checking up the field.
More 3 wide racing a little further back. Ryan Blaney in it with Kyle Larson in that group. Now they separate. Up front, though, give the nod to the 11 of Wood Brothers' car. That is Josh Berry.
Josh Berry had the lead, but at the stripe, it's Cindric behind them. Blaney, along with Byron and Larson, they're 3 wide in 1.
Several of these cars in the top 10 started in the teens, so some are moving forward. The first 3 wide battles for about 10th. Tyler Reddick, Carson Hocevar, and Polson and Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, Carson Hocevar getting into the mix, and Ryan Priest also trying to drive his way into this heavy traffic at the front of the field. Here comes the Wood Brothers car, and he's got the lead off of 4.
Josh Berry out front all by himself. Right behind him is Austin Cindric. It is 3 wide for 6. You've got Bubba Wallace on the outside of Kyle Larson and William Byron.
And just behind Wallace, is his teammate.
Tyler Reddick doing the same thing.
You see Blaney, the pole setter, he's struggling a little bit. I think handling is coming into effect here in a big way.
They're missing their lead guy,
and that's what we
for
didn't know
sure.
Today, we listened to Denny Hamlin and we listened to some of the Chevrolets and the Toyotas in the back of the field, and that was their bet, was the fact that the handling was going to overcome the speed of those Fords up in the front at some point.
Regan?
Mike, you guys are talking about Bubba Wallace and some of the nice moves he's made so far early on in the race. The report from Bubba, though, to the team a few moments ago, his car is getting pretty tight already, struggling with the handle in just a little bit. The team told him, do the best you can, manage it for the next 30 laps, and we'll get it fixed up at the break.
And how about Carson Hocevar? He started back in 26th, and he's into the top 10.
Well, that's just the difference in the aggressive level of putting your car in the right position to go towards the front. And that's kind of the opposite of what Denny Hamlin decided to do. Now, Denny has started to move forward a little bit, but Carson has gone straight to the front.
Hearing a lot of talk on the radio, a lot of chatter talking about cars being tight. We just heard Blaney chime in. His car's tight, pole setter.
Now, I will tell you this, they're going to be tight. Everybody in traffic is going to be tight. That's a characteristic of this Gen 7 car and everything that it does. So, the hard part, and that's really what causes
no CW cameras today, Darlene. Nope.
Getting into the corners,
no cameras.
Turn 3, to be able to get that car some air on the front of the nose, give it a chance to set that nose down and be able to make the corner. But you'll see a lot of these guys drive into the middle of the corner and then push, and that's when we start to have problems, when they start to lift in the middle of the corners.
35 laps in under 18 minutes.
There's no camera. I can't do that.
More than
I don't show the broadcast.
Number 1 with Josh Berry, the third different leader today, out front.
Now, after a day of qualifying like we had yesterday, you knew there was going to be a lot of movement in this.
What's up, Godzilla?
In the trunk, 35th, 36th for the Gibbs cars.
Josh Berry, the leader here.
Mid-pack, and all the Fords were up front. You knew in the back of your mind something was going to happen.
Yeah, it gets really narrow right there in the turn 3.
Any Josh Berry fans in the house? Let me see those 21s.
You see the run that Hocevar had on the bottom.
Let me see those 21s.
Because it was a tight squeeze there with the 5 in the middle of the corner. Now he's going to get swallowed up by the pack. It's just so hard to keep your momentum here, and that's why you have to time those lifts or dragging the brake, whatever you do on the entry to the corner, because you see what happens when you have to lift in the middle of the corner. All that work that he did, now he's going to fall back to 14th, 13th, 14th, 15th position, whatever that is, speaking of Carson Hocevar.
37 laps complete. Josh Berry leading his first ever career laps at Atlanta.
All right. Let's listen into Josh Berry. Let's just go back to Josh Berry here. Let's listen into him. Listen into Josh Berry.
21 to go to the stage.
Crank it up, y'all. Crank it up.
Tighter to you, and then a gap to the 22. All 4 of you clear. To the stage, all half apart.
Oh, no, yeah, he was talking about Fox. He was talking about the FPRN. Yeah, he's good.
23 pulled out of line. The 4th row back behind you. He got clear on the 22. He's behind the 34. 3rd car back.
They're at 179 miles an hour at 8,000 horsepower. That's right. He's back, Jason.
The top 5. Single file clear. 24 has been going to the bottom. Last 2 laps. Third lane back from you. 34 inside of you. He's by himself.
Gibbs Racing. NASCAR Network Radio.
You're welcome. 179 mile an hour.
24 straight back from
and they're the Dream Machine.
You and 2, clear all lanes.
Todd Gilliland now.
17 to go, Tom. 17.
Listen to Todd Gilliland. Todd Gilliland now.
Half off you. Half off. Now 2's tight with the 21. 21 close bottom.
I can scroll it. You just got to ask. Sorry, Ron. Appreciate you being here, though. You got to say, hey, scroll. We need to show the top. That's all we do, bud.
Square, half, quarter.
But see you later, Ron. We have a good day.
And has finished top 10 in 4 of the last 7.
First time ever I heard you say, hey, can I see the rest of the field, not just complain about it.
Cracking into the top 5. Got him another one, passing Joey Logano. Strong run for Bubba Wallace. Doesn't surprise me. These 2311 cars were good at Daytona, and he's a good drafter.
Alex
Might
Bowman.
need that later.
Alex Bowman, he's the good drifter.
Yeah.
Todd Gilliland has the
Where's
Xfinity fastest
SPG?
lap
Let's tell
of
you.
the race right now. 185.
He's in 24th.
0.89 miles per hour.
I love this, guys. This is the handling. This is handling 101. Go where they're not. Get that run.
Hey, Denny's
Everybody
not in
out
last
there,
place
just like
at
you
least.
said, Kevin. They're pushing. They're tight. They're trying to figure out how to get their cars out of the way from the
Denny
car
in
in front of
17th.
them. As you see riding along here, he's trying to get to the outside of Joey Logano, get some air on that front end to help it
Yeah,
turn.
right.
Yeah, and
He'll
that's
be
a great
back.
view from the in-car right there. You can see those cars staggered, and like Clint said, the reason that they stagger those cars, we got to get as much air on the front as possible. So as you're pushing, you're trying to lift out of that throttle as little as possible to keep as much momentum as possible through the corner.
Hocevar to the top 5 from 26th on the grid. Wow. Larry Mack?
Yeah, guys, I've been looking at this throttle, and there is no doubt, if you're out front, I saw it with Austin Cindric in the 2. I'm seeing it with Josh Berry in the 21. When you're out front, you're wide open. But now, let me say this, a guy on the move, William Byron in that 24 car, he has moved up to 3rd. He's running wide open, but believe it or not, Clint and Kevin, he's using just a little bit of brake. Just a little bit of brake in both ends of the racetrack.
Yeah, and I would tell you that that's not abnormal.
Hello, Tim Miller, what's going on, man?
Choices. You can just tap the brake just a little bit to try to break that momentum or set the front of that car into the corner. But you see that 77 car right there of Carson Hocevar on the bottom, and that's what's making him the ground. He is really, really good on the bottom of the racetrack right now.
Spinhouse is 15.
Yeah, he's good everywhere. He's obviously.
Yeah, anytime you guys want to know where your favorite driver is, say, hey, CeeLo, where's my driver at? I'll find it for you. Don't just complain about it.
But that's the hardest part, the shortest way around. You have to pull on the wheel harder. The car's already tight. It doesn't like scrubbing anymore. It scrubs a lot of speed off because you're trying to turn the wheel so hard.
5 of the top 10 started in the top 5.
Joey on the inside.
The top 10 right now started 14th, Bubba Wallace, or worse.
Yeah, that 23 car of Bubba Wallace is really good.
There's Chase.
Hocevar is really good, but these guys, and you see Bubba Wallace right now up on
Chase
the outside
is in
of Joey
P10.
Logano. Bubba can go all the way to
P10
the
for
fence.
Chase.
He's got options, that middle lane and top lane. His
And
car
Todd Gilliland got
is really
pushed
good.
back
As
out.
You see William Byron up the hill a little bit right there and kind of diamonds that corner on the exit.
Have to be smart with your moves. Put it in the back, right, the memory bank, right? Look at Hocevar. There he goes diving back to the bottom again. Sometimes, if you don't get up and get back in the wake and get in the draft,
Thank you so much,
you can
Shane.
get yourself in trouble. He made that move earlier, lost a few positions.
Brian,
He'll figure
it's
it out and try to
they're on
stay in line.
HBO
You see
Max.
Bubba Wallace
You
making a
can't
move, trying to
show
go to
them.
the
It's a
front. Here he
paid
comes.
subscription.
Yeah, you just got to make sure that
Yesterday's a CW. It's free.
Right here. Joey
That's why we
Logano
can't
at the
do
front
it.
Of that bottom line, he just doesn't want that top lane to fill back in. And
Last year was
Logano's
fun,
probably
but they're not letting us do that
looks like he
anymore.
has
It's
some
not on the
handling issues
website
that
anymore.
He's dealing with most likely tight, so he doesn't have a good pusher behind him. So he's letting that top lane pile up, and he's going to have to find a hole, or he's going to lose several spots.
10 laps to go in stage 1. It goes by fast at Atlanta. 39 cars all on the lead lap. Michael McDowell has lost the lead draft with power steering issues.
Power steering issues for Michael McDowell.
And he had a run there right up to the rear bumper of Carson Hocevar, had to back off into turn 1. That launched Hocevar forward, who changed lanes and goes down low for the 8th
Trying to get to 31,000.
Berry and Cindric in leaders.
Up front, Josh Berry has control. Right behind him, Austin
Thank you,
Cindric.
Lloyd.
Then there's William Byron and Bubba Wallace. Bottom of the racetrack, Todd Gilliland trying to make another move to get his way back up to the front.
That's a battle for fourth right now with Todd Gilliland inside Bubba Wallace. 7 laps to go now in stage number 1 as Berry leads.
And Berry's going to pull Cindric, the third place machine, behind them as well. William Byron, fourth is Bubba Wallace, and it's 2 wide. Gilliland down low under Chase Elliott with Tyler Reddick just ahead of them.
Wallace taking a look to the outside of William Byron there momentarily in the 4th spot. Now he's got some help coming from his teammate, the 45 of Tyler Reddick. Up front, once again, Josh Berry controls the field.
Give a call to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's riding 13th. He's up 21
that's right,
spots.
Scout.
Lead machines flash across the stripe. 6 laps to go in stage
6
1.
laps to go.
Running their move, Chase Elliott does to the inside of Tyler Reddick for 4th. Elliott's got help from Todd Gilliland. Elliott noses forward, now pulls even with the 4th place machine of Bubba Wallace.
Chase
What's
Elliott
up,
would like
Pass?
to
Good to
work
see you,
his
buddy.
way up here and give the Georgia fans a thrill and win this first stage. Right now, though, he's going to need some help. Bottom of the racetrack, but that 9 has got a full head of steam.
Cindric, what's
That
up,
Napa
CMDR?
Chevy is moving forward in the inside lane. He is pulling the number 34 of Todd Gilliland. We've got 5 laps to go in stage 1.
But Bubba Wallace, whom he was battling with there, is pulled away from them. It's a 4-car breakaway up top. Elliott goes back, drags the brake to pull up to Todd Gilliland. Now gets ahead of steam again, down the back straightaway, trying to chase 4th place Wallace.
Elliott would love to get up there and find his teammate up in the 24 car that rides in the 3rd spot, or was riding in the 3rd spot. Here comes Bubba Wallace, making an aggressive move at the bottom of the racetrack.
Tries to drive inside of Austin Cindric. Cindric, though, gets a push from William Byron. Bubba has to fall back to the outside, 4th in line.
And his teammate Tyler Reddick picks him up there in the 5th spot. That pushes Bubba Wallace ahead. Wallace looks down low under William Byron as at the back of the top 10. They're starting to get 3 wide on the back straightaway.
Chase Elliott trying to get some help from his buddy there. That would be one Ryan Blaney. Bubba Wallace goes down and
the radio's
slams
excited
the door
at least.
on the 9 car.
Flacco.
Wallace now holds the 4th spot. Once again out front, Josh Berry.
Bubba Wallace, aggressive moves, but it's paying off. Currently
What's
running
up,
in the
Todd
4th
Squad
position for
checking in.
Chase
What's up,
Elliott,
David?
right on his back bumper. 3 laps to go in stage 1.
They all get a big head of steam in the
Hit that like, trying to get to
straightaway, and then
400
have to
likes.
get on the brakes in the turns there so they don't run into the car in front of them. Bubba Wallace in 4th spot. Now looking under William Byron, then decides to get back in line.
Josh Berry with some protection right behind him with Austin Cindric. Then there's William Byron in 3rd and Bubba Wallace. Chase Elliott now goes up to the top side of the racetrack. No change, all 4.
Ryan Blaney now trying to rally on the bottom of the racetrack. He passes the number 9 car of Chase Elliott, rather the 8 car of Kyle Busch. He'll try to move up 1 more in turn 1 with only 2 to go in stage 1.
And he's even now with Tyler Reddick in about that 6th position. Blaney has help from the Gilliland, a fellow Ford. Up top, it's going to be Kyle Busch.
A lot of swapping around back there. Kyle Busch trying to find his way.
He's in
He's tucked in there
P14.
behind Ryan Blaney.
14.
Joey Logano also back there in that group of cars trying to get up here and score some points in this first stage.
1 to go in stage number 1. If Austin Cindric had plans for race leader Josh Berry, they might have just been foiled as William Byron is driven to the inside of Cindric.
But Cindric's going to cut him off there. Now Byron looks up high, tries to get a run. Bubba Wallace is going to push Byron, but they have to get back in line as Cindric is still in control there behind Berry.
Chase Elliott couldn't get up there fast enough to help the 24 car, his teammate, up front. Here comes Josh Berry. He's holding on to the lead, but it's the Daytona 500 winner that'll slip up into that 2nd spot.
William Byron drives inside of Austin Cindric, but Josh Berry is going to win stage 1 of the Ambetter Health 400
Berry,
here at
y'all.
Atlanta Motor Speedway. Cindric barely holds off William Byron for 3rd. 4th is going to be Bubba Wallace. Chase Elliott winds up 5th. 6th, Tyler Reddick. Todd Gilliland 7th. 8th, Ryan Blaney. 9th, Carson Hocevar. And Joey Logano gets shuffled back to 10th.
That thrilling stage 1 here in the Ambetter Health 400 brought to you by eBay. Swapping out your tires, there's nothing like it. With eBay, you'll find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the
All right. And Fox is a little behind PRN as they're on their final lap.
Handling so bad, they're going to have to push and shove. And you see Byron dive down. You see the 23 car just makes the front of his car super tight. He's not going to clear.
Close.
He's not going to clear him.
And Josh Berry will get the stage win here in Atlanta. his second career stage win, both coming on drafting tracks.
Great job, Josh Berry and the Wood brothers.
Josh Berry.
This was the first time Stage 1 has been run caution-free on the newly configured Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Caution-free, we're now in Stage 2. Stage 2 now. So let's go with that. Stage 2. Appreciate everybody being here. No cautions. And Georgia fan, did you not bring a headset? Oh my gosh. Yeah, you got to bring it. Thank you, Georgia fan, though. Appreciate it. So far, my fantasy roster is way off. Long way to go. Exactly. But thank you guys for being here so much. We're hanging out with us on the channel. And that's it. Hope you guys are having a good time on The Go with CeeLo. We appreciate you. And we hope that you come back some more for more races here on our channel. So we thank you for it so much. And where's the pie? Yeah, we'll do that in the third stage. The pie in the third stage. I don't want to feel like smelling like whipped cream and all that. So we don't do in the third stage or right after the race is over. He said he forgot him at home. Oh my gosh. But what's up, Carrie? If you're gonna pass, it has to be up high, or you're gonna have to help us to go low. It's still a one groove track, sadly. That's right, Lloyd. CeeLo, what's your thoughts on the new ABS challenge rule on batters challenging balls? I mean, it was in AAA, so that's definitely going to be something for that. AAA. So let's see here. Let's see if PRN's doing her thing here.
Children in education.
Nope. Let's see what Josh Berry's got to say.
Break, Page, clean the grill.
See what Josh Berry has to say on the scanner here. Where's SVG?
On the top right here. Pit road is closed.
SVG. Where's he at? 22nd for SVG. 22nd. Denny's in 20th. Blaney back in 8th now. Josh Berry with stage 1 win.
That was good. So, wouldn't change anything at this point. The drag mat, another truck on the top here, 4. Hard to tell exactly what they were doing, but like when the 23, 45, 9, when they would get some runs, they were like on the top, they were just offset a full length.
That was Josh Berry. We'll do crank it up with Josh Berry leading the field to start the race. How's that sound?
Meeting, the 99 team, the defending champions of this race, talked about that possibility.
Let's get started. Stages 60, 160, 260, so need fuel in the second and third stage. First stage we can run hard. Biggest issues today is just to try to keep it clean on pit road. Tight pit boxes, slippery pit road, cars playing bumper cars out there, so anything we can do to keep the fenders on it till the end will be good. Thinking about spokes on a wheel, and that everyone here is spoke on the wheel. You know, everybody has to work together, everybody has their role to play, and if we all do our part, we'll have success here today.
All the hard work has been done. We ride this thing up. Execution on 3. 1, 2, 3. Execution!
Daniel Suarez team, defending champ of this race, currently 35th at the end.
Should be crank it up with Brad.
Speaking of pit crews, Jamie Little.
We can do that too.
Well, Mike, William Byron's pit crew got it done last week once again.
Willie B.
I won a pickup truck shooting a bow and arrow last year. Orrin Osowski, rear tire changer, father to Senna Osowski. Ryan Patton, tire carrier, pickerman for all 14 of William Byron's Cup Series wins.
Spencer Bishop, Jackman, former tight end for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons.
Landon Walker, fueler, Clemson University, 2-time Daytona 500 champion.
And that is the same exact pit crew that he had last year. A couple of football standouts from college. We've got some veterans, and one of the few left-handed tire changers make up William Byron's 24 crew, Mike.
That's interesting, Jamie. Never thought of left-handed versus right-handed tire changers, but okay. All right, under caution, they come around the flat of turns 3 and 4, and we've had a lot of issues on pit road here. More speeding penalties at Atlanta than any other track last year, and lots of contact on pit road.
Yeah, the stalls are narrow, and you have differing strategies here. 2 tires, no tires, gas, 4 tires.
All right, here we go. Pit
whatever
stops.
that is, they wind up meeting in the middle as they're trying to get in and out of their boxes.
Jamie?
Joey Logano making his 578th consecutive start in the NASCAR Cup Series. Right now, he's lacking overall grip. Says he gets loose under compression. They want that fixed. 4 tires and fuel. Regan?
Roger, best truck driving I got to do was driving the 18-wheeler race hauler for the NASCAR Busch team. Nice, Cole.
With his car, they're going to leave it. They don't want to tighten it up in case they get in traffic. And the 2-car of Austin Cindric, he's on the tight side. That's mainly what he's been chasing.
It's really crowded here as you try to exit pit road. And,
wow.
Alex Bowman takes a chunk out of
he did.
Austin Cindric's
Logano
car.
+9, 4 tires.
Pit road. Now that's just a little bit of spilled fuel, and they'll get that quickly extinguished.
All right, so
we come back. We'll give you a full field rundown and kick off Cheddar's stage number 2 here in Atlanta.
Cody Ware on the front of this pack. That's not good. But thank you guys. Hit that like for us. We're trying to get to 400 likes today on the stream. Almost there. 400 on the likes. Hit that subscribe. We're trying to get to 30,100 today. 30,100. We're over 30,000 at the end of this stream, or in the third stage, you will get not 1, not 2, 3 pies to the face. 3 pies to the face as celebration for 30,000 subs. And then we'll have an announcement this week for a giveaway that we'll be doing. So I hope you guys are ready for that. Smash them free subs. That's right. Listen on Wi-Fi TV so I can hear Mavs game. There you go, Richard. Good to see you. Mostly did tractor trailer, roll off, and dumps, Roger said. Thanks for all the subscribers. That's right. Mark dropping those 9s. Yes, sir. Chase. So we got Josh Berry in P2. Logano is going to be on the outside. So we'll do a crank it up with Josh Berry. Crank it up with Josh Berry. We'll do that, guys. Get him pie to the face. That's right. We'll do that for you guys on our channel. So stage 2 is 100 laps and then our last will be 165 will be another 100 laps on the final stage 3. Only 1 caution so far because of the stage break. There wasn't any accidents or anything, so we'll see if this one goes pretty quick. Another 100 laps. We'll have pit stops in this one here, so we'll see if we got pit stops coming up. Green flag pit stops too. 800 horsepower, not 8,000. I'm sorry, 800 horsepower. Did I say 8,000? I do apologize. Thank you, Adventures. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hit that subscribe, y'all up there, as we love to bring you the content every Sunday on our channel. We appreciate you. I'm sorry I don't have much money, but thanks. Yeah, no problem. I understand y'all that you don't have much money. We don't ask for much, but we will be asking. I do want to ask you guys, is anybody go to the races and do campers or RVs or machines like that, diesel campers and stuff like that? We have an area where you guys can go through. It's not too expensive, but our good friend Tom is getting involved in that, and I'll have more on that here too as well. I haven't had a chance to put a nice commercial together for him, but we'd love to see if you guys go to the races and stay in the campers and rent campers. We can help you out with that too on this channel, so just let me know there. So but we're going back out here, and we'll go with Josh Berry on the restart here.
The sun will be setting shortly and it's cloudy.
Well, you said it, Chris. Since we were out here for pre-race, the clouds have come in.
Cheating.
And I've heard Kevin
and
Clint talking about the handling of the cars. If it cools down, that might take a little bit of that away.
What a pit for Logano. I know, James.
The guy I got my eye on, though, is Stenhouse Jr. He's up 21 spots, started in the back of the field. He's won 4 times on a
expensive,
draft.
Tim Miller says.
Suarez was 19th after one stage last year. Remember, he survived an early crash and a speeding penalty to win in that close finish. Let's get back upstairs to Mike and the guys. Thanks a lot, by the way. We appreciate that. Right?
Thanks, Chris. Joey Logano had
You
a
snuck
great
into
pit stop,
Rockingham?
but his rolling time down pit road was less than anybody else in the top 10, so he came in 10th and came out with the lead here.
A lot of problems on pit road. We talked about it. The 6-car drug equipment out of the box. 8. Kyle Busch had trouble all the way back.
Here we go.
Going down the backstretch. Pit road, they would have a shot today, but that didn't happen.
The State Water Heater, make sure you get a State. Visit statewaterheaters.com to find a professional installer near you.
Stage 2 is presented by Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen. Cheddar's is the official restaurant of RCR and the number 8 car. Cheddar's serves home-style comfort food like homemade chicken pot pie,
Where's
slow
Briscoe?
cooked baby back ribs, and hand-breaded chicken tenders at prices
Briscoe
that won't break the bank.
Here we go, the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Echo Park stands for every car, happy owner. Echo.
All right, here we go. We're going to listen in to crank it up here.
Flag only. Green flag. 24 pushes you, 9 off of him. Pushes you. Too wide. Top's getting a push back outside of you. Front 2 are locked together on the top. 24 locked with you. Outside of you, a 2 with a gap behind
That red subscribe button, Shirley.
Outside, you're back even with 22 on the top. Half out to him. 2 wide all the way back. 2 wide all the way back. No lanes clear right now. Just get to the 24. It'll be a little tighter to him on the back this time. Separated out. 2 wide from your lane on back.
Motorhome, that's the word I was looking for.
2 wide from your row on back. No hold on the 2.
2x2 at the front.
Where's Larson?
Mentioned Kyle Busch made a late
Larson's in P15.
Back, along with Keselowski and Yaley.
P15 for Larson.
Well, these are the types of things that 22 team does well. They
I don't know, Regine.
capitalize on rolling speed. They
Not sure. It might have been accident.
Restarts to win championships, and they fell back a little bit right there with some handling issues, but then all of a sudden they rebound by capitalizing on a pit stop or something of that nature.
Cindric ain't going away, and he'll be there at the end. Yes, sir.
Michael McDowell back in the race after replacing a power steering hose, losing 5 laps. Logano and Cindric, now they were a potent drafting combination in Daytona. And again, you know, we talk about discipline, how they work together.
Okay, gotcha.
The 21 is the Wood Brothers car, not a Penske car, but it's built and maintained in the Penske shop.
Rowdy
Very close
is
affiliate with
not
Team
in the
Penske.
top 20.
Sometimes you could call it the 4th Penske car in the way they operate. Team Penske has dominated on the drafting tracks of NASCAR.
You love the Wood Brothers, Jerry.
Seasons with at least 1 victory. 898 laps led.
New leader Logano.
The next.
Let me see my 22 friends.
190 laps running 1-2 since 2024.
Well, the thing that I always talked about when I owned race teams, and I used to talk about.
Let me see my 22 friends, Logano, leader.
You really know where the details of your organization are when you come to a super speedway race and you look at qualifying. You see those cars 1, 2, 3, 4, including the 21 car that operates out of their shop. So, to me, Clint, that just screams details being covered in the team and organization, and I don't think that's any surprise, knowing how Roger Penske operates from the top down.
Hello,
Totally agree.
Hello from Spain.
One
Good to see
car
ya.
run good out of a 4-horse camp does not work. You have to have everybody working together, pulling on the rope in the
Trying to
same
get to
direction.
400 likes.
You don't
Help us
have to
out.
look any further than Penske
400.
organization to see that.
Chase Briscoe with the Toyota onboard cam today.
Still outside, 35, still close that gap.
Where's Suarez? Suarez is not in the top 20 either.
Daytona, but left there under a cloud. It was found at the NASCAR R&D Center on Tuesday that the way their rear spoiler was mounted did not meet NASCAR specifications.
35th.
So penalties
35th.
for points and money and suspension looming. Appeal likely.
See everybody. Whoa, Stenhouse slipped up there. You see everybody got those adjustments that Larry Max spoke of. Everybody's feeling better about the handling of their cars. They know what to expect now. Now you see them pushing even harder, 3 wide, 2 or 3 rows deep.
Yeah, and when the cars are packed together like this, sometimes it's the best time to make those passes and put yourself in a position to gain the most spots. So, you see SVG on the bottom right here. He went to the bottom, and middle and top lane stayed together, and he wound up losing some positions in that WeatherTech Chevrolet.
Whoa! Ty Gibbs has a
Christopher
close
Bell
call with his teammate.
almost
Bell
took out
20.
Ty Gibbs.
Well, those are the types of
398
checkups that we're
likes.
talking
Help us
about.
out.
And Ty just had a massive run, so there was obviously a checkup at some point from Christopher, and they just all but ran over each other right there.
Looking back from Eric Jones, the Advent Health Cam
Is the best super speedway driver in NASCAR today, Terry says.
Where he came so close to winning one of those Thursday duel races.
$50.
He is a very
NFL to NASCAR. Keep it up, CeeLo. Brian, man. Everybody tell Brian. Hold on a second. Let me pause this really quick so y'all can hear me. Everybody tell Brian, thank you so much. $50 super chat, Brian. You're awesome, man. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Brian. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Jones on the top side. Riley Herbst, the rookie, just ahead.
You live 30 minutes south.
Denny on the way to the front.
Let's go, Denny.
Up into the top 10. Joey Logano, Josh Berry, Austin Cindric. Those Penske cars continue to lead in Atlanta.
All right, so let's see here. Some PRN action.
Oh, in stage number 2, brought to you by Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen.
With Progressive customer service,
man.
there are
Commercial?
lots of...
What's up with that? All right. Crank it up.
Close up to you. Does not have a push, but close up to you. Front forward, clear.
400 likes. What's up, Surf Bum? +1 membership if you tell my kid Mikey to get off the game and watch the race. Yeah, Mikey. Come on, man. Watch CeeLo. Let's go.
Clear, 2 is not.
Yeah, watch out for Custer. Exactly.
Clear, 2 is not. 34, 1 back, wrap and bottom. Half back, wrap and bottom with help. Quarterback, nose inside of you. 2 does not have a push, but he's close to you. Your row's 2 odd on back.
Hit that subscribe, y'all. Hit that sub.
No one's fun around 4. Save it, save it.
We got a caution, it looks like. Caution. Caution on the track. Not sure what happened, but...
The shape and pounding the wall.
Really tough for him. When we come back, we'll see what this might do to pit strategy. From Atlanta, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
All right, everybody's at a commercial. What's the next race you're going camping at, CeeLo? Atlanta. Tom, Atlanta. We got 2 spots already. 2 spots. We're in the infield. 2 spots for Atlanta. Stacy's, thank you, CeeLo. You're welcome, Stacy. A yellow. Ty Dillon won. I don't know about that. But we'll find out what happened here as 82 laps. Caution on the 82nd lap here. We'll see what happened. Barry won stage 1. You're right. Yes, Barry won stage 1. Oh, it is Ty Dillon. Look at that.
My crew chief and engineer.
Ty Dillon with the wreck. A lot of wild stuff goes on. Ty Dillon doing Ty Dillon things. Possible flat tire.
In Atlanta, Ty Dillon turns 3 and 4. Having an issue and must have flats on the right side. That car will spin its tires, but it's not going anywhere.
Definitely damage on the right side.
Yeah, and you'll see right here the 10 car of Ty Dillon. He's sideways in the middle of the corner already when we pick him up.
I can't tell if the tire's already down at that point.
Yeah, you see the hood flap up right there, but it looks like the tire blew out and blew the fender off as he's skidding down the racetrack. So it looks like he just lost control of the car, spun out, and then as the tire blew, it blew the fender off the car.
Now here's why he's trying so hard to get going. If he can drive it back to pit road, they can make
Team Serpum goes with the 11. Oh, yeah. There we go. Serpum. Welcome to the 11 team, Serpum. Yes, sir.
But if they have to hook that car up to the wrecker, it has to be towed back to the garage.
Are you kidding me? Another commercial, Fox? You just got back from one.
Caution.
Oh, my gosh.
And, yeah, pit road can't be open right now, so we have to wait.
It's the NASCAR version of I fell down and I can't get up is what happened over there for Ty Dillon.
Fell down and couldn't get up.
Yes, it is. So right now his car is up on the hook as they drive it down pit road. And, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens with this. They're going to turn into the garage, and that calling crew.
He's sitting there, Goodyear marking his territory.
With the new DVP rules here at Atlanta, there is an 8-minute DVP clock. That's for repairs that happen on pit road. But new this year, it used to be if you couldn't do the repairs within the 8 minutes, you were out of the race. New this year, you can go back to the garage and work, not on a clock, but at your own time. Once you get the car repaired, you have 3 laps to make minimum speed. If you can do that, you can continue to race. So they can fix the car. We don't know what kind of action's going to happen here in the remaining 177 laps, Mark. So he literally just burnt off 3 laps.
You want to Talladega for the second time? Awesome, Roma.
Trying to fight off the inevitable.
Absolutely. Not quite sure what's going on there. We are just opening the second stage of the Ambetter Health 400 here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, brought to you on PRN by Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen, giving you the update on the big movers here early on here today. Danny Hamlin up 26 spots. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. plus 20. Carson Hocevar plus 19. Ty Gibbs plus 17. Ross Chastain has improved 15 positions. On the flip side, Zane Smith minus 25. Kyle Busch, who started in the top 10, has lost 21 positions. Austin Dillon and Chris Buescher have lost 20 apiece.
Mark, right now we have 76 laps to go here in Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen stage number 2. That is right on the edge of the Sunoco fuel window, and guess what? The crew chiefs know it. Joey Logano is leading them on the entrance to pit road. 45 miles per hour is what they have to go under caution around the apron in turns 3 and 4 before they see Wendy Venturini, Alan Cavana, and Brett McMillan. Again, if you want to gain spots, you can do that on pit road. The least amount of time you spend there dictates how much
exciting. You're right.
You were burning in that opening 24-lap run in stage number 2.
And this is when those good qualifying runs that give you pit openings come in handy. We saw pit road get kind of congested the first time. Let's go to Wendy Venturini.
Our leader, Joey Logano, said it's free out front, still feeling a little bit of the same as he felt in the first run. But the ride quality seems really good. And there was a fake by the over-the-wall tire guys because it's Sunoco fuel only for the 22, Alan Cavana.
Todd Gilliland drove himself back into the top 5. Sunoco fuel only for him, and Kyle Larson, who was pitted right behind him. Brett McMillan.
About 5 seconds of fuel for the number 2 car. Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace, fuel only for him
Shirley.
as well. Kyle
hit that super chat
He's
button. It looks like a $1 bill. Super chat button.
Needs to be freed up.
Or you can get Venmo or Cash App.
All right, so a race off of pit road right now as we'll go down to Wendy Venturini, let you know who got out there the fastest. Wendy?
Austin Dillon pulled into his stall directly behind Joey Logano, crossed over the line. The pit crew gave him the back up sign where Austin Dillon was trying to get fuel into the race car. Took some extra time for Austin Dillon. Had a lot of changes on his race car, but this just is another one that puts him a little bit further back in the pack.
Joey Logano, the first off of pit road, followed by Josh Berry, Alex Bowman, William Byron. Todd Gilliland was 5th. The rest of the top 10, Tyler Reddick, Austin Cindric, Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, and Bubba Wallace.
All right, so we'll see what happens here as Jay Reason for the NFL and CeeLo for NASCAR. It's the best 2 streaming sites. Thank you, Brian Allen. And once again, thank you again for the $50. I appreciate you, buddy. That's a lot. So thank you for so much for that. So Ty Dillon causes the Ty Dillon caution. It's like he had a tire, his right rear, and then trying to get out of there, it blew his right front tire as well. So he got stuck. So we're under caution. We'll have a restart here in stage 2. Looks like a BJ McLeod decided to stay out unless he pits here. Josh Berry, Alex Bowman, Austin Cindric, Tyler Reddick, Carson Hocevar, William Byron, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, and Chase Elliott. So there we go. So thank you guys so much for hanging with us today. We're at 415 on the likes. Let's see if we get to 500 on the likes, 500 as see if we get to 1K today. I don't know if we can get there, but maybe. We'll see. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Exactly. Miss Lee Diffie. We'll see him soon. Lamo Diffie. I didn't think I'd like him, but he really grew on me in the second half of the season. And I know everybody was getting tired of me saying Lawson. But thank you guys. The HBO Max, if you guys have HBO on your cable provider or whatever, HBO Max supplies cameras for free if you have an HBO subscription. It's under HBO Max streaming services under BR Sports. Go check them out. It's got every camera for every driver. It doesn't have a battle cam. It doesn't have an aerial cam. Unfortunately, we can't show that because it is a streaming service that people pay money to watch. So that's the trick key in there. And, you know, they would appreciate, even though I'm paying HBO Max, they wouldn't appreciate me showing it for free. So they want y'all to pay them to watch those cameras. So if you have HBO on your cable or whatever, make sure you go check them out. They're pretty good. You were listening to a little bit of it. I'll let you hear a little bit, but it's got the running order. It's got the, you know, the how fast they're going and all that stuff too on the top on the corner. But you're not entertained, so make sure you check that out. 801 on the stream, over a 900 now. Thank you guys for being here. Wow, it bumped up pretty good. HBO Mac, that's right, HBO Mac. It's Mac tonight. But thanks for being here. The ones that are just coming in, my name is CeeLo. On the Go at CeeLo is our YouTube channel. We love for you to be here. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. CeeLo knows I do. I try to help you guys be entertained as much for these NASCAR races. I know some of y'all don't have money to watch on cable, or you guys don't know about certain things. I'm trying to enhance your NASCAR experience every week. If you're watching us or you're not watching us, you have more options to check out everything. So thank you guys for being here. Trying to get to 500 likes on the chat. 500 likes. Go Bubba, Tom says. 11 with the penalty. Oh, he was just moving up too. Denny was just moving up. What's up with that?
Yep, got a Chevy and a Ford up front. Got that Mustang pace car. Lights are off as we watch Alex Bowman and Joey Logano in that front row. Todd Gilliland.
Didn't he get a penalty? I think so.
Of Josh Berry in row number 2. We are ready for a restart.
They're moving into the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Every car, happy owner, Echo Park Automotive. Green flag is back out. Josh Berry giving a push to Joey Logano. He'll lead that snarling pack past the wall.
What a start they got on the outside line, but then Logano has the air bubble push him ahead. Then he changes lanes to pick up the air off the nose of Alex Bowman.
Unlimited toppings and dominoes. Got 3. Nice.
Now Gilliland goes 3 wide.
Yep, we got 3 wide going into turn number 3 here. Todd Gilliland edges out of that group. He'll get side by side with the leader. Todd Gilliland trying to lead this lap off 4.
Todd Gilliland on the inside of Joey Logano. Alex Bowman pushing Logano. He's going to clear him out front for the lead here in Cheddar's stage number 2. Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen, your place for American classics like slow smoke, fall off the plate, baby back ribs, and bourbon glazed salmon at prices that won't break the bank. And don't forget the honey butter croissants. Cheddar's, get a lot for not a lot.
Joey Logano is cooking right now as he works into turn number 3, trying to hold off Todd Gilliland on the bottom. Alex Bowman now revving it up on the outside. He's getting a push right now from teammate William Byron to Byron's inside. Austin Cindric ramming and jamming on the back bumper of Todd Gilliland.
These runs don't last long. You go forward and backward, and Joey Logano's just done that as he goes and tries to block the top lane. Now Todd Gilliland pulls right next to him there. They're even for the lead.
Got Todd Gilliland side by side with the leader right now. Logano on the outside, Gilliland on the bottom. Right behind Gilliland, you find the number 2 car of Austin Cindric.
Joey's
That's the way
still
they're
the
going to
leader
race
here.
door to door off turn 4.
Side by side, still for the front. Every row at least 2 wide. Todd Gilliland on the inside of Logano, and Gilliland up to second right now as they head to 1.
Gilliland's going to have help from the 2 car of Austin Cindric there down to the inside line. Up top, Joey Logano pulls Alex Bowman, William Byron, and Kyle Larson. That's 3 Hendrick cars.
Todd Gilliland racing today as if this might be his chance to make the playoffs. How about a big win in Atlanta now? He gets shoved to the front. He'll try to hold on to that spot. Logano will drift back into second.
Here is Gilliland. He squeezes Joey Logano. They nearly make contact. Logano, though, holds the outside lane with Cindric pushing Gilliland to 1.
Gilliland sure thought about trying to clear him for the bottom to the top, but now they're even through turn number 2. Logano right on his right side door as they pull the whole field that's 2 and 3 wide behind them.
2 by 2 by 2. That's the way they race down the backstretch.
Thank you so much. Let's get the 500 likes.
A slight edge to Gilliland at the bottom of the racetrack as he gets about a half a car length out in front of Logano.
Gilliland needs just a little bit to clear Joey Logano, but if he doesn't do it in the corners, he's not going to do it off the corners. A little bit behind them, John Hunter Nemechek just took him 3 wide on the bottom.
And he is outside or just the back of the top 10. John Hunter Nemechek 3 wide with Carson Hosevar now. Riley Herbst up front. The leaders are still even. Logano and
out
Gilliland.
there, and we see
Here
that 34.
The help that maybe
yes, sir.
that Gilliland needed. He got a good shove from Cindric right behind him on the bottom of the racetrack. Maybe enough to clear Logano this time. Not going to happen.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. took him 3 wide at the exit of turn 2. He's door to door now with Chase Elliott as they try to break further into the top 10.
And they are about that top 10 spot or just outside of that. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is up high, and then you see Ryan Blaney and several others right down low as it is just that gaggle of cars not settling down, Pat.
Gilliland finally gets that lead. Logano's going to go down to the bottom and try to take it back from him now. Move the 22 to the bottom of the racetrack. Kind of chases Gilliland up the racetrack slightly.
Joey Logano tries to take Gilliland all the way to the outside retaining wall. Gilliland will have nothing to do with it. He's got the advantage on Logano on the outside.
And Gilliland has help from Alex Bowman, William Byron, and Kyle Larson up high. Now Logano's lined up with the Ford of Austin Cindric, the Toyota of Bubba Wallace, but those lines are even again there down the back straight.
2/3 of the field side by side as they work down into turn number 3. Logano with an edge out in front of Gilliland. Right behind him, Cindric and Bowman. Behind him, you got Bubba Wallace working with William Byron.
Todd Gilliland has led this race 4 times, but now for just 6 laps, he's able to get the lead. He's had a hard time holding on to it.
And Joey Logano in turn 1 noses ahead of them. Then Gilliland, whose car's revved up higher on the top line, pulls even. But Logano has a big push from Austin Cindric, who's going to surge out of the backstretch.
This racing today really reminds me of the first time we came here, and this track was repaved and rebanked. Logano now out front. Yep. He's got a car length on the second off of 4.
He got a huge shove from his teammate Austin Cindric. Now it's Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Todd Gilliland, Alex Bowman all single file.
And Gilliland gave Cindric a big push right to the rear bumper of Joey Logano. They had to back off a little bit so they didn't wreck as they are getting feisty up here, but the top 3 cars, Logano, Cindric, and Gilliland, have broken away.
A little further behind him, Bubba Wallace is back to his tricks again, trying to figure out how to work his way to the front. Carson Hosevar right behind him, right behind the 23. They're trying to work their way back to the front.
Ryan Blaney now on the back bumper of Hosevar. They're trying to build some momentum on the bottom. Bubba Wallace draws even with 4th place, Alex Bowman.
And that is a battle for about the 5th, 6th position. I just saw Christopher Bell make a wide, 3-wide move there in turns 3 and 4 to gain spots up to about the 12th position. But up front, it's Logano and Cindric, 2 cars that are out front.
Yeah, you drift back in the field a little bit, back where Riley Herbst is at and Brad Keselowski in that group, and there's nothing to describe that any better than the word sketchy. And it really has been sketchy back there for those cars.
Todd Gilliland was able to dive down to the bottom while Joey Logano leads him by himself out front. Gilliland now on the inside of Austin Cindric.
And now, but Logano's gotten back in front of him as these lines just keep rubber banding back and forth there. But Todd Gilliland gets a nose ahead out of turn 2 with help from Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, Bubba has worked his way right back to where he wants to. Now he's going to shove Gilliland. Well, actually kind of backs off of Gilliland's car. Doesn't give him any help trying to work against Logano all 4.
These stage races, I like them. They're fine.
And the lone Toyota of Bubba Wallace in the top 10. Wallace still driving hard, still wanting to take the lead. Moves beside the second place running Austin Cindric.
And Wallace is a second car line down low, followed by the 77 of Carson Hocevar. Todd Gilliland has a nose in front of Joey Logano, who has extra help from Austin Cindric.
Again, top 10 cars all side by side. Actually, the top almost 20 cars side by side.
You're welcome,
Logano
Venom.
Now bottom of the racetrack.
Thank you,
and
sir.
He has the lead.
Appreciate it, Venom. Thanks for popping in.
Joey Logano out front. Bubba Wallace has been very aggressive. He's dropped back a little bit, hopes to get back to the back bumper of fellow Coca-Cola racing driver Logano. We have 59 laps to go in stage number 2 here at Atlanta.
All right, 100 laps complete, 101 laps complete of 260, 41 laps complete of stage 2 of 41 of 100 laps in stage 2. And Logano, Cindric, it's been the Penske, and then Todd Gilliland has been there. I've added the members. I got rid of the 3 since we've already used it, and I changed it to the 34. So if you want to refresh your stream, you'll have the 34 as your emoji now for the 3. So thank you guys for being here so much. And speaking of the 34, let's ride along with Todd Gilliland.
And then a couple numbers tight, center exit.
Under caution? We're under caution. Jeez. Eric Jones spins. Okay, so much for that. Eric Jones spun out. So caution number 3.
Sorting things out off of turn 2. Jones went sideways, couldn't save it on the skid pad there, and nailed the inside
like
wall.
a flat tire for him too.
Scene, and Jones is
left
trying to
rear
drive
tire.
that car by himself, but something is, of course, badly wounded on the machine. He's crab walking there down the banking, trying to creep to pit road.
So you have 2 cars,
Hit that
one piece
subscribe
of real
right
estate.
here.
Chris Buescher, Eric Jones get together. Eric Jones gets the worst of it.
Wendy Venturini, do you have an update?
Yeah, it's just listening to radio chatter when these cautions come out. It was just as we went to commercial break here on PRN. But according to radio communication, trying to fill the drivers in, the one of Ross Chastain tried to fill a hole. That was the communication by Riley Herbst's team in the 35. And result of that caused Eric Jones to go spinning around.
Thank
Eric
you, Wendy. It looks like
Jones.
Ross
And then he blew
Chastain
that
hit past
tire.
him, and I'm honestly not sure, Mark, if Eric Jones didn't get tagged by his teammate, John Hunter Nemechek.
That's what I was thinking
again,
too.
The angle, the original angle, it looked like Chris Buescher, but Ross Chastain was way ahead of that when that deal went down.
Let's
Yeah, it
listen
looks
in
like
here.
Eric Jones' car is going to go back to the
He was
garage
in
again.
trouble.
They
You
can
see
make
Riley
repairs.
Herbst move up the racetrack, had to lift a little bit, and it was kind of right in his lap. He had to avoid it, move down, and unfortunately, Buescher was right there.
Yeah, and I almost think
It's either- I think it was Buescher more than that.
Momentum was going to carry
Did the
him
Braves
by
win?
the 17 car of Buescher, and just
Probably thought Herbst was going to hit the wall.
Yeah.
At the angle he was leaving exit.
Over, did the Braves win?
Well, let's ride with Eric Jones.
Still top of 3, now top of 2, 17 all the way to the bottom.
See how the car just headed right up the racetrack. He knew he was in trouble. Tried to
You need a
move around and
Silverado
avoid-
on that 9. That's
Unfortunately,
right.
Got himself wrecked. It can happen fast.
Ah, that sucks. Oh, it might have been Buescher. I think it was Buescher. Let's go 48, Mike D.
Great drafter. Does a great job on these super speedways. You can see him lifting right there. He's trying to get out of the way. Herbst is way off the pace.
Yeah.
Wrong place. at the
Buescher
wrong
tipped
time.
him.
Heard one big hit there, but does that car look badly damaged other than the 4 tires down?
I think you'll see it go to the garage and come back out.
Okay. So Eric Jones brings out the 3rd caution of the day here in Atlanta with
All right, commercial break.
called it directly. We got a great angle on that replay as to what happened with Eric Jones.
Again, Eric Jones coming out of turn 2, tried to squeeze inside Riley Herbst. Chris Buescher already there. Not a lot of
Get
contact.
yourself a racing rig and do some NASCAR race. I want to.
Yeah,
I would like to do
up
that.
on the hook right now, making
I
its
just
way
don't have
around
time.
the apron.
Swim
They'll take him
climb.
back to the garage. The window net's still up on Eric Jones' car. Now, normally when someone goes spinning, we want to see the window net drop down. The reason why the window net is up, he wants to go back to the garage. Now, under the new damaged vehicle policy rules, you can either be on a DVP clock on pit road, where here at Atlanta you would have 8 minutes to get repairs, 7 minutes at every other track, or you can go back to the garage. You can stay there as long as you need to get repairs. Come back on the track. You'll have 3 laps to get to minimum speed. If you cannot, your day is done. If you can, continue to race.
The problem for Eric Jones as he slammed the brakes on, trying not to hit the inside safer barrier, he blew the rear tires. And so now that car is just kind of square tiring and hopping its way on the end of the hook down towards the garage area. You know, I'm keeping an eye on Kyle Larson. Because Larson
got 24 hours each day like everyone else.
Win,
I do.
Obviously, but
I
a
do.
victory for him would
I
actually
work a full-time
be
job, man.
in 6 races on this reconfigured track, 5 DNFs, 29.8 is his.
I work a full-time job, plus try to do this for you guys during the week, trying to get prepared, and all weekend. Also, I got a family, lots of it. Gotta get my attention, everybody. So it's a lot, y'all. It's a lot.
Fuel to get them to the end. We do have some takers toward the back of the pack. Now we know the Cheddar Scratch Kitchen driver of Kyle Busch has a fast race car. They spent extended time on pit road during the stage 1 caution break. Kyle Busch is going to be the first one to lead them down to pit road. Let's see who else comes down. Wendy Venturini.
On my end of pit road, it looks like Austin Dillon's going to take advantage of this caution. He just could not get the entry figured out on his race car, struggling at that end to get outside of anyone. They originally were going to stay out, but they decided last second to come down, get 4 tires and Sunoco fuel. Alan Cavana.
Denny Hamlin started at the back of this field. Pit road penalty put him back there. They got 4 tires. Last time fueled, this time, Brett McMillan.
Kyle Busch has come in. He's got another chassis adjustment. He said he'd love to be able to run up the center line, but he can't do it at all. He got 4 tires and fuel to go with that chassis adjustment. Also in Zane Smith, he got tires and Sunoco fuel as well.
Just a little bit of a guess, maybe for Kyle Busch strategy-wise at the end of the second stage. Maybe they get to go gas only and hopefully pick up some track position there. We'll have to see because he just took on 4 fresh tires.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity. We're going to reset at least the top 20 cars. They were the ones that stayed out there on the field as they worked their way around under caution. All right, we're going to let them get back around to the start-finish line, and that way we can line them up. They'll be taking the 1 to go here this time. But Mark,
thank you guys for the kind words, buddy.
Some strategy here. They're going to run 55 laps now to the end of stage number 2. For those cars, it wasn't just fuel only, it was fuel and tires, and they could do that. They needed to take the opportunity to grab those tires, so now they can
Thank you, Eric, for subscribing, Eric.
But the
Thank
bigger
you so
question
much.
Here, we've already seen some
right
issues
up there,
on the
y'all. Trying to get to
racetrack.
30,100
so, if
today.
you're not going to take tires at the end of stage 2, Mark, at some point you're going to have to pay the piper and take them in stage 3 because you cannot go 155 laps on a set of tires right now.
Again, the idea for these guys in the back, try to find some way to leapfrog and then hopefully get on the same plan as everybody else at the very end of this race. We'll just have to see how it works out.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, could be some 2-tire calls. Let's give you a full field rundown brought to you by eBay. Swapping out your tires, there's nothing like it. With eBay, you'll find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay, things people love.
Joey Logano, the leader. Todd Gilliland, second. Third, Austin Cindric. Bubba Wallace,
I got you there,
fourth.
swim
Fifth,
climb.
Alex Bowman. Carson Hocevar is sixth. Seventh, William Byron. Ryan
you,
Blaney,
Patrick.
eighth. Ninth, Kyle Larson. Chase
You want to
Elliott
crank
is
it for
10th.
this?
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 11th, Josh Berry 12th, Tyler Reddick 13th, 14th, Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs is 15th, Ryan Preece 16th, 17th, Brad Keselowski, Ross Chastain running in 18th, 19th is Riley Herbst, John Hunter Nemechek is 20th.
21st is Chris Busher, Chase Briscoe, 22nd. Daniel Suarez, 23rd. 24th, Corey LaJoy. Shane Van Gisbergen up to 25th. 26th, Denny Hamlin. A.J. Allmendinger, 27th. Zane Smith, Kyle Busch, Noah Gragson. That's our top 30.
31st is Cody Ware, B.J. McLeod, 32nd. Austin Dillon, 33rd. Justin Haley, 34th. Cole Custer, 35th. J.J. Yaley, 36th. 37th, Michael McDowell. Off the track right now is Eric Jones. Ty Dillon back on minus 24 laps as Pat Patterson. They're getting ready to hit the Echo Park Automotive restart zone.
Yeah, almost there now. That Mustang pace car will head to the pit road. Joey Logano lined up right there.
We trade 3 pies to the face or burn the Hamlin hat.
53 laps to go here in stage number 2 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Green flag is waving again, and Austin Cindric with a big shove, trying to keep Joey Logano out front in the outside.
All right, we're going to crank it up for the start of the race here. Here we go. Crank it up.
Green. Connected to you. Connected to him. Still connected up top. Connected to you. Connected to him. Connected to you. You are clear. 40 is not. You are clear. 40 is not. 40 is clear. 40 is clear. Keep the 22. 48. Pushing you.
34 in the lead.
Tight to you. 22 tight to him. You 3 are clear. Conscious of your fuel here. 1 off. Half off him. 22 headlight up. 22 headlight down. 22 going bottom.
It's 1 lap right there.
He's got a full car link. He shoves him into turn 3. Logano takes the number 22 to the top spot. Right behind him is Cindric.
6 leaders, 19 lead changes. 7 of those belong to Joey Logano. He's back out front again for the 7th time this afternoon.
But Todd Gilliland makes a big move after a big push from Alex Bowman. Goes down low and now is going to scoop up almost in front of Logano, but Logano fights back on the outside.
Gilliland has a stout race car this afternoon. Right now, though, he can't outrun the 3 that are on the top side. He's going to slide back into that 4th position. Bubba Wallace is back there about to challenge for another spot.
Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Alex Bowman. Now Todd Gilliland, your top 3 as we go down to Brett
Athletics beat the
Ryan
Colorado
Blaney or
Rockies.
Paul Sinder's kind of been mired back in the pack for a
That's
while.
such Colorado
and he said
Rockies.
the car just isn't nearly as good in dirty air as it was in clean air. In fact, he says he keeps trying that lower lane. He thinks he could take it to the front if he could do it in clean air, but every time he goes down there, somebody else is down there with him, and he just can't get that clean air to move to the front. Meanwhile, Austin Cindric in a conversation with his crew chief during this last break, that's Brian Wilson, he said, you know, when I'm in traffic, the car is just a little bit snug. He goes, I just think if I get back stuck in traffic, we're going to have a problem with that. Well, the answer to him from Brian Wilson was, well, we don't plan on you getting stuck back in traffic.
Side by side, Tyler Reddick now with Bubba Wallace. They try to make to the good way to the front. Alex Bowman now shoots to the inside of teammate Kyle Larson, draws alongside Alex Bowman, William Byron, as now Bowman and Byron side by side for 4th and 1.
And side by side for 2nd place ahead of them, Todd Gilliland up high, Austin Cindric down low. Joey Logano's got an uncomfortable lead over his teammate and over Todd Gilliland there, but Logano's still the leader as the field catches him on the backstretch, Pat.
Yeah, trying to see if these Chevys can go up and dominate the front row. Right now, they have not had an opportunity to do that. Once again, Logano is right up there in the front, worst off of 4.
Logano pulling the inside line with Austin Cindric and Alex Bowman there, but they're pulling away from Bowman, who is now hung side by side with Todd Gilliland.
And that has allowed a 3-car length lead for Joey Logano and Austin Cindric. Maybe the biggest lead I've seen all weekend
like y'all
there.
Trying to get
is behind them. Alex Bowman and Todd Gilliland 2 wide, 10 rows back behind them.
Yeah, good call, Doug. That is the furthest I've seen them stretch the lead out, but it's not going to last very long. Bottom of the racetrack, you got Bowman trying to work the bottom. Top side
12 cap
is Todd
on
Gilliland to chase the top 2.
Last lap, Tyler Reddick, 3 wide, squeezed it up against the wall to gain positions. He's now on the back bumper of William Byron, heading to 1.
Right, for the 7th position there to the inside of Tyler Reddick, fellow dirt racer Kyle Larson, who's been in the conversation all day. And now Tyler Reddick goes 3 wide with Josh Berry and William Byron for the 5th spot.
Yeah, that is a 3 wide battle now. They'll back out of it just slightly here. Down at the bottom is Josh Berry. Up top side was Tyler Reddick. Reddick now will get side by side with Berry. That's the battle for the 7th and 8th spot.
The way moves are happening here, it's not bump drafting, it's slam drafting. You got to push someone forward hard. But those two leaders in Joey Logano and Cindric might be getting out front too far, Doug.
Trying something that hasn't been seen all weekend. Joey Logano and Austin Cindric about 3 or 4 car lengths ahead of a thrawling pack behind him. Alex Bowman leads the low line. Todd Gilliland leads him high.
That's why we go
funny,
back
we're
and
only
forth.
talking about maybe a 7-car
Farmer.
advantage, maybe 6 as they close it back up in turns 3 and 4. Bowman now about to catch back up to the lead duo.
3 wide. Chase Elliott drives to the bottom. Bubba Wallace caught in the middle. Byron on the outside. Now Byron is
Penske
shoved
cars
down
are
the
too
middle by
strong.
Carson Hocevar.
This is quite the battle here in the back of the top 10 as Carson Hocevar's 3 wide. Chase Elliott down low. Kyle Larson up high. Now Alex Bowman has joined the front-running Fords of Logano and Cindric out front.
Yeah, watching up the front now is once again Josh Berry trying to battle for that 4th spot against Todd Gilliland. Up top is Tyler Reddick. Reddick will pull down in front of William Byron.
Alex Bowman has joined the lead draft of Joey Logano and Austin Cindric. Behind him, side by side for 4th, it's Josh Berry on the inside of Gilliland.
And Gilliland's getting a push from Tyler Reddick. Bubba Wallace is pushing Berry. Behind Berry is Carson Hocevar there as they are all working hard trying to find a way to catch the top 3.
Yeah, that battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th is occupied by about 7 different cars, all of them jockeying for position halfway through 3 and 4. Josh Berry trying to close the distance to hold that 4th spot.
Let's go down to Wendy Venturini.
Just a moment ago, we heard from Joey Logano himself, deep in the middle of the pack, right? Leading this pack. Right behind him, his teammate Austin Cindric. He said, I need Austin's help in blocking lane 2. I cannot see them coming. I can't predict when that lane's going to come right up. So they're communicating via spotters on top of the racetrack, talking to Austin Cindric's spotter, communicating back and forth that Joey Logano needs a little help blocking lane 2 when they come up.
He's going to need a lot of help because Austin Cindric behind Logano, then Alex
Bowman. He's been for 47 of 117 laps.
Yeah, and it's very unique right now.
All right, so
2 and 48, then a gap of 3 to the 21.
It's very unique right now that you're seeing.
I've heard that before. Blaney complaining about Cindric not doing his thing behind him.
You talk about the first 3. Now there's 4. Josh Berry back in the mix with that 21 car.
2-time Atlanta winner Joey Logano.
It's a good block by Josh
2
Berry.
more likes to 500, y'all. 500 likes.
Kept his position.
500.
Wallace Hocevar with Reddick, Elliott, Byron, and Larson in that second group.
These runs, these big monster runs we talk about, they keep getting there. They've always been there, but the blocks, I'm starting to see a lot more blocks, and we know what that means.
That was Harry. Single file.
120 laps is what we're working out of 260 in Atlanta with Joey Logano out front.
All right. So when I was at the 500, when Austin Cindric actually won the race there, when I was there for that, the Daytona 500, Ryan Blaney was complaining that Cindric was not getting behind him enough. And I was swapping back and forth in the scanners, and Ryan was screaming about Austin Cindric. Cindric was screaming about Ryan Blaney. So that's not the first time I've ever heard of that there, but let's see here. What PRN's doing?
And Hocevar from Atlanta. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Okay, well they're going off too. So we got 2 that are commercial. Let's listen in to Austin Cindric.
Behind. 21 just got to the right rear of the 77. First 2 clear behind you. Square behind. Half and half. Square behind.
The video sucks.
1 then 1. 2 wide behind the 34. 1 then 1. Even behind the 34. Hendrick Camp behind the 77. 77 just got
The same nose piece and tail on all the cars.
First 3 clear behind you. 2 wide behind the 77. It goes 48, 34, then 77, then 2 wide now. Square behind 48. Square behind 48.
Chris, the funny thing is that after the race is over, they'll take their stuff down and I'll still be up getting all the views that they don't get. So I'll be out there advertising what I do and the others won't. So thank you much, Chris.
2. First 2 still clear. 5 working the top. 77 working the bottom. 2 then 2 behind. 1 then 2. 1 then 2, then 3. First 2 clear. 48, 34. 34 is soft by 4 to 2 wide. You're coming to 35 to go.
Chris, I'm sorry.
1 then
See
3.
you later.
1 then 2. Bottom closer behind 34. 77 did not get clear doing that. 1 then 2.
Joey Logano leads Austin Cindric. Alex Bowman is third. Todd Gilliland is fourth. Fifth is Kyle Larson. Carson Hocevar is sixth. Bubba Wallace up to seventh. Josh Berry eighth. Chase Elliott is ninth. 10th is William Byron.
Let's go down to Wendy Venturini.
Joey Logano is very high on the communication side, leading this pack. He wanted to know if his fuel was good. They said, yes, you're good to the end of the stage. He's a little bit too loose right now, but Joey gave some interesting feedback to the team. He said, if we start playing any kind of games, it's going to make this car uncontrollable. I'm just going to hold put where I am to the end of the stage.
Every driver is for themselves. You're right, James.
Watching the progress of Kyle Busch, he pitted under that last yellow, took on 4 tires.
Where's Brad? Keselowski is in P13.
Way up to 14th, and he just took him 3 wide for the second time in the last 3 laps. So that car, obviously, with those Goodyear sticker tires, handling very well, and Kyle's moving his way back to the front again.
You know, I want to talk to our turn announcers. Again, the top 4 single file, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Alex Bowman, Todd Gilliland, but it is a hornet's nest behind them. When we talk about the action up front, that's because there's action up front, but literally throughout the entire field, and they are so close they don't even occupy the front straightaway. That's how close they are together. But Doug Turnbull, what are some of the observations you might have from 1 and 2?
It seems like there's a lot of grip out here because drivers are 3 wide and ragged. The ones that qualified in the back, like Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin, they've been making some daring moves trying to get position. And then once you get up to about the top 5 or so, it settles out just a little bit, at least for right now. They can kind of ride. It seems like the top 5 cars are the most elite. A lot of everybody else is within the same half a tenth of each other, and they're making a lot of desperate moves out there, but doing it with a lot of acuity.
I'm sure he had to lift because the front end probably took off up the racetrack and to keep it from going all the way up into another car or into the wall.
That subscribe, hit that like for us.
Kyle Busch to his
Denny
inside.
P20 there. Denny Hamlin.
And let's go on board
and Ty Gibbs riding side by side.
With Ford Performance Cam and Foot Cam.
Well, this is what you want. You want to have your foot just mashed on the gas pedal.
Thank you,
right
Patrick.
there and just go ahead and hold her down because we're leading this race. And that's the difference between being in the middle of the pack and when we get later into this scenario where he has to deal with some people or traffic or anything like that. And you see his left foot dangling right there. You do not want to touch the brake pedal at all. If your foot is resting on that brake pedal, it can give you a 4 or 5% brake pressure, or 40 or 50 pounds of brake pressure, and that'll actually slow the car down.
Chevys.
So you have to make a conscious effort to keep your foot off the pad of that pedal. I used to actually grind the bottom of my shoe off so that my shoe was thinner so that I could feel that pedal. That was one of the adjustments that I had to make in this car because that brake pedal is so sensitive and a mandated part.
Now, back in the days of carburetors, you would keep your foot on the floor and slow your car with the brake if need be, so to not go part throttle and lean out the engine. What about now with these electronic fuel injection and managed engines?
Well, you don't worry about it. Yeah,
Okay. That's exactly right.
That was my question.
Because it would lean them out.
That's
when
right.
you part throttle, it would lean it out and
With a
burn
carburetor.
piston.
Yep.
With the old way of a carburetor. But back here with these big runs, that's where they get these monster aggressive runs and have to slow down.
You'd be okay with a Bowman win, Terry?
Yes, listen to Keselowski here.
With you up top here with 47.
You hear him starting to breathe the throttle. Now watch this run as he approaches these cars getting into one.
Yeah, and these cars had to check up, and that bottom lane is off the pace. So
halfway through stage 2.
Massive run, but you hear him lift all the way out of the throttle there, getting in the corner, and that's to set those front tires or put your car in a position or give it some space in front of you to get some air on the front of that car to make sure that those tires are going to turn and you lose the least amount of time. But that buildsubmarines.com inboard really gives us a lot of intel into what you need to do from the driver's compartment to get the front end of that race car to work.
And look at the cars fan out, trying to keep that clean air on him. As you were watching that in-car there, the cars in front of him, Elliott, everybody, just totally fan out to try to keep some clean air on the nose so it'll turn.
Joey Logano and Austin Cindric are edging away from the field. They have half a second.
All right. Knew that commercial was coming when someone said, here we go with the split screen. The rat farmer. So everybody's cable or channel is quicker or slower than everybody, but the PRN is the PRN radio is about a lap ahead of the Fox broadcast audio.
Get back out to avoid losing a lap. We'll see what the team does right now. The right rear tire is on there. He's on and off pit road.
Todd Gilliland. Oh no, he's smoking.
Yeah, and he'll have to start at the tail of the field anyway because he came in when pit road was closed and was definitely speeding through the apron in 3 and 4 under caution. That is our 4th caution. We have 25 laps to go here in stage number 2 at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Boring, not enough horsepower. All right, so it looks like Todd Gilliland blew a tire. And man, he was strong all day. That's going to be tough for him. The Dream Machine. And guess what? McDowell gets his another lap back. There you go. His former teammate. So Todd Gilliland blows a right rear tire, it looks like, and he's was in the pits getting that fixed. But there is a caution due to debris on the track with 26 laps to go. Wheel came off. Look at that. There was no tire left. Oh, crazy stuff. So Logano, Cindric, Bowman, Hocevar. And then we got Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, William Byron, Chase Elliott, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Josh Berry in 11th, Brad Keselowski 12th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 13th, Kyle Busch 14th, 15th, Christopher Bell, Ross Chastain 16th, Noah Gragson 17th, 18th, Chase Briscoe, 19th, Denny Hamlin, and 20th, Corey LaJoie. So there's your top 20. And we'll see if anybody pits or not. But how many stages of the race? This is the second stage. How much does $10 can I watch the whole race? We don't charge people to watch. No, we don't do that here. We don't show the broadcast. We've never shown the broadcast. If you've been on our streams before and you've seen video, it's because we've had cams that were free. Now this year for NASCAR Cup Series, we don't have any cams that are free. And they used to be free on the NASCAR.com website. They are no longer. So we go back to the old school way of doing things.
Car news without a restrictor plate, it's PRN's Garage Pass. For the station near you, check us out at GoPRN.
PRN Garage Pass. Are you no longer allowed to show track cameras yet? Well, they're not available anymore. And the only thing available on Sundays is HBO Max, and they don't have track cameras. They just have the in-car cameras.
Not to prove on the road courses with this next-gen car, but
Steeler, do you see a pattern every time we go to a break or commercial? There's a caution. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Outstanding. That's JC's Garage.
Yeah, I can
stream you find
MRN. Yeah, that's free. At least Todd Gilliland got out of the way there. At least
Welcome
he got
back
out
to
of the
Atlanta
way.
Motor Speedway. A lot of the front runners
losing 2 laps, which that is detrimental to everything that you do because you're not eligible for the lucky dog until all the other guys that are lapped down, which we don't.
Thank you so
have
much,
that
RJ.
scenario, but if you did, you would not want to be 2 laps down.
He will be the only car 1 lap down when we resume. Now, the difference is real for race fans here at Atlanta Motor Speedway as Chipotle hosted Camper Appreciation Night.
Camper Appreciation Night.
Ryan Blaney stopped by to roll burritos.
Front, he would do a lot better, but right now they're going to make those adjustments and get 4 tires Sunoco fuel. Alan Cavana.
It's interesting to see who's on and who's off pit road. Kyle Larson chose not to come down. His teammate Chase Elliott did, as did the 45 of Tyler Reddick, looking for fuel stops and any adjustments that they can make right now, Brett McMillan.
Cole Custer came in. He's getting the right side tires on already. Now they're running the left side. They're making a 4-tire change for him. Also, the 54 car of Ty Gibbs came in. He also got a full tank of Sunoco fuel and tires.
So Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick led him on pit road.
Thank you so much, Martin.
As they work their way back up behind the pack.
Right now we have 23 laps to go. When we come back, we'll reset the field. This is going to be a heck of a run to the green and white checkered flag here in Cheddar's stage number 2.
If you turned 65 recently like me.
All right, Fox is doing the pit stops now. They're a little behind.
Chase Elliott is the first to pit from 9th position. We'll recap when we come back. We're under
so much for that. Another commercial. All right. So under caution, restart coming up here in stage 2, 137 laps of 260 complete, 77 laps of 100 in stage 2 complete. And we are at 542 likes. Let's see if we can get to 600 likes, y'all. Hit that sub as well. We're almost to 30,100. We've had a great day, and the pies are be waiting for you guys at the end of the race. MRN works for me better than the TV, and the chat is fun. Yes, right, Kenneth. We have the best chat, UT chat, on the thing. NASCAR races, what just happened? I don't know. Well, we had to go to commercial. Everybody went to commercial. So, Todd Gilliland blew a right rear tire. Luckily, he got out of the way, and there was debris all over the track, so they called a caution. Everybody came in and pit. And Logano, Cindric, Bowman, Carson, Hocevar, Larson. Look at Larson in P5. Blaney up at P6. William Byron, P7. Does it show pits in and out? Let's see. Let's see. Does it show pit stops in and out on this thing? Times led. Doesn't say where they came in or where they came out. There's a lot of information on this raw feed compared to last year. But who was involved? Just Todd Gilliland. He blew a right-hand tire there. All right.
And Larson is certainly one of those cars.
Trouble coming out of turn 4. Hamlin is sideways.
Doing their thing too as well. So see what happens with these two Penske cars. And then there's Alex Bowman, the showman in P3. The commercials are crazy. You're right. I'm starting to think NASCAR is better than baseball. You're welcome, Rodney. Appreciate it. I used to go for Ty Gibbs, but my dad told me at Dale Earnhardt Jr. train Josh Berry how to drive. That's pretty cool. MRN phone app. Yes, you can look on the MRN. PRN is actually PRN this weekend. It's not MRN. 550 likes, almost to 600, y'all. You're awesome, y'all. Where's Kyle? Rowdy is in P12. Rowdy's in P12. We're just waiting on everybody's at a commercial right now, so we don't show commercials either. Bad Brad is in 11th. I want the Cup Series to be on the CW over Fox. Might be a while before that happens. Might be a bit before that happens.
Laps to go in stage number 2, again brought to you by Cheddar's. Joey Logano is the leader, Austin Cindric second, Alex Bowman third, Carson Hocevar fourth, Kyle Larson fifth, Ryan Blaney sixth, William Byron seventh, Bubba Wallace eighth, ninth Josh Berry with Brad Keselowski 10th.
Everyone's
Ricky
a Ty Gibbs
Jr.
fan
11th,
12th is Kyle Busch, Noah
training.
Gragson 13th, Denny Hamlin 14th, Zane Smith 15th, Chase Elliott the first car to come
Welcome,
on pit
Martin.
road in the Napa number 9. He is 16th, 17th is Tyler Reddick, Corey LaJoie 18th, 19th Austin Dillon, Ross Chastain 20th.
As we get set to restart the race on the inside line, the Team Penske Fords of Joey Logano and Austin Cindric. On the outside, the Hendrick Motorsports Chevys of Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson. They're our first 2 rows as they now head into the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. We're about to get underway and finish stage number 2. 20 laps to go. Green flag's out. Austin Cindric pushing hard on the back bumper of Joey Logano.
And that inside lane gets the advance there. Logano gets clear of both lines now, but Hendrick is hung up next to Alex Bowman, who's getting a big shove for his Hendrick Motorsports teammate, Kyle Larson, on the outside line. The field coming up to speed through turn 2 as Ross Chastain to the back of the pack takes a 3 wide.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Can we actually get a Chevy to the lead here? They've got their best opportunity they've
That
had all
12
day.
hat on.
Right
Look
now,
at where
it is
your
Chevy,
hero is.
Ford, locked
You
together
killing
off
Denny,
of turn
brother. I
4.
know,
High
man.
side has had momentum all weekend long. Does it continue? Alex Bowman will have the advantage coming off the high side. He now leads the Ambetter Health 400.
But Joey Logano gets a surge on the low line, now past Alex Bowman on the bottom side there. Move Logano just a nose ahead of Bowman, but Bowman's going to take the momentum off the top side and down the back straight away.
2 by 2 by 2, the top 10 cars, that's the way they run. Logano on the bottom. He gets a good shove from Austin
Very
Cindric.
ahead of
Is
Fox.
it enough to get around Bowman?
Like 2 laps.
They'll stay side by side all 4.
Bowman has become the 7th different leader, and the 20th lead change comes from him as they come to the line again. barely holding off Joey Logano as they go back to one.
And this was key. Alex Bowman almost got clear of the inside line of Logano, but Logano got a big push into turn one. Now pulls even with it there, and they're going to drag down the back straightaway, but they're not on each other's doors.
Kyle Larson trying to help his teammate as best he can, locked in there on the top side with his teammate up front. Logano, though, about to get another shot from Cindric at the bottom.
The energy building. They're coming to 17 to go in stage number 2. Alex Bowman on the outside of Joey Logano. Literally, it's photo finish right there at the line as they head to 1.
And the lights are on at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The wick is turned up at the end of stage 2 here. Joey Logano has gotten clear of both lines here, and now Austin Cindric next to Alex Bowman for second.
What a great corner that was for Logano as he moved right out in front of this group. He is out in front of both lines right now, front and center. Logano with the lead off of turn number 4.
8th time Logano has gone out front. 16 laps to go in stage number 2. Bowman fighting back on the outside, again with drafting help from Kyle Larson.
And he got a great push from Larson there, as now he's going to pull up even with Logano's right rear quarter panel there, but Austin Cindric comes up to Logano's rear bumper and pushes a 22 of Logano ahead.
Logano by a car length now pulls both lanes down into turn number 3. Right behind him is Austin Cindric, and Austin Cindric to the right is Alex Bowman. Those cars lined up and race all 4.
This is a big flex from Joey Logano and Austin Cindric, showing that they can hold the lead on the bottom of the racetrack, and they're doing just that as they go to 1.
Indeed they do. Joey Logano pulls down in front of Austin Cindric, but a half a lane up to keep Alex Bowman behind. Kyle Larson, Bowman's teammate, has pulled off of his rear bumper there. Carson Hocevar has now entered the top 6.
And Kyle Larson, which runs right behind his teammate, just can't get to the bumper of Bowman to give him any help whatsoever. He stays in that 3rd spot all 4.
Here's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. driving right down the middle of Josh Berry and William Byron, and now Chase Elliott, after the pit stop, has come from the back of the pack. He's back in the top 10.
Just in the back of that with Tyler Reddick right next to him. Let's look at Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He was going right up the middle, 3 wide. Josh Berry down low, Ryan Blaney up high. Joey Logano still leads a few rows ahead.
Man, that is some exciting racing back there in 5th, 6th, 7th. They're stacking them up 3 wide down here in 3 and 4. Ryan Blaney to the outside, trying to make up some ground.
3 wide battle for 2nd. It's a 3 wide battle for 5th. Ryan Blaney on the outside of Kyle Larson. Bubba Wallace making moves on the inside.
They're going to have to settle it out into turn number 1. They stay 3 wide for 5th spot. Ryan Blaney up high, Larson in the middle, Bubba Wallace down low. Alex Bowman's gotten a big push from Carson Hocevar, and it's even with Logano for the lead.
3 wide on a 1.5-mile racetrack, man, only happens here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. That's the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th now. Those cars trying to sort it out all 4.
Here's a name we haven't been talking about. What's going on with Chase Briscoe? He drives hard to the inside of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's in the top 10 for the first time today.
And you can't miss that neon orange Bass Pro Shots machine there, right at the fringe of the top 10. Up front, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, and Alex Bowman have gotten 3 of the pack. 2 wide for 4th place. Kyle Larson down low, Carson Hocevar up high.
Things have sorted out a bit up front. It is Austin Cindric pushing Joey Logano. That's 1st and 2nd. Then you've got Bowman. Then you'll find Kyle Larson. Bubba Wallace trying to fight it out for 5th.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. got into Chase Briscoe. They still run. Chase Elliott gets into the outside. Retaining wall. Chase Elliott is spinning right now. He got tagged by the number 6 car of Brad Keselowski. Corey LaJoie got a piece of that. We're under caution for the 5th time here. Heavy damage to the left front of Chase Elliott. Brad Keselowski with damage as well. And also Corey LaJoie in that one.
That problem happened actually started at the exit of turn 4. It was 3 wide, but Chase Elliott got squeezed into the safer barrier. He tried to slow down, get his car under control. They came and grabbed him from behind. Let's go to Alan Cavana.
Just listening on the radio quick, it says, yeah, he got tagged by somebody and bent a toe link. Chase Elliott said he couldn't steer it after that. Sounds like they're going to go to the garage. I'm just listening right now to crew chief Alan Gustafson. They're going to go behind pit road and try to fix it.
It was Recky.
Maybe make a stop on pit road first.
It was Recky.
They're trying to figure that out, Wendy Venturini.
Chase Elliott's just come to a stop here almost in turn 2. He can barely drive it before we get to Wendy, so I don't know that he's going to make it to pit road there. He's in
who got into somebody else.
As he's just creeping by right in front of me now, Wendy Venturini.
That started half a lap prior when Chase Elliott had contact.
Ricky strikes again.
And then
no,
Brad Keselowski
Wally.
had nowhere to go.
Let's see what happened in front of Elliott. It was around Stenhouse. I don't know. Him and Briscoe
blew another tire.
Were in front of him. I need
LaJoie
to see
as
the replay
well.
There. Something happened in front of Elliott around Stenhouse.
Not my dark horse.
Briscoe and Stenhouse may have had contact that precipitated
And I want
this.
to, someone spoke up for the first time, and I did not forget you. I'm going to read it here in just a second, Lisa Lee. We thank you for watching.
Georgia in the field, and there is Brad Keselowski with the window net down on his BuildSubmarines.com Ford.
Okay, here we go. Look around here. You see them 3 wide. Briscoe, Stenhouse are on the bottom.
Did Stenhouse blow a tire? He got into chase.
The car right there of Ryan.
He got into
Blaney
chase.
and when
Or Briscoe, and then hit the other chase.
Contact, the 19 and 47 got together and it shot.
First time watcher BSBNGJG. Thanks for watching as well. I just cannot right now. Oh, Ricky!
Elliott bounced off the wall, tire going down, couldn't contain it. Corey LaJoie spins and hits the wall, and Keselowski wrecks.
Yeah, it looked like the right rear toe link was
Ricky Stenhouse
on the 9.
You can see it's just steering the car all over the place.
Oh.
Right rear's turned sideways.
Keselowski had nowhere to go.
Nothing he could do about that. The 47, the contact there came up in
Stenhouse
front of him.
just wrecked Elliott.
Complete reaction.
Thank you, Cody Webb, for subscribing. Up there, y'all. Hit that sub.
Oh. Look how far it moved his helmet down.
From Tyler Reddick.
Thank you, BS. Appreciate it for subscribing. Thank you so much.
I mean, even further than the 47, the 12 kind of came down.
They did take Chase out. Ricky took Chase out.
That's after the 12 had come down right there, but the 47 was coming down the racetrack to, and at the same time, the 12 was coming down the hill.
Wolf said he's glad he's not at the track.
Unfortunately, Ride in Chase Elliott's lap.
Grand Rapids, what's up, Jason?
Chase Elliott's radio.
The 47 put us in the f***ing wall. Sounds about right. Bent that toe link and I couldn't get it straight. The 47 got us in the left rear there. I don't know if he got pushed up the hill or what.
That's hilarious.
Cool, the spotter was most of that transmission. And for Brad Keselowski, it's 2 weeks in a row ending up on the hook with a
sounds about right. He
We're
said
gonna have a great graphic next week, and
that's
hilarious.
I think
even next week is kind of one of those wild card races. Going to 2 super speedways and a road course the first 3 weeks. But when we
sounds
get to
about
Phoenix
right,
and they reset these points, we're gonna have to find the back of the garage.
Wreck House always calls the excuse of a driver.
And that's the worst place in the world to start the season.
Let me read this. Lisa Lee.
From the accident scene,
really quick. Lisa Lee said, "Well, crap! I commented for the first time after watching 2 seasons and brought my driver bad luck." Lisa Lee, thank you so much for commenting for the first time. And let's go back to when she said it eventually here. I want to say I always like to recognize some people that have never spoke up before. But we're going to commercial break anyway. Lisa Lee Susilo, been watching you for a couple seasons and enjoy your show. I'm a 42-year-old NASCAR fan. Hendrick drivers are my favorite, but I like several drivers. First time commenting. Thank you, Lisa Lee, for speaking up. We appreciate you being here. Thank you, all the new subscribers today. We appreciate you.
Take a torch and cut it out, but no question, if that's the only major damage they have, they can easily get him back out there. You see, put a new one in there, put the bolts back in, and go back racing.
I think you're spot on there, and I think they're going to do it on pit road. I don't even think they're going to do it in the garage area. They're going to stay on pit road, get this fixed, and maybe take a chance to get back out there. Got to meet minimum speed under green, and once they do that and accomplish that, they'll be fine.
And they have an 8-minute
Stenhouse is the best. It's your boy, Samson.
Vehicle policy clock, 8 minutes here.
That's your boy.
Next, a minute added. It was 7 minutes because of that long extra pit road, and they have to complete repair within that time, get back on track, or go to the garage where they can continue to work on it.
I like this adjustment. That rule needed to be done.
Well, I'm glad you found us.
People have DNFs last year.
We have a good time here.
Tire, one of those toe links being bent or broke, take them out of the race.
Joey Logano out front. He's led 78 laps.
Awesome, Ruth. Thanks for watching us.
Most laps led on drafting tracks among active drivers. Fox has all your motorsports covered, all your favorites. Here's a look at what's around the turn. Next Sunday, Fox's inaugural NTT IndyCar race from St. Pete, 12 Eastern, followed by our coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
I thought it was at 3:30.
At 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's all on Fox. Then the NHRA
it starts at 3:30
with Nitro Finals action from Gainesville, Florida, March 9th on FS1.
It's a lot of racing, Mike.
It is, and all on Fox Family of Networks. So 7 to go in stage 2.
Next Sunday,
the final stage, like this one, will be 100 laps.
Not be able to do it yet. I'll let you guys know this week.
Do we want the track position when we get done with this stage?
This is going to be all over the place. I promise you. We're going to go back racing with less than 5
I can drive better than a Rick House.
Your leaders up there, Logano, Cindric, Bowman, Larson.
I'm going to have to get off here before I type what I'm saying right now. See how you beat.
I'm coming right now, whether I pitted a while ago or not. I'm putting 4 tires on. I'm filling it up with fuel.
4 tires, baby. Sunoco.
Thanks, Larry. Now, of the cars,
Coley, you said you're going to give me some 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles and some nice full can of Sunoco. Fill it up and let's go racing, boys.
In 10th, Tyler Reddick in 11th. Todd Gilliland in 17th.
Thank you so much, Terry.
Ross Chastain and Christopher Bell also in the top 20 with.
Where's the 21? All right, let's see.
Whereas
he's a top 10, T-Van.
Last on pit road almost 70 laps ago.
Oh, we're about to pit. He's pitting, so that's going to change.
Boy, oh boy, that's a lot of cars, Clint, for Logano and Cindric and those guys.
We'll be shocked if McDowell can get back into contention in this race.
Most of them come to pit road. So
Pat Barker, thanks for subbing. Appreciate you, Pat Barker.
17 laps ago, he is one of those coming in.
Awesome.
7 laps to go in stage 2. There will be a green flag shootout to the green and white checkered flag. We're under caution. The 5th of the day for Chase Elliott.
All right.
That right rear looking nice and secure. Alan Cavana is heading back to the infield care center. Brad Keselowski was transported there. His car cannot continue.
They just showed
but
a kid like
2 laps down is not an ideal situation as we're getting closer and closer to the 3rd and final stage of this race. But if that car is rolling straight and they have some time to work it on pit road to maybe fix something else that might be bent, all might not be lost for Chase Elliott. Let's go to Alan Cavana.
And that's the attitude of crew chief Alan Gustafson, Brad. He says, look, we're only a few laps down.
Jose's
Maybe
got
we
Bubba.
can get some wave rounds. And that's what they wanted to figure out with the 9 car.
Explain the different stages mean. They just cut them in half.
So either you
1,
have to
2,
fix that, the toe,
the 3rd stage.
or let me come down pit road and re-index my wheel. So, you know, what's straight on the wheel is straight with the race car. So they're assessing that now.
I hope not, because
this Chase
Elliott
still left for the 9 crew. If they can get some laps back, they're only 2 down.
Well, guys, I just took a look. Stenhouse didn't cause it. It was Chase Briscoe.
No cars are -1. You've got 2 cars
he bounced
now
off with Chase Briscoe. You're right about that.
Michael McDowell, so
Chase Elliott at the end of this stage, unless Michael McDowell passes him, one of those 2 drivers, because everyone else is either off, like Corey LaJoie and Brad Keselowski.
Hate's a strong word. Dislike is probably the better word on that.
Of Eric Jones. They will get one of those laps back, whichever driver it is who finishes ahead of the other in this stage. All right, we're lining back up side by side. Joey Logano leads Austin Cindric, Alex Bowman 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th.
You didn't see Bad Brad.
Bubba Wallace, the top Toyota in 6th, Ryan Blaney 7th, William Byron 8th, 9th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Noah Gragson in 10th.
11th is going to be Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland 12th, 13th Ross Chastain, Ty Gibbs 14th, 15th, Shane Van Gisbergen, Chase Briscoe 16th, 17th, Justin Haley, 18th, John Hunter Nemechek, Zane Smith, Austin Dillon round out the top 20. And Pat Patterson, looks like we have a replay forming up from the last restart.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. We've got Ford Chevy there on the front row, and the 2 Chevys lined up there with Bowman and Kyle Larson. Of course, Joey Logano been working so well today with Austin Cindric. That's your first two rows. Bubba Wallace has been trying all afternoon to get to the front.
Winning.
He's
You're
up
right,
there
Michael.
trying again. Mustang pace car.
It's
will
all in
hit the pit
person. It
road,
was all
and we
Ricky's
are
fault,
ready
Georgia
to resume
fans.
stage number 2.
Getting ready to hit the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. It's going to be 4 laps to go here in stage number 2. Joey Logano gets a great jump. He was the control car on the inside with teammate Austin Cindric behind him. Hendrick teammates on the outside, Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson.
Logano and Cindric have worked so well together all day, even communicating via their spotters, and Logano immediately gets free of both lines. Now, Alex Bowman is backed up to Kyle Larson, and Larson is shoving him down the backstretch, catching up.
Well, he may be giving them the best push Chevy's had all day, trying to get Bowman back to the front. Logano goes up to semi-block that lane. Now he'll work the top side back to the front.
3 laps left in stage number 2. Logano out front, side by side, Cindric and Bowman. Bowman getting the push from Larson.
And Logano tried to go into the outside lane, cut late to the inside, and then right in front of Austin Cindric. Cindric had to back off and lost momentum. That's allowed Alex Bowman on the outside to surge ahead, and he's pulling Kyle Larson down the backstretch.
Logano has got his hands full trying to get to this green and white checkered flag.
Whoa.
Bowman says, I want the front. He's got the front. Bowman will take him off turn 3.
Coming to 2 laps to go in stage number 2. Alex Bowman running the middle. He's out front all by himself. For second, it's Kyle Larson on the outside. Joey Logano on the inside.
A major push from Cindric to Logano in second. Puts Logano's nose right to the back bumper of Alex Bowman. Bowman cuts him off. Logano can't go anywhere. Now Logano's going to recoil down the backstretch, but Bowman cuts him off.
Bowman's got to be careful here. He's going to get a challenge from his teammate to the outside. Kyle Larson trying to launch his way up to the front. Chevy's on the front row.
Bowman, Larson, door to door as they cross the line. One lap to go in stage number 2. Logano pounds the back bumper of Alex Bowman on the inside.
Logano controlling, Bowman controlling the inside lane. Larson controlling the outside lane. Bubba Wallace is following Kyle Larson there as Logano tries to find a way through and takes him 3 wide for the lead.
Here we go. 3 wide into 3 for the stage win. It is Larson out front. Bubba Wallace up on the high side of the racetrack. It is Kyle Larson that's going to win this one right here.
Kyle Larson will win stage number 2 here at Atlanta Motor Speedway all by himself. Bubba Wallace on the outside of Joey Logano will finish second. Logano third. William Byron was fourth. Alex Bowman got shuffled to the inside. He finishes fifth. Sixth is Tyler Reddick. Carson Hocevar seventh. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. eighth. Austin Cindric dropped all the way down to ninth. And 10th is Noah Gregson.
Stage number 2 was presented by Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen. Cheddar's is the official restaurant of RCR and the number 8 car.
Wow.
Cheddar's serves home-style comfort food like homemade chicken pot pie, slow-smoked baby back ribs, and hand-breaded chicken tenders at prices that won't break the bank.
All right, so we've got stage number 2 underway.
Some
it looks
homemade
like we're going to hear
tenders.
from Brad Keselowski here momentarily.
Look at Bubba. He was there
after
too.
the wreck that happened with about 10 to go in stage 2.
Let's go,
where
Bowman.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the middle got into the inside car of Chase Briscoe,
Little
then
check,
went up,
pick
got
back
into the
out
outside
Bowman.
car of Chase Elliott. Stenhouse took 2 chases out in one wreck. Of course, Chase Briscoe's continuing, Chase Elliott as well, and we should document, Mark, Michael McDowell was the one in front of Chase Elliott. Let's go down to Alan Cavana at the Infield Care Center.
Brad Keselowski is out and doing okay after the Infield Care Center. One of those, unfortunately, slow kind of developing wrecks. What happened in your eyes?
Yeah, that somebody got into the 9 car and put him in the fence off of turn 4, and I saw it lifted for that. Then he seemed to regroup and was fine. As soon as I went to take off again, he blew a right rear or broke a right rear toe link, and it just hooked a left right in front of us. And so we hit him, trying not to hit him, and broke a radiator, and so that's kind of the end of the day.
How do you describe the race?
It sucks
today?
for him.
I mean, just intense all out.
Yeah, it's definitely intense. It's actually a phenomenal racing. Just wish we would have got it at the front.
Brad Keselowski checked out early into his day.
All right, thank you very much, Alan Cavana. Want to just note and clarify, Mark and I were talking about who would get one of their laps back. They're both 2 laps down, Michael McDowell or Chase Elliott. McDowell did finish that stage in front of Chase Elliott. He had power steering issues earlier. He's sitting 2 laps down. He'll be the driver to get the free pass. Now, we're going to have stage 2 pit stops when we return here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator.
All right, so there is that. And let's see what happens in here in stage 3. We are now in stage 3. Stage 3 on our thing here. I like pie. I like swag better. But in stage 3, we do here. This is what we do in stage 3. You're going to tell me if you're going to keep your driver that you picked, or are you taking somebody else here in stage 3? What we'll do is, since I'm by myself still, we'll do the pies after the race is over. So we'll do that right after the race is over. I promise you it'll happen. There will be no other, it'll work out. But let me see who you got. Are you taking who you had first or what? David says he wants swag. Stage 3. Let's go. Keeping Larson, Georgia fan says. Danny says Logano. Is Brad out? Tim says, yes, he is out. Roger says the 9. Danny says Bowman. What kind of pies are you eating later? Thanks so much, CeeLo. You're welcome. Rich says Bush. Changing to the 5, Billy Vole says. Reddick for Butterfly. 24 for, look at all these Chevy numbers now coming out of nowhere. Kyle Busch, KFB says the 8. Scott says the 48. Patrick says Josh Berry. Richard says Larson. James says Lawson. Nathan says Bubba. Still going Rowdy the winner. Gillen Dark Horse. Rowdy. Let's see. 22 in the 48 Dark. Little Jack picked Kyle Lawson. Bowman for BS. Gillen for third for Joe. Gillen, we'll see if he can come back. Chicken pot pie. Let's see, anybody but Stenhouse. 48 for Scott, 8 for Mad Steve, 24 for Bubba, not the 23 for Kenneth Fox. Let's see here. Number 2 for Terry, the 23 for Jose. Desert Fox has got the 5. Your dark horse is going to be Hosava. Lawson for David Clark. 8 for Rick. 47, not the 47 for Roger. 48 or the 8 for Unskilled Scout. Number 11, Denny Hamlin for the win. He's been quiet all day. Wouldn't that be something? He just comes out of the blue and wins. 8 for 1987, Creed. 48 for Robert. 8 can drive. Not a big fan. He can drive. A veteran. Cindric for Lloyd. 48 for Robert. 22 for James. 23, let's go, Jose. All right. There is that. No cash them up, Hamlin.
Joey Logano is going to decide that he's going to make it 3 wide. And you can really see the speed of that car as Bowman gets out there. He just pulls down and drives by the 48 of Alex Bowman. And that gives Kyle Larson enough room to get out front. And then Bubba Wallace had to take his car up the racetrack right there. Didn't want to turn his steering wheel.
Yeah, it looked like it got loose on him. It's a good staging. That was fun. Exciting. Now the roles are going to reverse. These guys are going to have to pit, and the tires are going to be in the front.
So only one driver that had fresher tires managed to move up into the top 10 on the final lap of that stage. And that was Tyler Reddick. All right, pit road's open. Jamie?
Joey Logano's led 83 laps today, comes in from the 3rd spot on the radio, pretty happy overall. Wants to be just a little bit tighter for this 3rd and final stage. They'll do that with an air pressure adjustment, 4 tires, and they'll fill them up. On the other hand, Kyle Larson from 17th to get the stage win on the radio. He said, yay! He knew the accomplishment in getting it done on a draft-style track. Doesn't want to adjust on it. He's kind of right on the border, not too tight, not too loose. So said, let's leave it 4 tires for Kyle Larson. Regan.
Lloyd Byron in the 24, tight early on in the day, but they've gotten that car good right now. No changes for him. He likes it. Bubba Wallace spent most of the day on the tight side, but it appears to be coming to life for him right now as well.
Close at the line. Larson ahead of Reddick in the race off pit road.
Saw those teams waiting on that fuel. Make sure it's full.
Kyle Larson with the stage
Larson with the stage win. That's good for him. So there it is.
Yeah, absolutely. The Focused Health 250 on Friday night at 7:30 is going to be a blast under the lights. But our fans have told us loud and clear they want Cup racing on Saturday night. So the Quaker State 400 available at Walmart is going to be held at 7:30 on Saturday night, June 28th. And
I'm going to be there, y'all.
People will come back.
I'm going to be there.
We hope so too. And just think, at that point, we're going to be getting closer and closer to the playoffs. If we've seen this much energy today, just wait till we see desperation energy coming up in June.
Absolutely. I haven't even thought about
Big
that
blueberry
yet,
meringue
when it
pie,
comes down to
pick the
crunch
third
time,
flavor.
these drivers are going to have to get that win under their belt. So, listen, this race is playing out just as we could have drawn it up. Hopefully this third stage will be much of the same. But, again, we can't wait to get back to Atlanta Motor Speedway in the June. The race here last year in September was amazing. We know with a little bit of heat under the lights, these cars come alive.
Brandon, you know, I feel that Atlanta Motor Speedway is one of the most beautiful pieces of property on the NASCAR schedule. Coming up in April, you're going to tear up some of that, though, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. This beautiful grass that we call the ball field comes up in about 3 weeks. We put in the longest, fastest monster truck course that Feld Entertainment runs on all year. So Monster Jam will be here April 12th and 13th. Hopefully a lot of these fans will come back and see us. It is live entertainment like you've never seen. And if you can't make it to a NASCAR race, Feld Entertainment will be here before you know it.
Brandon, thank you so much for the hospitality, for everything you and your staff do to host all the race fans here today. And we appreciate everything. What's the best way for people to make sure they come back?
Well, thank you so much for having me here today. And thank you again to the fans that have chosen to support Atlanta Motor Speedway. You can go to atlantamotorspeedway.com, take a look around our website, find a price point or a package that works for you and your family. And, hey, come and see us. The energy here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, as you heard in Mark's voice, is off the chain, and we're not stopping. It's just going to get better.
Awesome. Brandon Hutchison, the Executive Vice President and General Manager of Atlanta Motor
Send an
Speedway,
email.
and an all-around great guy who wants to make sure you have the
Trying to
best
multitask
time
here.
when you are here in Georgia.
I tell you what, the best time is just the racing on this racetrack right now. It's just nothing like you've ever seen on a 1.5-mile track. Let's give you a leaderboard update brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza, where we love racing and we love pizza. Find your next pizza at huntbrotherspizza.com or download the Hunt Brothers Pizza app. Chase Briscoe is one of a number of cars who did not pit under this end of stage number 2 pit stop
Sent a
sequence.
novel. I
John
did.
Hunter Nemechek second, Ross Chastain third, Shane Van Gisbergen fourth, fifth Riley Hurst.
Almost a
Kyle
600
Busch
likes.
is sixth.
600. Hit that
Zane
5
Smith,
more to go.
Chris Buescher eighth, ninth Austin Dillon, 10th Justin Haley.
Denny Hamlin started 37th. He now runs 11th. Josh Berry is 12th. Christopher Bell is 13th. Daniel Suarez 14th. 15th, AJ Allmendinger. Ryan Preece is 16th. Cody Ware 17th. 18th is stage 2 winner Kyle Larson. Tyler Reddick followed him off pit road at 19th.
It is cold here.
Noah Gragson runs 20th.
Then in 21st, Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace 22nd, 23rd, William Byron. These cars did pit. Joey Logano 24th, 25th, Ty Gibbs 26th, Carson Hocevar, Austin Cindric 27th, Ryan Blaney 28th, 29th, Todd Gilliland, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 30th.
Cole Custer is 31st. 32nd, J.J. Yaley. 33rd is B.J. McLeod. Now -1 is Michael McDowell.
Wow, Michael McDowell's
went
come from 6 laps down
earlier to fix a power steering issue. He has gotten the lucky dog free pass every single caution we've had. He's gone from -6 to -1. Chase Elliott is 35th, -2 laps down. Off the racetrack in 36th is Corey LaJoie. Brad Keselowski, you heard him from the Care Center, 37th. Ty Dillon -24 laps in 38th. Eric Jones -26 laps in 39th.
Chase Elliott, they just pitted. They will take on some extra fuel, try to see if this thing will play out.
Right.
2 laps down may sound like a lot to make up, but you never can tell. You got to keep fighting, keep digging, see what happens.
Opportunity is there, and you have to do everything you can. The field is stacked up behind the pace car 2 by 2 right now. We saw an amazing amount of energy in stage number 2. We'll have 92 laps to go here in the Ambetter Health 400. Pat Patterson, I think even though it's a little chilly out here, this action must be keeping you warm.
It actually is, Brad. This is just fantastic to watch everything you guys just talked about
Hey,
being
on
in
your
Atlanta
screen,
Motor
put
Speedway.
your winner.
This is what it's all about. We are ready for a restart. That Mustang pace car is going to head to the pit road, and it will be Chase Briscoe up here on the front getting us going.
Third and final stage about to get underway. They're through the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Green flags out. Chase Briscoe, with some drafting help from John Hunter Nemechek, will lead the pack in one.
New cast of characters out front. The top 17 cars didn't pit, and Chase Briscoe immediately jumps to the bottom line in front of Ross Chastain, who's being pushed by Shane Van Gisbergen and Kyle Busch. John Hunter Nemechek leads the top line, and Chase Briscoe moves up top to block that.
Ross Chastain now out front, gets a great shove from SVG,
Lights
and
are
out
on.
he goes to the lead for the first time today. A snarling pack behind him off of 4.
Ross Chastain leads at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Teammate Shane Van Gisbergen in tow. And how about Kyle Busch now running in third?
A trio of Chevrolets have broken away from the pack. 2 wide for 4th. Chris Buescher down low. Chase Briscoe up high as Ross Chastain's pulling SVG, Kyle Busch, and Chris Buescher as Chase Briscoe fights back on the outside.
Briscoe trying to hold on to that 4th spot. He's being challenged by Buescher on the bottom of the racetrack. Top 3 cars are out in nose to tail off of turn number 4. Ross Chastain with the lead.
90 laps to go in the Ambetter Health 400.
Grilling
SVG
one of his
pushing Ross
drivers.
Chastain to turn 1. Kyle Busch trying to find a way by the lead duo.
They are not trying to break out a line from Ross Chastain, your leader, either there, as move Austin Dillon into that top 5. He's gone around Chase Briscoe with Josh Berry pushing Dillon now.
Yeah, Josh Berry trying to work into the bottom line as he takes his car along with about the top 6 cars at the bottom of the racetrack. AJ Allmendinger is there. Briscoe drifts back even further.
Ross Chastain leading Shane Van Gisbergen, Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, Austin Dillon, and Josh Berry, but it's 2 by 2 behind him, Doug.
And now it's gone 3 wide. Down low, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s looked under John Hunter Nemechek and Riley Herbst as they get back into 2 wide formation there, and Chase Briscoe is struggling on the outside line as it continues to fall back.
A lot of 3 wide racing down the backstretch right now, but up front, once again, the top 4 cars, bottom of the racetrack, Ross Chastain will pull that train off of 4.
Stage 2 winner Kyle Larson restarted 18th, now trying to move up to the 15th. Now the 14th position takes him 3 wide into turn number 1.
And the other 2 with them are Denny Hamlin on the outside, Daniel Suarez, who did not pit, in the middle as Kyle Larson clears in and pulls even at about that 14th spot with Riley Herbst with Tyler Reddick in front of him and a big block on the backstretch there.
Boy, Josh Berry dropped like a rock. He lost a lot of spots there in that last exchange off of turn number 2. Battle for second place. Kyle Busch would like to get to the top of the racetrack.
Kyle Busch also has a teammate near him, not directly behind him, as Austin Dillon's on the inside of row number 3. Kyle Busch on the outside of row 2.
Busch with Buescher as a pusher. That's what's happening on the top line. Kyle Busch in the 8 car, the 17 of Chris Buescher are lining up in formation and making that outside line move, trying to catch the leader, Chastain.
Watching Chris Buescher, can he get to the bumper of Kyle Busch? The wrong time to give that push. Right now, though, that 8 car looks really good as he's racing towards the front.
More 3 wide racing just behind them on the bottom. It is Ryan Preece in the middle, John Hunter Nemechek outside against the wall, Josh Berry.
$5 super chat. 5 for number 5. Thank you again, Brian. Everybody tell Brian thank you for that $5 super chat.
This field outside the top 10 is largely 3 wide, Pat Patterson. What a fight.
Yeah, it is fun to watch Kyle Busch now about to get a little bit of a shove. Well, he missed the opportunity with Buescher, but Kyle Busch doesn't need much help at this point. He's trying to work his way into the lead.
Worth noting, pit strategy has really mixed up the field right now. Chastain had started toward the back. He continues to lead by himself out front. 2 by 2 battles all behind him.
And Chastain fades up from the bottom line to the middle to try to thwart the advance of the top line led by Kyle Busch. Chastain doing a masterful job for now, but Kyle Busch trying to get a push from Chris Buescher.
Make a note, Josh Berry found his footing again.
Welcome.
He's raced his way up into the top 10. He
Where's
goes side by
Blaney?
side with AJ Allmendinger. That's a battle for about 9th or 10th position.
As they come out of turn number 4, SVG to the inside of Ross
Blaney's at
Chastain.
24th.
At the line, Chastain with a half-car length lead as he gets some drafting help from Kyle Busch.
I thought Coda was next week. Here's SVG up front battling on a drafting track behind his teammate Ross Chastain. Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, and Chase Briscoe.
P2 for SVG.
But when they're
Let me see those 88s.
You have no choice. And you see right now, Logano is just, he'll be breathing the throttle. If we go back inside of that race car, it'd be a great time to take a look at the foot cam if it's still visible.
It's busy. He's breakdancing on the pedals now.
You see all the fire out of the pipes of Suarez, number 99, as he backed way off and then filled the hole.
Then he's in P11, now at 12.
Right, pipes were lit up. That means he's lifting, in trouble.
Yeah, and you can really hear the lifting that Logano has to do. Now, we saw it earlier today. You saw that foot just flat on the floor, and now you see him lifting up off the corner. And as he's pumping that throttle,
thank you, Vernon.
That's to try to run with the front
end. And thank you, Colin Jr. Appreciate it.
Judge that on the brakes.
And on the brakes, yeah.
That just tells you how fast these cars are coming up to the cars in front of them and how much draft there is. And you can really see that throttle being worked right now to try to control the distance in the car in front of him to help the front tires turn.
I don't see this lasting much longer here, guys.
That is just how you drive here in Atlanta in rush hour, except at 1/3 the speed.
About 182 mile an hour. Do something like that. Look at the difference in the mile an hour. That's the runs, right? Somebody's choked down at 175. The next one's running 184. 10 mile an hour difference in the same pack.
83 laps to go. Cars that recently stopped for tires.
Al Busch is the main reason why driver interviews after race has lost enthusiasm to watch NASCAR, because Busch whines and cries.
20 of Christopher Bell, showing a little bit of damage on the right front, where he got up and into the wall.
Are you welcome, Vernon?
Yeah, and Riley Herbst, when he was back there with him, he moved up the racetrack to try to block that run and squeeze Bell up into the fence.
Here's a look at it. Teammates.
Yeah, and a lot of times what happens right there, when those cars get together like that, it almost pulls them together like magnets, and you can't let off the gas enough to get them apart.
To your point, you could see Riley lifted out of the gas completely, and it was along for the ride, moved up the racetrack. It's like once he got in his right rear quarter, it pushed him up.
Well, the top 6 right now have an average running position for the day of 15th and higher. It's almost like the whole field has flipped after this restart. So I'm going to pull the drag chute right now and say, if we're going to do a NASCAR on Fox, crank it up today, we better do it now.
Good call.
Here we go. Crank it up, y'all.
Headlight lower, don't let the 17 split you. Now they've got the 21. They could get more aggressive here. 2 feet mirror, 17 tight with a 17. Top's getting the first push. Still outside, all 2x2. Still outside the 1. Still outside, half off him to the 8. He'll feel again though. Right on you, went 3 wide behind, half back to the bottom. Still just 1 outside, just the 1. Still at your door. Still at your door. 19 went up to him. 3 back to your help now. Top's going to get the push. Still outside 2. Covered 2x2. Headlight lower, 3/4 off. 21 still half off in. Bottom still covered, half off 17. Tight front, lock. Lock your front. Separate now, half, half, half. Quarter off him, nothing in front of 19. The 1's down bottom in front of 88.
Kyle Busch carrying the Cheddar's onboard camera today. He's up there in the top.
As you can see, the Fox is so far behind.
RCR teammate Austin Dillon.
Not sure what happened, but we're about to see.
Busch won the truck race here yesterday.
Oh, Suarez. Oh.
Gregson and more pile up.
Suarez. The Ty Gibbs.
You feel it. The energy was.
Ty Gibbs as well.
The pushes, the blocks. Door to door. Racing hard.
No back-to-back wins for Suarez.
Gibbs.
Ty Gibbs. Who carried our Toyota
hard hit
camera today.
That car's tore up.
I mentioned Noah Gregson. He's got a flat or 2.
Yeah, and that's one of the cars that hasn't been running the airlift system to get the car off the ground when you have flat tires.
AMR safety team quickly on the scene. Oh, the rear end. Look how bent that rear end is up underneath the sheet metal of Cole Custer.
Gotta be killed. It was on fire for a second.
J.J. Yaley caught up in that one. in the 44 as well. Was on the lead lap. Front end all.
Oh, Ty Gibbs is messed up.
There's Ty Gibbs trying to get his car back to the pit so it can be repaired there instead of going to the garage. Toyota on board.
Watch right here. Actually, all of this. Yeah, starts to slow him up from the block. You see with Wallace. See Suarez have to lift as he got in the wake and got tight. The hole closes up here with Gibbs.
Oh, yeah, Suarez and Todd Gilliland.
And then here comes Custer and the rest of them. Big hits right here.
Oh, man, Gregson almost made it through.
That's where that wall turns back out, too, with the dog leg.
And 71 is now back on the lead lap.
Happened because of the 2 cars of Riley Herbst, and that checkup, checkup of Bubba Wallace and Riley caused everybody else to have to go somewhere else. And you see right here, it looks to me like the 99 didn't know that they were.
Ty Gibbs trying to put himself between 2 cars.
There was 2 cars below him and kind of turned over the front of the 54 right there.
Well, everybody's pushing hard. I mean, again, sitting here, watching out the window, looking on the screen, it was just a matter of time. You could feel the energy, the racing, the vibe was really picking up. The runs were coming harder, the blocks were getting
Ricky
bigger.
Atkins.
It was a matter of time. Look at him lift right there.
When you see the flames.
He has to lift for the 35 because Riley's car
Barry
would
is
not go to the
fine. Yeah,
bottom.
Josh Berry is
Gibbs
fine.
Gets the run, tries to shoot the gap. The hole closes up with Gilliland and them, puts Suarez on the wall, and it's that easy. Custer hit him. He hit hard.
Yes. J.J. Yaley, the City of Refuge car has become the car of refuse. Big front end damage.
This was a big shot, too.
There's a lot of damage. Green Bay Packers, what's up? Oh, wow.
Happens fast, Kevin.
Give you the cars involved in that crash, 7 of them. And again, those cars that go off on the wrecker have to be towed to the garage.
So it's Ross Chastain, SVG, and P2.
If you drive back, you can fix it on pit road, which is about to be a busy place with 74 laps.
All right, so Vernon says, I wonder if people will be talking about Ty Gibbs now like they did Joey. I think it was more about Joey being dominant driver lately. Alvin says, Frankie Munoz interviewed was very energizing and bring audience back to the NASCAR. All he talked about was how great and fun it was to participate in a race, not like how Busch is demeaned on the interviews. Cole says, well, Dr. Strange driving the 3D Systems car wants to go back in time. We'll see what happens here. As we are in stage 3, we have less than 100 laps to go. We're 27 laps of 100 in stage 3, which is 187 of 260. 7 cautions now. If you said under 7, you missed it. If you're over 7, you still have a chance. There's been 40 cautions, 40 caution laps, 28 lead changes, and Ross Chastain, the watermelon man, is in the lead.
Speedway races. It sure has. And, you know, again, with Ross Chastain out front, you know they're kind of working together, so he's trying to use Ross's knowledge at the same time as well. And they've used pit strategy. We haven't talked about them at all day long, but they've used pit strategy to get up front, and they've been staying there. So they've got good race cars. Let's go to Wendy Venturini.
These cars currently up front were cars that pit at lap 137. One of them, our leader, Ross Chastain, took 4 tires back then. Now, Phil Surgeon is talking about bringing him back in being on the same strategy as everyone else, but they have less
And we're
fuel,
trying to
so
get
they
to
know they're going
700
to take a
likes.
longer stop here. He's
Help us
probably
out.
going to lose the lead is what they're expecting because they have to put more fuel in the car because they haven't been on pit road since some of those other cars. Also about to hit pit road is Chase Briscoe, currently in third. He was also on that same strategy coming in earlier in the race, so we will see him come down pit road. The strategy, I think, will work itself out, Alan, when everyone comes down pit road and we have that final stretch.
Yeah, and I was just adding to the Trackhouse team order and running up front like they were. SVG, for him, it was a whole new world. He was talking about his handling on the radio, how great his car was when they got clean air, because this is a position he's never been in before. So having that experience was great for him out front. He loved the handling of his car and was also communicating back and forth with his crew chief, who was talking with Ross and saying, hey, what Ross is doing there is really helping me, or that's hurting me, or we have to get closer. So a lot of learning going on for SVG and that valuable experience up front.
We were just talking about Michael McDowell. So he has tied a dubious record. Is that what I understand?
Six
laps down on the lead lap.
free pass in one race. That ties Jamie McMurray. This wasn't the 6th free pass in one race, the 6th consecutive free pass in one race. And you know what? This could turn into a trophy at the end of the day. You never know what might happen. We've not opened pit road yet because we've had a lot of cars that are coming in. Daniel Suarez being towed in right now. Noah Gregson being towed in. We also have Cole Custer being towed in as well. The green light is on pit road. And boy, this strategy is going to be a big thing, as Wendy and Alan were talking about. Ross Chastain right behind the pace car leading Shane Van Gisbergen. He's weaving back and forth, and it looks like he's going to dip down and lead the entire lead draft onto pit road, Mark.
I don't know how you can pass up the
Watermelons aren't
opportunity
in
to get enough
season.
Sunoco fuel
Where's
to
Ross
make
gonna
the end.
get one?
And
I'm
that's
sure
what
he's
they're
got
all doing
one.
right now. How this plays out, we don't know as far as the Goodyear tires and how they
Thank you,
put the
Jeremy,
tires
for
on.
subscribing.
But this will
Thank
give them
you.
enough fuel to make it to the end.
It looks like everyone is coming onto pit road because they all know that. So this is going to be very, very
in the car because it adds elements to everything that we do that are just so unique compared to the past.
It's such a nerve-wracking start to a season with 2 super speedways and then the road course, which, by the way, is new, a whole mile shorter. How about this guy, speaking of road courses? Doing a great job. 30th to 2nd. Hold the pretty wheel out there, cowboy.
He'll be much more comfortable next week, and I'm sure that Shane will be one of the guys that we talk about.
Well, at the top of the day, if you'd said with 70 laps to go, the Chevys would be running 1-2, you probably could have got long odds on that, but here we are.
And flipping that stage played in their favor, right? The Logano's and everybody that had to pit there. They
See if
didn't get
Busch
the
can
track
come back to
position they
stop.
needed.
Let's
These
see what's
guys
up,
are-
Christina
they're in the
G.
catbird seat.
Well, they're going to need more fuel.
And most everybody is headed for pit road. Jamie?
Ross Chastain in the 1 has led 19 laps. Listening to them on the radio, they last pitted on lap 137. That's longer ago than most around him, so they warned him we're going to have to wait longer on fuel than the others, so they're going to make a slight adjustment for tires for him. And right in front of him is Chase Briscoe, will come into his pit box. He's pretty much been tight all day, but pretty happy with it as he slides to a stop in his box.
Or
just on the
fresh
line
feel
for
goods, that's right.
fuel for the 19.
And some
Regan.
fuel.
Shane Van Gisbergen in the 88 had no ability to move around on the track earlier on in the race, but got out front and said, man, it's really nice out here, guys. And the 8-car Kyle Busch, big adjustments all day long. Had been loose most recently, no comments this time.
Zane Smith had to put 2 wheels in the grass. They were so clustered coming out of and entering into the pit boxes up at the top end of pit road. And Kyle Busch picks up a ton of spots.
You can see Ty Gibbs there on pit road. That car's, they fixed that toe link. The car's not near as damaged as I thought it was.
Yeah, and sometimes when they have flat tires and they can just fix the toe link, it looks a lot worse when they're crab walking in.
That's close. That's as close as last year's finish right there.
Well, I was going to say, get ready, because you're going to have to call a
Rowdy
finish
in
about
first
that close
place.
in, well, what?
It's good to
30
see.
minutes?
Where'd SVG come out in?
Those line edges are now, though.
Now watch Chase Briscoe launch out
Oh,
of
man.
his
He
pit
came in
here.
second, came
Wheeler
out 8th.
disconnects, big slide. Another car waiting to come in. Out of the way, boys. I'm coming through.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
And for those of you that watch, we talk about this all the time. These cars do not.
Suarez, he just had a wreck, so he's done.
They feel like you got to turn the wheel
Zeus.
3 times as much compared to when they're at speed.
Well, plus, they don't want to turn right at all coming out of that box, do
Very
they?
fair point, Mike.
Did you not see that
Busch will
both of
screw
those
it up
tires
again.
didn't have any lettering on them anymore? That car
Come on,
banged the
Rowdy.
wall harder than I thought.
details, Clint.
Speaking of tires, here's our aerial coverage from Goodyear, celebrating 100 years of a great American icon, the Goodyear blimp.
I love the blimp. Love the shots. Love everything about it. Have you ever ridden a blimp?
No, we covered this last week, though.
That you didn't? I told you I had. I didn't know you had.
Remember, you raced at the same speed as the blimp?
Oh, my gosh.
We went through this last week.
It's ridiculous, Kevin.
It's a little like taking the train. It's a great way to travel if you're in no particular hurry.
No way. I dig it. It's so fun.
How about Kyle Busch? He has been mired mid-pack most of this race.
Come on, Rowdy.
On the second caution, he took an extra stop to top off the tank. Had a hard time getting up toward the front, and yet here he is out front. Now, he didn't win a race last year, the first time in 2 decades that he had not won a race, but he only missed it by 7 1/1000ths of a second. Here's a look.
He was almost there. It was almost there. Came down to Blaney, Suarez, and Rowdy.
Busch in the middle.
And almost.
Blaney on the bottom. Suarez by an inch or so.
Missed it by inches.
Officially, 3 1/1000ths of a second.
I didn't see Cletus's car race last night. No, I did not.
7 1/1000ths ahead of Busch. Closest 1, 2, 3 finish ever.
Without Kyle Busch's move getting into 3, that finish wouldn't have happened 3
Thanks
wide
for the
like
subs,
that.
guys. We appreciate you.
Took the shot.
Thanks so much for the subs.
3 with a big run, head of steam, went to the middle, shot the gap.
Over
almost
100 subs today. Thank you, guys.
Something about it feels good. Maybe Kyle Busch's day.
He's going to restart with a Chevy behind him.
Praying to Jesus, the Busch wins,
I
CJ.
think this puts him in a pit window where you take some of the pit road.
All right, we're going to go to PRN for the restart here.
24th, 25th, Todd Gilliland, Riley Herbst, 26th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 27th, last car on the lead lap in 28th, BJ McLeod, -1, Chase Elliott in 29th, 30th, -2 is Ty Gibbs, and they're in front of Pat Patterson.
And the fans are on their feet. Nobody is heading to the parking lot because they want to see what's going to happen next, and we're about to restart it.
As we head through the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone, Wendy Venturini tells us Chase Briscoe short on fuel to go the distance, but it's Kyle Busch on the inside of Briscoe, the control car, and he's getting pushed out front by William Byron.
Briscoe on that outside line, not going to be able to save fuel there. The big push for the pole sitter, Ryan Blaney, but down low, Kyle Busch getting excellent Chevrolet help from William Byron, who now crosses him over and moves to the outside.
Byron with a bold move to the outside. Kyle Busch can't do anything about it at this point, battling at the bottom of the racetrack. Byron trying to go to the front, not so fast. Here comes Kyle Busch.
He's got some drafting help from teammate Austin Dillon. Dillon now pulls up behind him as Briscoe pushes Byron.
But it's going to be the parachute out to Kyle Busch till he can pick up Dillon's push there and get into turn number 1. They go down to the bottom lane. Now Kyle Busch starting to surge back. He's even with second place Briscoe, but your leader is William Byron.
Top 10 cars all trying to sort it out. Then it gets real interesting. 3 wide all the way back through about the 21st to 30th spot. Up front, Briscoe will trail the Chevy of Byron off turn number 4.
A 2-time winner on this Atlanta configuration, William Byron continues to lead. Right behind him is Chase Briscoe. A big side-by-side battle with Kyle Busch on the inside of Ryan Blaney for 3rd.
Dillon gave Busch a big-time push up to the lead row there as he's right behind the leader, William Byron. Byron has control of both rows here as Austin Cindric is now entered the top 5.
Yeah, Austin Cindric now trying to work his way back to the front. The RCR teammates on the bottom holding that bottom line right now. Up front, though, Willie B's got him covered.
Dillon again with a push to Kyle Busch and the entry of turn 3. He slams him again here on the front stretch to get him closer to the front of the pack.
Blaney gave a major push to Chase Briscoe, had to let out of it because William Byron blocked it. Behind them, 3 wide, Austin Cindric, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Josh Berry fighting hard. As there's contact there, looks like Cindric got a piece of the wall maybe.
3 wide going into 3, Austin Cindric on the bottom of that one, Blaney in the middle, and upside is Briscoe. That's the way they race all 4 this time by.
3 wide battle right now. It becomes a 2 wide battle for 3rd. Now Blaney has
has it. It's 3 wide
That's
for
right,
fourth.
Craig. You getting
We've
up
got
there.
Josh Berry on the inside of Chase Briscoe.
Battle for the lead. Kyle Busch got a major push there. Now he's under William Byron with Josh Berry in tow. Move Kyle Busch for now to the lead, but Byron fights back on the outside with help.
Josh Berry making his presence known up there right on the bumper of Kyle Busch, gives him another shove. That'll keep the top two even with each other midway through 3 and 4. Here comes Kyle Busch and William Byron.
So the Chevys are out front in that first row. Right behind them, the Penske posse. Berry inside, Blaney on the outside, pushing those two Chevys.
And it is tough going there if you're behind them because they are covered these rows hard. As outside the top 10, there's a lot of 3 wide action, but the lines are even up front. Kyle Busch down low, William Byron up high.
2 by 2, that's
You're
the way
at a
they race
timeout,
to the
Teddy.
lead.
I
First,
didn't know you were
second,
at
third,
in
and
timeout.
fourth. SVG now has pulled his car back up into the top 6 as well.
63 laps to go in the Ambetter Health 400. Joey Logano quickly creeping up.
63
He's
laps
running
to
in
go. That's
7th
gonna go
right
quick.
now on the inside line, just ducked below Shane Van Gisbergen.
And he took him 3 wide there. SVG up high, and so was Austin Cindric as Joey Logano's finally entered back into the top 10 with help from Kyle Larson. Also, Denny Hamlin right behind them, but Kyle Busch has taken control of both lines.
Running in the second spot there, Josh Berry battles with William Byron. Ryan Blaney and his teammate Joey Logano in that third spot, then stack them 3 wide behind them.
Kyle Busch has got the lead, but don't look now. Here's Berry, Byron,
Josh
Logano,
Berry's back.
Blaney closing in turn 1.
Fords and Chevys scrapping
See
for
ya,
the lead
first
there as
nugget.
Kyle Busch fades up
See you
high to
later.
pick up the push from William Byron. And here comes Josh Berry. He got major push there, and he's nosed down in front and is going to block Kyle Busch.
Josh Berry takes the 21 back to the lead now. Kyle Busch follows in second. 2 car lengths now back to the battle of third. Of course, that's Logano and his teammate.
We'll see when you come
Blaney.
back when that
3
last one
wide
gets taken
behind those
down.
guys.
60 laps to go this time by Mark. One thing we're starting to see, this race is starting to close in the way that it started. Josh Berry, the Wood Brothers Ford, leading the race right now. You've got Joey Logano up to 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Austin
Thank you,
Cindric
First
5th.
Nugget.
4 of the top 5 cars all come out of the Team Penske shop in Mooresville, North Carolina.
And there you have Kyle Busch in the middle of all that mess, trying to end a 58-race losing streak. Josh Berry, boy, would he love to win this one for the Wood Brothers. 2 hungry drivers out front.
75
trying to
years for the
hold
Wood
off now.
Brothers.
Logano
Come on,
and
Rowdy
Blaney,
Block.
they're door-to-door just behind him.
Yeah, all sorts of desperation here with those top 2 cars as Joey Logano's finally fought back on that pit strategy there. He is leading the inside lane with his teammate
60
Blaney to the
laps to
outside
go.
with his teammate Cindric pushing him behind.
Up front, Josh Berry.
Crank it up. Crank it up.
You're riding with Chase Briscoe. Here's Jamie.
Yeah, just update. Chase Briscoe is making his second start for Joe Gibbs Racing, having a pretty good day. They just made a slight air pressure adjustment.
Number
for
1,
Chase.
Bullwinkle
He was
in the
just
middle.
A little bit tight. That's kind of been his struggle today. But just to update them, they're coming off Daytona. After the race, they had a monster penalty. The team is appealing it, and I talked to his crew chief, James Small. He said they don't know yet when they're going to hear the appeal. NASCAR may wait as long as after Circuit of the Americas. So as of now, everybody's intact. Crew chief is on the box.
Thanks, Jamie. Briscoe currently 9th. Hamlin has been moving up. There's James Small.
Toyota all
And
out.
Hamlin into the top 10. There's that number 11 to the inside.
That sucks for SPG. He was running up front, too.
Yeah, and you see Denny on the bottom of the racetrack all by himself. He's hoping that, that 3 wide cycles his way as he gets up off the corner. But I still think he's gonna be stuck on the bottom.
Hamlin started back in 37.
Trying to get to 700 likes. Help us get there.
Here last fall, but steadily marched his way forward.
Still inside, middle 3, middle 3.
Reddick in 12th, Bell in 13th among the Toyotas. Nemechek and Wallace in the top 20.
I know that was a part of the plan. Denny Hamlin told us so in the pre-race, but I feel like they've just
Yeah, that's right. Every time I crank it up, they cause cautions.
Going after the handling aspect of this car, Kevin. I mean, it was almost a second in qualifying yesterday.
Well, he never really got a chance to fully let the whole race play out because of the penalty that they had on pit road. So now this is the second time that Denny Hamlin has had to work himself back to the front of the field.
Now, Georgia native and Toyota driver Corey Heim had an exciting announcement here on his future with 2311 Racing.
Hey,
everybody, it's Corey Heim. I'm excited to announce I'm joining 2311 as the team's first development driver.
Time.
I look forward to learning and developing with the team.
Another caution.
I noticed with Corey Heim is
who is it?
His racecraft is far beyond his
Bowman.
age. He
Oh,
will be
it's
somebody
Bowman
who takes
and Ty Gibbs again.
Races at the Cup level to be really competitive.
Oh, David Thomas, what's up?
Get there where he's mature enough to be ready for that, and he's got speed and he knows
Ty
how
Gibbs
to manage races, and so that is
and
something
Bowman.
that's
It looked like,
success for a
yeah,
really, really long time.
A lot of people feel Heim is the top prospect, not currently in the Cup Series, and we are under caution for a crash on the front straightaway.
Yeah, and you're going to see it right here with this driver. Here he goes. Chase Briscoe on the outside. Watch the run. He's going to follow suit with Hocevar in front of him. Trying to get to the outside. Gets tight, gets in the wall there, and it does
Briscoe in the wall.
Exactly like the last wreck that happened. Watch him squeeze. Busher gets squeezed here, turns Briscoe.
Oh, Busher into Bowman.
Busher back down into Bowman.
And a lot of
that
times,
sucks for Bowman. He was doing
it's
so
exactly
well.
The same. They just ran out of space, and Busher was in the middle right there.
But it was a reaction for what happened in front of him.
And that's, I think when you get hit in the right front of these cars, when you see the 17 get hit, sometimes they get hit in the right front and they just turn around. But you see, it didn't take much for that right front impact from the left rear of the 19 car to turn that 17 around. It's really odd that these cars will do that when they get touched in the right spot, in the right front area.
I'm hearing what you're saying. I mean, it's just as soon as you make any kind of adjustment with the race car, they're light on their feet and away it goes. It was just exactly, SVG was kind of coming up the racetrack, run Busher out of room. He got turned. It's literally almost exactly like the last one.
Almost exact.
Eighth caution of the day. Here's Tyler Reddick's view. Close.
Yeah, and you saw the 48 get into the side of the 19 car there. I mean, he's another one of those guys that kind of got put in that pit cycle, but it just his car doesn't have quite the speed.
I'll tell you what, we've had a lot of wrecks, a lot of carnage at 185 mile an hour, and really haven't put many cars
19
out of the
calls
race.
that because his team didn't give him tires. You're true.
Eighth caution of the day, and for the first time today, Michael McDowell does not get the free pass. He is on the lead lap. I believe it might be Chase Elliott. We'll double check. All right, now, what happens to Ty Gibbs here?
Ty Gibbs just blew a tire, it looks like.
Is that the right rear, Kevin?
Nah, I've never been in that Formula One stuff.
Had a toe link issue before, broke the toe link. Maybe the alignment wasn't right, or he may run over something.
Yeah, and this is the other side of the DVP policy that we used to have, right? Like you got cars that go back out on the racetrack and have another problem.
Briscoe. Van Gisbergen alongside.
Look at them eyeballs glancing over. He knew that was close right there. He could probably feel him in his quarter panel.
So draggy, it's so slow.
Does everything feel all right after getting in the wall? Like anything shaking you?
I mean, no, right there, no. Wheel might be a touch off to the left. It's hard to say.
What happened to Gibbs? He blew
James
a tire.
Small talking to Chase Briscoe. Here's Bowman's car.
And Bowman looks messed up, too.
Yeah, and Chase's comment goes to exactly what we've been talking about for 2 days now, Clint. His car is slow.
Just talked about it with Denny Hamlin.
Yeah.
Where's the SVG?
You see the
he went way back.
Those,
he's a top 10.
Or Josh Berry, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, able to make themselves all the way back towards the front. You can be on offense.
Regan.
You hope Hamlin blows a tire.
The event from the previous
just found this channel. Thank you so much, Andy.
Came off turn 4 like it was just a coming together of cars and things got really tight over there. What took place from your perspective?
I haven't seen the replay yet. Man, I wasn't good enough, man, today. I felt like I didn't know that 54 was there. That was, I think it was on me. I didn't know that the 54 was there. Today we were just not good enough. I mean, we struggled a lot with the balance of the car since the first stage. And we work a lot to try to make it better. We made it better, but never quite the way that we normally are here. But I don't know. We will have to review everything. I know that we brought a little bit different package than before, trying to contemplate the weather because it's quite a bit colder.
Yeah,
but,
he's
it
out.
didn't work out.
So let's go SVG.
I think he was pretty hard on himself there. I don't know that
Ty Gibbs is done.
all that blame's on him. I think he'll go back and
Sealand
see
needs
that
some
at
likes,
speed
but I
and
just
see
can't
his
get him there.
reaction to the cars in front of him.
Trying to get to
much like the
700
wreck we
likes,
just saw
y'all.
was a big
658.
part of the demise there.
Here's a great example of never give up. Michael McDowell had trouble early. He got the free pass 6 times. Now he's on the lead lap in contention in 19th.
That means never give up, y'all. Never give up. Michael McDowell, 6 laps down and now on the lead lap and in 19th spot. Wouldn't that be something if he comes back and wins this thing? But your top 10 are Josh Berry, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, Carson Hocevar, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, William Byron, Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain, and SVG. The Chevrolets are coming alive as the Fords are kind of shrinking a little bit. Chevrolets are coming alive as this race goes on, as it gets darker as well. Maybe that has something to do with it, and a little cooler as well. The Chevrolets are coming alive with 208 laps complete of 260. SVG, is all my SVG friends still out there from down under, overseas, all over the country? Is my SVG fans still watching? We appreciate you. Okay, so I'm kind of new here. What do I got to do to get a redeem? You do exclamation point points to find how many points you have, and then exclamation point gamble those points, or gamble all. The more points you get, the more you can bring up your redeems for your drivers. So where's my dark horse Elliott at CeeLo since Bowman is done? Elliott is done too. He's Chase was involved in an accident, and let's see where. I don't think he's even racing. I think he's done too. Like, Chase is in 27th spot, so he's still running. He's on the lead lap. He's in 27th spot. Bowman is out. He's got 2 laps down now. Ty Gibbs, 8 laps down. Ty Dillon, 25. Suarez, Graxon, Ware, Custer, Yaley, Jones, Corey LaJoy, and Brad Keselowski are out of this race. So there is your leader, Josh Berry. Elliott just got back on the lead lap with that caution. So Chase is back on the lead lap, even though he crashed. But thank you guys for being here today. We thank you so much. Hit that like. We're trying to get to 700 likes, maybe to 1K, maybe if we get some more things in here. But thank you guys so much for being here. And let's go to PRN. We haven't heard that in a little bit. Let's listen to PRN.
These caution laps, you have to think, oh, good. This is really helping my fuel mileage, and I should be able to get there. Brett McMillan.
I'm here with Randall Burnett, crew chief for Kyle Busch. You guys have put in a yeoman's work today, man. This has been a hard way to get to the front.
Yeah, it's been a busy day down here in the 8 pit stall. We started off the race and had really good speed in qualifying and started off the race with our Cheddar Chevy Camaro, and we were just really tight in traffic. The nose was really blown out on him, so we took a hit at the first stop to work on it for him, knowing that later in the race it was going to try to pay off for us. So
NASCAR's dead?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Just wasn't right when we started, so we've been digging ourselves out of a hole all day long from that. So it's been a lot of fun. He's done a great job.
And he's in P14.
All the guys on pit crew's done a great job of working on this thing, and just trying to use some of these pits and cautions and all that to kind of snake our way back up to the front.
Don't tilt your head down.
So here we are.
Well, now you're sitting there running in the top 5. The laps are starting to wind down, and thinking back to last year, all you need was a few more inches, right?
Yeah, 10-4. I mean, we're going to see how it goes. I don't know if we I assume we're probably not going to see our last caution right there. So I imagine these guys are going to get pretty aggressive. So hopefully we can keep this number 8 Cheddar Chevy Camaro up the front. And
there goes my 8 cautions I predicted.
Good luck rest of the way.
Thank you.
That's Randall Burnett, crew chief for Kyle Busch, the guy that finished 3rd by a couple inches last year.
First year with RCR, they win 3 times. Last year, they barely lost 3 times. I mean, 3 losses, just a tick over 0.4 of a second if you add them all up as far as the margins he was beaten by. So they were very close. They got another shot today. 58 race losing streak Kyle Busch is trying to bring to an end. Josh Berry is our leader. When they come to the stripe, there'll be 49 to go. They'll get the 1 to go signal. Ryan Blaney second. Third is Kyle Busch. Carson Hocevar fourth. Fifth, Austin Cindric. Joey Logano 6th. 7th is William Byron. 8th, Kyle Larson. 9th, Ross Chastain. 10th is Shane Van Gisbergen.
Toyota Christopher Bell runs in 11th. 12th is Tyler Reddick. John Hunter Nemechek 13th. 14th, Denny Hamlin. Ryan Preece 15th. Bubba Wallace 16th. 17th is A.J. Allmendinger. Michael McDowell from 6 laps down is 18th. 19th, Todd Gilliland. Riley Herbst is 20th.
Justin Haley 21st. 22nd, B.J. McLeod. Man, he's had a great run today. 23rd, Chase Briscoe. Zane Smith 24th.
Thumbs up. Hit it. That's right, y'all.
25th. 26th, Chase Elliott back on the lead lap. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 27th. Last car on the lead lap. Chris Buescher's being scored 28th. He has just pulled off. -3 and 29th, Alex Bowman. Also now out of the race.
Briscoe helped Bubba
at this point,
play,
30th,
smash him
Ty
up.
Gibbs.
Ty Dillon is -24 laps in 31st. Eric Jones -26 in 32nd. Out of the race, 33rd, Daniel Suarez. 34th, Noah Gragson. 35th, Cody Ware. 36th, Cole Custer. 37th, J.J. Yaley. 38th, Corey LaJoy. 39th, Brad Keselowski. That leaderboard update brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza, where we love racing and we love pizza. Find your next pizza at huntbrotherspizza.com or download the Hunt Brothers Pizza
racetrack.
app.
Looks like Pat Patterson. You got Josh Berry inside with his teammate Ryan Blaney, and Kyle Busch has chose the outside of row 1.
Yeah, that's exactly where he's going to be up there in that mix as well. It's going to be Austin Cindric. You've got Joey Logano up here, Carson Hocevar, Ross Chastain, and everybody in the grandstands just wondering, what's the over and under on caution flags between here and the end of this one? Nice question. Let's get it started right here.
And those fans are back on their feet as we get set to restart with 48 laps to go. Green flag is out. Blaney trying to push Berry back to the front as they work to 1.
And Berry is going to be down on that inside line with that run for Blaney up top. It's going to be the 8 of Kyle Busch getting a shove from Austin Cindric. They're doing tandem drafting, trying to break from the pack down the back straightaway.
Boy, they are locked together. That top 4 is right now. It is Josh Berry there on the bottom and Kyle Busch to the outside. They stay side by side now. It looks like that the 11 car, 21 will work its way right back up to the front.
Kyle Busch's momentum now at the start-finish line. He is the race leader as they head to 1.
And they come down into turn number 1. Kyle Busch up high, but he gets a little bit of a breakaway from Austin Cindric, who doesn't want to push him too hard there. Josh Berry is backed up to the nose of Ryan Blaney there, and they're going to try to even up with Busch on the backstretch.
Kyle Busch got the 8 in the win now. He goes down to the bottom of the racetrack with his Chevy. It'll be Josh Berry going to the outside. Going to try to overtake Busch here as they race off of turn number 4.
Got a big bump from Ryan Blaney. Gave him the momentum to jump up on the outside. That lap led by inches. Berry on the outside. Busch now draws alongside his driver's door in turn 1.
And here comes Ross Chastain, 3 wide under Ryan Blaney, who's pulled right up behind Kyle Busch there. Kyle Busch pulls the top lane now with Josh Berry as Chastain enters the chat.
Chastain now going to get a shove from Hocevar. That's going to move him up. Kyle Busch will go down and shut that door on the 1 car. To the outside is Josh Berry in the 3rd spot.
Kyle Busch now has a Chevy teammate drafting with him, with Ross Chastain on the bottom, but Chastain side by side with Josh Berry for 2nd.
And Carson Hocevar almost looked in the middle to go 3 wide, thought better of it, got back in line. So it's 3 Chevys on the bottom line. Busch, Chastain, Hocevar, Berry lead to the top lane.
Josh Berry trying to work the outside up against the wall. That's where Kyle Busch will go in front with about a 2-car lead. Once again, Chastain locked down at the bottom of the racetrack beside Berry. Hocevar right in the middle of it.
Here's a new name to the mix we haven't talked about all day. Christopher Bell now is on the move. Draws alongside Kyle Larson. It's a fight for 8th in turn 1.
And you were reading my mind, Guru. First time in the top 10 for the DeWalt Toyota. Christopher Bell, his dirt racing rival Kyle Larson to the inside there. They're pulling up to the back of the Penske teammates, Blaney and Cindric.
Side by side for that 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th spot right now. Hocevar doing a good job bottom of the racetrack in his number 77, side by side with Josh Berry.
Kyle Larson trying to decide which lane he wants to take, running back in that A spot. He goes to the outside, tucks in behind Ryan Blaney, who is shoving Josh Berry.
And there's nowhere to run once you get that big momentum there. You got to check up a bit in the turns as Ross Chastain pulls even with Kyle Busch. The Chevrolets are split up there, and they're leading both lines.
The Mellon man trying to lead here in Atlanta. He's got it for the moment as they race into 3. 1 car to the bottom of the racetrack. Then there's Kyle Busch with Josh Berry on his outside.
As they work out of turn 4 down to the stripe, 42 laps to go. Chastain is the new leader. Kyle Busch with drafting help from Hocevar moves back back to second.
And what a push. Hocevar shoves Kyle Busch, who changes lanes, goes back to the outside. Hocevar to the rear bumper of Chastain. It's Kyle Busch with major momentum and a lane change behind him. I think it's Blaney.
Ryan Blaney pulls right up on the 8 car to give him a push. Can't do anything going into the corner here. Kyle Busch has got a great run on the top side of the racetrack. He'd like to move back into the lead.
William Byron dove beneath Kyle Larson, hung his Hendrick teammate out to dry. That didn't work, though, because Kyle Larson's still able to maintain in front of Byron.
And Byron now is going to look under him in turn number 1 as they go nearly 4 wide with Josh Berry and Christopher Bell. They sort it out, but Christopher Bell's up high next to the wall.
Boy, that is some great drafting and racing down the backstretch here at Atlanta. Kyle Busch up front, 3 wide into turn number 3. Chastain on the bottom, Hocevar in the middle, and Ryan Blaney on the top side.
Last lap led by Kyle Busch, 12 thousandths of a second. 5th time he's led today, trying to hold off the pack again with 40 laps to go.
It is Ryan Blaney in that gray ghost-looking 12, pushing the black cheddars, number 8 of Kyle Busch. They're single file. Behind him is Josh Berry. Then it's 3 wide. Christopher Bell, Carson Hocevar, and Ross Chastain.
Oh, Christopher Bell with a great move. Uses that outside momentum now and has worked his 20 car all the way up into that 4th spot. And he's digging for more up the top side of the racetrack.
Big Wade at? Where you at, Big Wade? Top 5 now, single file. Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Josh Berry, Ross Chastain, and Carson Hocevar with 39 to go in Atlanta.
Wreck.
We work hard to keep
I feel
our
another
cars.
wreck coming, he says. Go here to Fox.
Or drive away or put yourself in a position to be on offense. It was always much better to go forward than it was to have to be on defense.
But you also worked extremely hard to not give up that track position. That package and combination only worked if you were up front and clean air.
Boy, Hocevar made a bold move to get to the
Trying to get to 800 likes, 800. See if we can finish.
But then got swallowed up from both sides. "58 races since Busch went to victory lane."
Byron shot up the racetrack, almost got in the door. SVG thought had another one right there.
You're welcome,
Yesterday, we
BS.
watched Kyle Busch just be a master of controlling the lanes in the truck race. He did a great job, put himself in position.
There you go, buddy.
Race to get the right run off of turn 4. And right now, he's put himself in that same position so far to be able to dictate this race.
Blaney to the bottom. Here's Berry right with him.
Look at Blaney out of nowhere. Can CeeLo go 3 for 3 for the weekend?
I'll tell you what happened. Blaney got tight. As soon as he got down there, he had to lift. He couldn't stay with it. Couldn't stay on the throttle.
And Christopher Bell is up there, a lone Toyota in a sea of Chevys and Fords.
This is awesome. Great racing.
You saw Bell think about the outside lane right there with Blaney, and that's the worst case scenario. If Blaney would have led him to the outside, you do not want to let somebody onto that right rear quarter panel because it will immediately pull you backwards.
And give up the position.
And that's where Hocevar is going right now.
So
Blaney to the front.
Josh Berry back into Chastain off of Cindric.
And that's the crazy part, is you just really don't understand where the lanes are coming from and when the runs are going to catch back up. As you see,
There's Blaney to the front.
Same move again, and he's going to clear Kyle Busch all the way on the entrance of turn 3 right
Had
there.
a little bit more room to do it. It was a little bit more affirmative, had a bigger run, and made the pass. Slid right up in front of him.
Well, I misspoke earlier. It was Cindric who led the opening laps, but now Blaney has led.
You're welcome,
all
Melinda.
7 drafting races on the
Trying to get to 800 likes, hit that sub.
Now Chastain slid up, did the same exact thing. This is what we saw, Kevin. When you and I are up here watching that truck race with Kyle Busch, is exactly what we saw. As soon as they got to him, they took it, slid right back up in front of him, and got the position.
Yeah, and as these packs get tighter,
I'm a Daytona guy, for sure.
To get that bigger run when you back up, they use the energy at the end of the straightaway to dive down there in those corners when that lane is open and have enough speed to actually clear the leader.
Help coming for Busch in the form of Kyle Larson.
Chastain now.
As they're stacked behind Blaney, Larson abandons him, goes to the middle.
Sure did. Got it, too.
Busch wants it back. He drops down, trying to get to Austin Cindric.
Well, the moose is loose up front.
Been waiting all day for that one, right?
Look at this run. Oh, he missed it. He didn't get down in time, ran into him. He would have shot back up, and I think he could have cleared him, but he.
It's all good, Vernon. Enjoy the race, man. Don't worry about all the technical stuff.
That was close.
We appreciate you, though.
And especially on his left rear quarter like that, I can't believe it didn't turn him around. You see Kyle Busch having to lift, was ready for it, prepared for it. Can he slide up in there? No.
And Berry back to the front. This will be the 46th lap that he's led today.
How about Josh Berry? Wood Brothers.
Josh
rolling.
Berry.
Here comes Chastain. Can he slide up and clear him? Yes.
Yeah, and I think we definitely know that Ross Chastain is going to take every run and try to pass with it. He does not want to be in second, and Josh Berry's going to do the same thing back. So we've seen this a couple time from these guys, but the energy that they have going back and forth to the lead to be able to clear these passes just keeps continuing to grow.
Love this. 42 lead changes so far, closing in on the record that was set last year. Here's another one.
43.
Chastain to the lead.
The Wood brothers have 12 wins here, but not since Morgan Shepherd in 1993.
Well, Josh Berry or Josh Berry or Busch. That's who I want. Even though I picked Blaney.
Go for it.
Can't block them all.
Oh, man, which way do you block? High, low? There's 3 of them behind you.
You wrecked me.
Look at that run.
Yeah, he had a wreck.
Here comes Larson to the outside.
31 laps to go, folks. Give us 15 minutes. I think we're going to give you a great finish.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we talked about earlier. You do not want to let that.
That's why you have the hat on. Exactly.
Right there. I think Blaney's going to
picked Blaney to win. I want to go 3 for 3 for the weekend.
He's going to be the odd guy out when we shuffle this around.
Larson right back in the mix. Here he comes. Big run for Berry. Back to the lead.
The one Penske car that just can't get there.
Denny's in 15th.
He just tried to run low to pick up Kyle Busch and help him along, but Logano's stuck back at 13th, 14th.
Every time he gets up to 8th or 9th
30
place,
to go.
He gets stuck on the bottom and winds up having to lift.
Awesome.
He gets stuck on the bottom again.
Thank you, Vernon.
That car had to lift, and he's the only one down there, and he's going to lose 3 or 4 more rows of spots right here.
Yeah, Busch got tight, slid up in front of Stenhouse. You saw Stenhouse check up for him. About stacked him up and wrecked him.
And Logano got some help from Todd Gilliland, dropped down behind him.
Yeah, he had to get up right there, because if you
You're welcome, buddy.
On that bottom lane with no help and the tighter radius of the corner, you just wind up losing all the track position until they clear out beside you.
Heard you talk about Gilliland again. I thought he was down and out, gone, out of the picture, right back in it.
Look at this group up front. Wasn't it just 7 days ago they were all piled up together at Daytona?
Oh, let's not say that. They might be there again.
Nah, that was last week.
Somebody's going to be happy, though. We're going to crown a winner of this race, and they're going to earn their keep. Wild 3-wide finish at the end. Can't help but to think it's going to happen again, Kev.
Well, the racetrack's wide. The cars seem to be, very drivable for the most part, and they're able to really manage these cars to push and shove. And especially as the sun has gone down.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Hocevar just dunked Blaney.
Got a yellow here.
What a ride. Good save.
Did a great job saving that car.
Wow, Blaney got spun.
Yeah, the biggest thing Ryan Blaney did right there is he stayed in the gas to keep that car from going back up the racetrack.
And didn't let it overcorrect and shoot up.
Yes.
Wow, what a save.
Throttle down enough to keep the car. He had the wheels to the right, but you got to keep the throttle down enough to keep the car from hooking to the right or going back up the racetrack.
What a save. Yeah.
He almost had it saved on the flat.
It's probably better that he spun out.
Hocevar dumped him.
So that they threw a caution.
So
like he did to Heim.
A single car spin for Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was off of Hocevar's bumper. They were right there together. Get a replay here and see it.
So Blaney to pit road, and here's what happened.
Here we go. You can see Hocevar, Blaney on the bottom. Big run coming from Hocevar. Right as they approach. Blaney's kind of stalled out right, getting into the corner on the right rear quarter.
Yep.
Oh, he hit him around.
Yeah, he hit him in the right rear.
Hocevar hit him.
He hit him off center. got him more on the right side, and when he did that, it kind of turned the car to the right, and he had to save it, spun out.
All right.
But he did. He drove that
almost
car
to
all the
800
way
likes.
through
Help
the
us get to
corner. That's
800
what he was
likes.
saving. You'll see you see the 77 car just offset right there.
All right, man. All right, Melinda. Thank you for being here.
All stuff that you have
to go
to
feed
do.
your livestock.
It's just, he was just a little misaligned.
I think he was going to think about trying to go around him and stayed in
What
line,
a save,
getting
though.
right rear. It's going to turn him around.
Well, let's hear what Carson Hocevar had to say.
He's doing I zagged. My fault. Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, copy. I agree. He moved down to block you when you're just going to try and center him up.
Can I hear the other radio?
Well, part of this is, how
You're not
can
pushing
you
the corner.
anticipate what next move that driver in front of you is going to make when you try to give him a push?
Well, it all happens so fast here that
In this
My
scenario,
screen? No, we're good.
No.
He zigged instead of zagged.
Ninth caution flag of the day. Carson
All right,
Hocevar
9 caution.
into
Anybody say
Ryan
9
Blaney, who
cautions? 9 cautions? See here
about that for Josh Berry. Ross Chastain actually running in second. Austin Cindric is in third. Kyle Larson in fourth. Fifth, Christopher Bell. He started at the back of the pack. Carson Hocevar is sixth. Bubba Wallace is seventh. Kyle Busch is eighth. William Byron is ninth. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 10th as we go down to Alan Cavana.
A few takers on my end of pit road. Shane Van Gisbergen, AJ Allmendinger not having the best day, but Todd Gilliland, he tried to bounce back after leading this race early on, had that tire go down, and actually
Our
raced his way
leaderboard
back
stuck.
into the top 15. They just had to pit because they were losing air in the left front tire, Brett McMillan.
All right, so there we go. Brett McMillan's got Alex Bowman in front of him, but they've got severe damage.
1 second.
Leap off the board. 14 leaders, 44 lead changes for a 1.5-mile track. Again, folks, you just don't see this kind of racing anywhere else. You just don't.
We come back here for a Saturday night race in June, and again, this one gets close to the playoffs. That may be where we see desperation. Right now, race number 2 of the season, this is a great opportunity. And you saw Josh Berry. We see what he's done so far here in this race today. Second highest lap leader, 54 circuits out front so far. It's about to be 55.
And he's led 7 times. So he has fought his way to the front. They've shuffled him back.
Oh my goodness. 1 second, y'all. Oh, yeah, come on.
At their shop in Stuart, Virginia. There's a lot of prestige that goes into winning for the Wood Brothers.
Yes, there is. So we're at the choose cone, and Josh Berry took the inside lane. Ross Chastain took the outside lane. Behind Josh Berry, he'll get a big shove from a teammate in Austin Cindric. Behind Ross Chastain, he has Kyle Larson, a Chevy teammate, behind him as well. This could get interesting. We have not seen anyone out in front of the field get away here in the Ambetter Health 400 like we saw yesterday in the Trucks and Xfinity races.
It'll be very interesting when they take the green flag. 22 laps to go. At this point, we still have 27 cars on
I think it's the website.
lead lap. And I guess if you're on the lead lap in this kind of race, so anything could happen. You spin the roulette wheel and see if your number comes up.
Chad, can we donate something to raffle or give away? Yeah, you can,
at
Chad.
the front there, you got Ross Chastain to the outside, then Josh Berry on the inside of row number 1. It's Austin Cindric who will line up beside Kyle Larson. Row number 3 will be Carson Hocevar and the 20 car of Chris Bell. And then you've got Kyle Busch and
Ronnie,
Bubba
you having
Wallace.
issues
That's
with
the way
yours?
This front group is going to take off on this restart here. Don't forget, 22 laps here at Atlanta, and these guys that are up front, there's a bunch of them. Winning today, it'd be like winning the lottery for the year. We're going to find out who wants it the most right now.
22 laps takes only about 11 minutes. Don't go anywhere. They're through the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Green flag is back out.
It's the
side
NASCAR
by
website.
Side. Berry and Chastain take the pack to 1.
Dead heat with Berry getting a big push on the bottom line from Austin Cindric. Up high, Ross Chastain trying to get that push from Kyle Larson. Now they're going to surge off the high line of turn 2 with a big wave of steam there, but Josh Berry to the lead.
Oh, the Chevy's got him wound up from the top. Chastain had to go to the bottom to avoid hitting the leader, Josh Berry. And on the outside, here comes Kyle Larson.
Ross Chastain out front, 3 wide for second. Larson outside of Berry and Cindric. Now Larson crosses over. He'll try and take the lead from Chastain.
First time out front for Kyle Larson today. He's going to get in front of the line with Ross Chastain in it. They're 3 wide for third spot with Christopher Bell up high. Down low, Carson Hocevar is leading the inside line as these cars are starting to touch.
The Chevys are working hard up at the front of the field. Kyle Larson has this lead, bottom of the racetrack. That's where you find Ross Chastain. Carson Hocevar now trying to work his way up to the top.
45 lead changes now. 20 laps to go at Atlanta. Hocevar now dives inside of Larson. He tries to lead it in turn 1.
With a big push from Austin Cindric. Carson Hocevar into the lead for the first time today. The wick is turned up here for the sophomore driver out of Michigan. Pushed by Austin Cindric down the backstretch.
Oh, it is crazy back there for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Denny Hamlin in the mix as well back there in 7th or 8th right now. Up front, though, the lead being contested. Here comes Austin Cindric.
On the outside, Austin Cindric will take the lead away from Carson Hocevar. Josh Berry will follow him through. We've got more cars as Hocevar drops back.
And then just a momentum game right here as Josh Berry was liver a moment ago. Now he's back to second place. Kyle Larson trying to look to his inside. Austin Cindric your leader.
All right, the top 6 cars now lined up on the outside. The second line is all the way back at Hocevar as they work the bottom of the racetrack. Up front, Josh Berry trying to hang on to his teammate.
The leader. As they rumble out of turn number 4, 18 laps to go. Cindric, Berry, Larson, Chastain, then door-to-door, Bell and Hocevar. They're back in 1.
A mixture of experience, a mixture of manufacturers here as Austin Cindric and the fellow Ford of Josh Berry are pushing, being followed from behind by Kyle Larson and now Ross Chastain.
Up front, Austin Cindric into 3. He gets a shove now from Josh Berry. Bottom of the racetrack, they hang on there. In the 3rd spot is Kyle Larson. Right behind him is Ross Chastain.
Austin Cindric leading Stage 1 winner Josh Berry and Stage 2 winner Kyle Larson. Right behind him, though, it's Ross Chastain and Christopher Bell.
And Berry is all over the rear bumper of Austin Cindric. Cindric blocks him in single file the first 7 cars as Bubba Wallace in that 6th or 7th positions looking under Christopher Bell.
Christopher Bell has got that 5th spot covered. Right behind him is Bubba Wallace. Then William Byron working the 7th spot. Hocevar is back there. Kyle Busch has drifted back to about the 10th position.
16 laps to go. Austin Cindric out front for the 3rd time today. Can he hold on? Josh Berry again closes in.
And Kyle Larson in the 3rd spot backs up to Chevrolet of Ross Chastain there to get a push. Now he's going to surge to the bottom line, pull right up toward Berry there as Chastain backs off of him.
Nice move for Bubba Wallace. He advances another spot, moves that 23 up there to be in the top 5. Now all of those cars in the top 8 positions running nose to tail.
Here comes Austin Cindric leading the way. Josh Berry, Kyle Larson. He tries to duck down behind Josh Berry. Larson gets a big shove from Ross Chastain in 4th.
And 15 laps to go here. What's the winning move going to be as Bubba Wallace gets right up into the wall? You see some dust come from behind his car there, but he stays off of it, and it doesn't hit the wall there, but Bubba Wallace almost lost it.
Yeah, he holds on to that car. He's stuck there now beside Carson Hocevar, back there with Kyle Busch as well. Meanwhile, no change up front. Once again, Austin Cindric with the control.
Larson holding on to 3rd. Chastain tried to make a move on him, couldn't get it done. We've got now 14 laps to go.
2nd week in a row that Austin Cindric's been up front at a critical time of the race here. Josh Berry follows him in 2nd there. The first 2-wide battle for now is Kyle Busch and Tyler Reddick for about the 8th spot.
Couple of Fords, 3 Chevys. That's been heading to turn number 3. Once again in control in that number 2 car. Bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Kyle Busch making moves, trying to get himself to the top.
Man. Kyle Busch trying to take away the 5th spot. He is on the inside all by himself. To his outside, it's William Byron. Busch will drop back a little bit and try and get in line.
In virtue of not having any help, it does Kyle Busch right now as we see Carson Hocevar try to catch up to him there in the back of the top 10. Up front, it's still Cindric, Berry, Larson, and Chastain.
Behind him is William Byron. There
Thank you, Richard.
Bubba Wallace. The 45 car there also in the mix. That's Tyler Reddick. Christopher Bell down on the bottom of the racetrack trying to make up some ground.
He's digging hard, coming off the bottom line. They're up to the middle of the racetrack now.
14 to
Cindric,
go.
though, leads them across the stripe. Now just 12 to go.
They're going to have to play
sorry.
momentum games here to try to leapfrog each other. Cindric is guiding it masterfully there, not letting anybody get by. Now we see up high, Denny Hamlin trying to work on the car he owns. Tyler Reddick in the back of the top 10.
Everybody trying to figure out their next
top
move
10.
right now, but that top line of about 9-10 cars all going single file right out next to the wall.
When do you go? 11 laps to go this time across the start-finish line. Cindric leads Josh Berry. Josh Berry now getting a push from Kyle Larson, who's in third.
And Berry has to get right to the rear bumper of Austin Cindric, then crack the throttle a little bit so he doesn't run him over there, as Austin Cindric is still keeping his chasers at bay as they still stay in the same order up front.
All right, here we go. Into turn number 3. Once again, Cindric with the lead. Behind him, Josh Berry. That's where you find the third spot, and that's Kyle Larson. Ross Chastain. That's the way they race all 4.
As they work their way down to the line, just 10 laps to go in the Ambetter Health 400 at Atlanta. Cindric, Berry still controlling the front of the pack.
Followed by Kyle Larson and Ross Chastain, who have stayed in line there, and William Byron, another Chevrolet. The first Toyota in that top 10 mix is Bubba Wallace here in that 6th spot.
Unlike Daytona, where you get a bottom line that starts forming, particularly with 10 laps to go, you're not seeing much of that right now. Top 12 cars as they work through 3 and 4, all out front and all up next to the wall.
Austin Cindric leading the way. Now 9 laps to go here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Josh Berry, Kyle Larson, and then it's Ross Chastain and William Byron.
By this becoming a 400-mile race, it's kept the intensity up the whole time as the top 6 cars are single file. Down low, though, Christopher Bell is leading an inside line with Ryan Blaney about to enter the top 10.
They got to do something different. They're not going to get to the front working behind all of these cars, so that bottom line has got to form up. Bubba Wallace there almost in the mix now. He holds on to his car off 4.
Christopher Bell getting some drafting help now from Blaney, also down on the bottom. Hocevar, Kyle Busch. They're trying to make it happen, trying to get back to the front.
And Christopher Bell there in that 5th position goes too wide. Now Ross Chastain pulls out a line for Kyle Larson. He leapfrogs around him. He pulls too wide with Josh Berry as the field comes down the back straightaway. A big piece of debris right in the middle, too.
Larson had to get out of the throttle, make that Berry had to get out of the throttle momentarily there as Ross Chastain is slid up into the 2nd spot. A gutsy move by the 21 car as he slides through the middle of 2 others.
Contact with Chastain and Berry. Chastain now starting to go back to the back as they go into 1.
And Christopher Bell is under Josh Berry for the 2nd position as Ross Chastain fades. Austin Cindric by himself up front. But here comes Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney.
Christopher Bell with a good side draft there off of Josh Berry. Can he make it work? It looks like Ryan Blaney's going to give the 20 car a shove. Nowhere for him to go. Down at the bottom of the racetrack, Cindric now slides up and still leads.
He swoops in front of Christopher Bell, now goes back to the top of the racetrack. Berry will give him drafting help now with just 6 laps to go at Atlanta.
And Josh Berry got a big push from Kyle Larson. He ran right into the back of Austin Cindric. Now they're 3 wide for 3rd. Larson, Berry, and Blaney as Christopher Bell squeaks away.
Christopher Bell has worked his way up to that 2nd spot. It is a gaggle of cars
to get to 800
behind
likes. Help
him
us
now
out.
trying to work their way back up. Bell goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Cindric goes down to block. Cindric still leads all 4.
5 laps to go. Austin Cindric, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson now side by side for 4th. Josh Berry has it. William Byron will chase him through.
Christopher Bell backs up to Kyle Larson, gets a big shove for the lead into turn 1. Move Christopher Bell, at least for now, into the lead as he pulls Josh Berry with him. Austin Cindric outside.
Bell has the lead by half a car length. Cindric to the outside, getting a shove now from Kyle Larson. Cindric back to the top side of the racetrack. A dead heat for the lead. Cindric on the high side. Bell on the low side. They stay side by side all 4.
As they work out of turn number 4, Bell and Cindric nearly make contact. Cindric back to the lead by a half a car length.
As Bell has lost his help just a little bit for now, Kyle Larson has pushed Austin Cindric ahead of them. Coming up into that mix is William Byron. William Byron right next to Christopher Bell, the 3rd line on top.
Cindric out front, midway down the backstretch. It's Kyle Larson in the 2nd spot. William Byron in the 3rd spot. Christopher Bell now challenging on the bottom of the racetrack. Cindric goes up to block the 5 car, and that's going to pull everybody closer together.
3 laps to go. Cindric almost lost momentum trying to block Kyle Larson, but it worked. He's out front by himself with Larson in
in tow.
We have no idea who's going to win this as Kyle Larson goes down low. He knows his past Austin Cindric. He's trying to get clear of him, but he cannot. As Austin Cindric hits the wall and he slides into William Byron. The 2 leaders wreck. William Byron and Austin Cindric crash into the backstretch inside wall here with 3 laps to go. Caution is out.
Caution number 10 here in the Ambetter Health 400. Mark, this is going to set up a green-white checker, overtime finish. Kyle Larson, we do not talk about his strength when it comes to speedway racing. He won stage 2. He is the leader with Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell running 2nd and 3rd.
Looks like he used a lot of racetrack there in turn 2. Cindric trying to go around him. Larson trying to block. Let's go down to Alan Cavana.
Yeah, no mention of the move quite yet on the radio. They're talking to him, though, just giving him the communication. It's worth noting, Brad, you mentioned his reputation for drafting super speedway racing. Yeah, it's one for not finishing races, not winning these races.
Is jacked up,
We've had
y'all.
6 races on this configuration.
Oh, look at
Kyle
that.
Larson has wrecked in every single one of them, including 5 DNFs, and now he is the leader, setting up for a
Cindric
green-white
and
checker.
Byron.
So, yeah, a bit of a surprise for the 5 crew.
And he could have very much been caught up in that deal as Cindric bounced off the wall there. And again, we're watching a replay as they went into turn 1. Larson drives down to the bottom of the racetrack. Cindric trying to hold him there. Larson creeping up the racetrack. Oh, man, everybody ran out of room there a little bit. Tough to say whether Larson took Cindric up a little bit too high or Cindric.
He was trying to get clear there, all but had him clear, trying to move up, waiting on that spot.
All right.
You see the
Who's
tire
gonna
mark
win
on his
this?
right rear quarter panel.
Who's going to win this? Yeah, it's working again.
Not quite clear. That was an extremely
Breakfast
fast
at
car.
Atlanta,
Great
you're
effort
right.
at Austin Cindric. They're going to be crushed.
This is
Made the
exactly
mistake.
what this always comes down to, though. You have to put yourself in a position to throw those big blocks and take a chance. And
Well,
this
that's
time,
racing,
Kyle
you're
Larson
right.
came out on the good side of the accident.
Watch this. Go ahead, Kev. Take it away.
Yeah, and you're going to see the 5 car not quite clear the 2 car of Austin Cindric right here. So he tries to move him up the racetrack, and the 2 gets into the outside wall, and Byron just comes all the way up the hill. I don't know.
As he came back down, Byron just didn't have anywhere to go.
Byron missed the wreck last week,
for it for the win.
and now this week he catches it.
Bouncing off the wall. He's really lucky that Kyle Larson didn't get stuck in the right rear and nosed into the fence. See Ross Chastain sneak through on the bottom right there. It's going to be a wild restart with Larson, Chastain, Bell, hosts of your first four cars.
That's going to be another radio not very happy. And our appreciation to all our Fox cameramen for the great work that they've turned in today, including from the aerial coverage. As we are
Be back. What's up?
Now.
Play-by-play with JJ. Make sure if you guys are Philly fans, we went and saw him yesterday after our race. If you're a Philadelphia sports fan, you want to be a subscriber to Play-by-Play with JJ.
That's our sport. Win the Daytona 500, drive right through the wreck last week, and
0-0. If Byron doesn't come that far up the racetrack, does Cindric save it?
I think so.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think he got tight.
If he wouldn't, there was a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas there.
Here is William Byron's radio.
What happened there? Just run out of room. I know it's coming up, but it seemed like he was coming off the wall. The 2 hit the fence and bounced into you.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Well, I mean, it just got everything just got super tight there after the 2 car bounced off the wall, and Byron's coming up trying to line up with his teammate. Let's hear what Cindric had to say.
Just got wrecked. Not clear. Awesome. Copy.
Yeah.
Not clear.
Yep.
Now the question is, did Larson's tire touch Cindric, and will he have a tire go down?
Well, this is the exact scenario that we had last week at the end of the Daytona 500, and when Denny Hamlin didn't make that block, right?
Larson's the only guy on the track that can really race with Chastain, in my opinion, Filter says.
He moved up the racetrack, kept moving the 2 up the racetrack, and eventually they ran
Mama
out of
wins
room.
$100 if
And the
Chastain
2
pulls
was
this
in
off.
the fence, but that's sometimes you got to force your hand to put these guys in that position. And
Evening all, Kiwi NASCAR fan. Thanks, CeeLo. You're welcome, Bruce.
Not work out for Kyle Larson.
Well, it's just extremely frustrating for Cindric. Larson going for his first, putting all this noise away. Cindric, 47 laps he led. He was up front with an extremely fast rocket all day long. He's crushed.
Coming in here, Kyle Larson had really struggled on these super speedways.
What do you make of Kyle Larson's difficulties at super speed?
All right, let's just listen to this.
Mike, pathetic how bad I am.
Yeah, now I'm starting to see it's getting in his head.
We've talked about some struggles with Kyle, and a lot of that's just bad luck.
Larson, there we go. They wrecked again.
No luck at any of these tracks.
People ask him all the time, how come you haven't ever won on the big tracks? And he said, because I never finished.
Just how defeated right now Kyle Larson is.
All right.
The leader right now from Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, Carson Hocevar, and Josh Berry.
I will glaze Lawson all day.
And the upshot of this incident is
Larson's about
two
to choke.
of the Hendrick Chevrolets end up taking out what was the fastest Ford in the field, not intentionally, just running out of racing room.
It's funny how these Penske cars are really falling off since it got dark.
I mean, it's just the attrition at the end of these races. You
My
just
first
don't
two
know
picks
who
went
it's going
out,
to
so
be.
I choose
Sometimes you miss
again.
them, sometimes you don't. The
I was
interesting part
tanked.
is going to be how they line up here on the restart on this choose.
Where we're going to choose.
Thank
One
you,
more lead
Ray.
change, and we will tie the record. As we will go to overtime and settle this one in Atlanta with a green-white checker.
Thank you, Ray Jones, for subbing. All right, we're going to go to
The Performance
PRN.
Racing Network heads to my home state, the capital city of Texas, in Austin at Circuit of the Americas.
Austin,
and we
Texas
have Cup
next
Series
week, yo.
qualifying coming up on Saturday. This will be a 2.5-hour show. They get 2 practice sessions before road course qualifying. That's at 11 a.m. Eastern. Saturday also, the Focus Health
green, white
250
checkered.
Xfinity Series race.
JJ.
PRN goes on the air
Green,
at 2
white
o'clock
checkered.
Eastern. Sunday, the Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix from Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah,
We're
green,
on the air
white
at
checkered.
2:30
So
Eastern.
green,
Go
white
to
checkered.
NASCAR at COTA.com. I would encourage you to go see this race. It is a shorter
I know,
course that
Larson
they're running.
will win, Dr.
More
Dixon
laps
says.
in front of the race fans. More laps, Mark, means more action. Austin, Texas is beautiful this time of year.
And Chase Elliott, this team, there's no give up in these guys. They're going to change tires again, take on a little bit more fuel, just in case we go to the second overtime. Things might be getting a little iffy on fuel, maybe for a second overtime for some of these guys. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Great question on that, too, Mark. We will have to
So
see.
green
We're gonna get the
flag
one
and
to
then
go
white flag
when
was
they
the
get
last
here. Right
lap,
now,
and then
the field
checker
is
flag.
about
Green,
midway
white,
down the
checkered.
back straightaway. So
But if there's a
we have to
caution
finish
before
this
the
half
white
of lap,
flag,
and then we're going to go another
then,
full lap before they hit
start
the
it
Echo
over
Park
again.
Automotive restart zone and
You
have
got
a green, white,
200 for
checker
double
finish. The
OT.
first
There you
attempt,
go. Real
I'm just gonna
America,
call it
thanks
that,
so
Mark.
much for subbing.
The first attempt at overtime here in the Ambetter Health 400.
So we'll have to see. I mean, the way this race has gone, no telling. Let's go back down to Alan Cavana.
Well, Kyle Larson, the leader, has the lane choice, and crew chief Cliff Daniels is leaving it up to the driver. He did communicate to Kyle Larson that the 20 of Christopher Bell has told the 5 team that Christopher Bell will choose the outside regardless, whether that's the outside of Kyle Larson if he chooses the inside, or behind him on the outside row if Kyle Larson chooses the outside. So we'll see what Larson will do, Wendy Venturini.
Yes, that's exactly right. He's going to go high. That's Christopher Bell. No matter what, no matter where anyone else goes, he was adamant about starting on that high lane on this restart.
Larson outside, Chastain inside, Bell outside, Hocevar inside, Berry inside, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. outside row number 3.
Wow, this is going to be a great one here. You have 2 rivals, and rivals is a healthy thing with Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell. They'll race each other for wins on any racing surface in
these
any
guys.
race car, and they want to beat each other about as bad as they want to beat anybody else. This is going to set
one
up
green,
very,
white
very
checker.
well. These are 2 of the top talents in motor
Thank you,
racing,
Turtle.
period. But with Ross Chastain on the inside,
Cindric
Mark,
got
we
screwed.
talked about
Yeah, he
this
did.
earlier. Ross Chastain in stage 3 here
Spinhouse.
has been racing like that
Top
trophy
6.
is sitting in his back
Uh-oh.
seat, and somehow you're going to have to get in
Brecky.
there and take it away from him.
And Carson Hocevar, a fellow Chevy driver, going to line up behind Chastain. And again, you got to believe Hocevar's thinking, look, I try to push him clear, I'm going to take my shot.
Hocevar is a mentee of Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain have helped Kosovar get into the Truck Series, has mentored him along the way. So now we have rivals and friends up in the outside lane. We have friends in the inside lane. How friendly can you be on a green, white checker finish?
Student and
Recce
teacher
meet Denny.
down there
Denny's
on the bottom.
Recce.
Pat, had a line up in front of you.
Yeah, and throw a little Denny
Come on,
Hamlin
Denny,
into this
pull
mix
us off,
as
baby.
well. So you got the makings of a big explosion here as we get ready to restart. Who wants it the most? Here we go.
First overtime here at Atlanta. Green flag is out. Side by side, Chastain is right beside Kyle Larson. Larson getting the push from Bell in turn one.
As the fans have the lights of their cell phone cameras onto the grandstands, here we go. Ross Chastain with a push from Carson Hocevar down low. These cars are glued together. Up top is Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell. Who's going to pull out a line, Pat?
Side by side, nobody with an advantage. Nobody now. Larson with an advantage. The 5 car up front. 3 wide behind him. Chris Bell on the top side. Hocevar and Chastain. Larson with the lead.
White flag is out. Chastain got shuffled to the bottom. Kyle Larson out front. Contact with Carson Hocevar. They continue to race in 1.
And Kyle Larson's going to be under Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell right on Kyle Larson's door. Larson almost gets loose, but they stay glued together side by side down the back straightaway.
Easy money with Chris Bell. They're side by side for the win here at Atlanta. They race into the bottom, into turn 3. Carson Hocevar with a huge move as they race off of turn number 4. The caution flag is out. We'll have to see who won it.
As they come down to the stripe, again, it is not how they cross the finish line. It's been fast and furious and a fight to the finish, and we don't know who won it right now.
Caution came out when the field was around turn number 3. Josh Berry with a wreck. Now we can see Christopher Bell's team either celebrating or in disappointment. Cliff Daniels, the crew chief for Kyle Larson, about as ice-cold calm as he always is right now. Here's a replay, Mark, if you want to describe what we're seeing here.
We're watching now Hocevar. They're going 3 wide. The yellow light, it looks like, is flashing. And it looks like Bell is out front, and it is like a dead heat between Larson and Hocevar. NASCAR is reviewing this.
Oh, my gosh.
Again, by look of that replay, Christopher Bell looked to be out front when the yellow light was flashing. We'll have to wait for the official notice.
I think the big question is, was Hocevar out in front of Kyle Larson for second place? Christopher Bell coming down the front straightaway. NASCAR has said the finish is under review. They just called the 20 car to the start-finish line. Christopher Bell is your winner here.
Wow, Christopher Bell.
400.
Big Wade.
Wow. I believe they've cleared that.
Big Wade.
So nothing is yet official. Let's have a look here at the moment that caution light comes on.
Ooh, I think it's, from what I can see, guys, Christopher Bell. No wonder they're celebrating.
So NASCAR has our video, their own cameras around the
Would that mean something Hocevar would have won?
Scanning system, and we will wait for the call.
We got pies to the face, y'all. Don't go anywhere.
You knew those runs were coming. Came down to turn 3 just like a deer a year ago. Didn't see a Toyota at all.
Larson, man, that sucks.
No, we did not.
And you might just see one in victory lane.
You never know how the end of these races.
You did.
Continue on to victory lane. Again, 20 is your race winner.
Christopher Bell.
Christopher Bell.
In Atlanta after the Toyotas.
Fantastic job, Bell. Really proud of you, man. You really dug in there.
Toyotas did not qualify well at all. They were in the trunk. And yet, Joe Gibbs Racing, Christopher Bell, Adam Stevens find a way.
Wow.
Significant that he should be
800 likes. You guys are amazing.
Because these two
see you next week, Jaspy.
Their entire careers on dirt and on pavement. And the 30-year-old from Norman, Oklahoma.
Great.
His 10th career win.
BMW, what's up?
182nd race. First one since New Hampshire in June of 24. After finishing 31st at Daytona last week, he has his first Atlanta victory.
Started 32nd. It's part of the plan. Wanted to be there at the end. Needed that grip.
This race had 15 different leaders. How many laps did Christopher Bell lead? Just the last.
The only one that matters.
That's
the only one that matters, Mike.
Led only one lap. Yeah, they should have raced to the line. You're right.
Roughly half a car length ahead of Carson Hocevar when the crash happened mid-pack. And in this instance,
anticlimactic.
Coming into that accident scene, NASCAR throws the caution.
Yeah, and you know, I think they definitely use their own discretion.
Pretty soon,
as
Kev.
when they throw the caution, and usually it's to keep the drivers from driving through a debris.
No, could fail inspection. You're right, Samuel.
Risk, so.
You're welcome, everybody. Highs to the face coming here.
Chastain, and here's Regan Smith.
Well, Christopher Bell on a green-white checkered finish in what was a wild Atlanta race. Somehow you came from 32nd and found a way to get it done today. As he gets a hug from his wife, you found a way to get it done. How did you do that?
Man, I'll tell you what, that right
You're
there
welcome.
is what you dream of, to be able to restart on the first or second row at a green-white checkered at a speedway, and you never know how those things are going to play out, but I'll be the first to tell you, I love super speedways. I don't know, this style of racing has just always been a little bit of a struggle for me, and throughout the beginning of the day, we obviously were just stuck way in the back, and
Lisa Lee, thank you.
Here, they did an amazing job getting this thing fixed up to where I could just hold my foot down. That's what it's all about. You got to be able to stay in the throttle, and that last half of the race, we were at our best.
Christopher Bell wins in Atlanta.
Christopher Bell, Nathan.
Well, many counted all the Toyotas out after yesterday's qualifying, but
Chastain and Hocevar talking.
Probably thought that he was going to get that help and run with him for a little bit longer. Hocevar went to the outside. Let's see what happened. What drew the caution here?
Stop making excuses.
This is off the restart, and it's Larson and Bell, and your boy, we're going to see this a lot in the years to come, because these two, they just seem to be together in these big pressure situations.
Yeah, and you see the 77 car right there shove the 20 out to the lead.
And the lights were ablaze.
Oh, the lights are already on.
Caution lights were on.
That's right.
For everything happening. Now, let's have a look behind.
That's the guy you wanted to win. Nice.
Josh Berry getting to the side of Denny Hamlin, and same thing, that hole closes up and shoots him to the right up the racetrack in front of Joey Logano. And
wait a minute,
a few cars
my dark horse. I picked it.
Ryan Priest, Justin Haley,
I'm 3 for 3. Yes, I forgot. I had Christopher Bell. That's my dark horse. Let's go.
Jamie?
I forgot.
And joined by Kyle Larson now, came oh so close, led 12 laps. Kyle, I thought maybe this was going to be your night to get a drafting track win, but third place, you're so close. Take us through kind of those closing laps, what happened with you and Cindric, and then there at the end with 3 wide.
Yeah, just a little bit of a lazy kind of up the track. He got there a little bit quicker than I thought he would. I thought he was just going to pick me up on the exit of 2, but yeah, so that was probably my fault. I haven't seen a replay, but I'm sure that was my fault. And then, yeah, I mean, the restart, you know, I haven't seen it back. So obviously the 20 got to my right side, but I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong or right. I thought, you know, maybe if the 20 picked me up, he was just gonna push me and get clear of me into 1 anyways. So
tell him, Blaney.
I think it kind of worked out okay. And then yeah, I just didn't get the caution to come out late enough till I got to run back to the inside.
Thank you.
So
forgot
came up a little bit short, but proud of the effort today by everybody on our HinderCars.com Chevy, and yeah, finally finished at Atlanta, and finally got to run up front.
Well done. Thank you.
Thanks.
Larson was among 15 different leaders today, 50 lead changes, and as you saw, everybody wanted to talk to Carson Hocevar.
See Bell will get disqualified.
And I'm not talking about the media. Christopher Bell wins.
All right, we'll go through the lineup, and then we got 3 pies to smash in my face, and we'll have that. Christopher Bell wins on a, man, Hocevar is really the one that got Christopher Bell the win. He nailed him from behind, gave him that push. He was way out front when the caution came out. Larson gets 3rd, Blaney 4th, Ricky Stenhouse 5th, Denny Hamlin 6th, Kyle Busch 7th, Ross Chastain 8th, Bubba Wallace 9th, John Hunter Nemechek 10th, 11th Logano, 12th Zane Smith, Michael McDowell 6 laps down, and he ends up finishing in the top 20, 13th place. The Dinger, quiet day for the Dinger in 14th. Todd Gilliland, he was up front most of the day. He finishes 15th. Austin Dillon 16th, Riley Herbst 17th, Chase Elliott 18th, Ryan Preece 19th, Tyler Reddick 20th, Chase Briscoe 21st, BJ McLeod 22nd, SVG, he was up front a little bit too, finishes 23rd, 24th, Justin Haley, 25th, Josh Berry, 26th, Alex Bowman, 27th, William Byron, 28th, Austin Cindric, 29th, Ty Dillon, Chris Buescher, 30th, 31st, Eric Jones, 32nd, Ty Gibbs, 33rd, Daniel Suarez, 34th, Noah Gragson, Cody Ware, 35th, 36th, Cole Custer, 37th, JJ Yaley, 38th, Corey LaJoy, and 39th was Brad Keselowski. So there is your final there. Stupid rule. A lot of people saying stupid rule. I can't believe that NASCAR threw that crappy yellow. 11th for Logano. Yeah. Carson Hocevar was robbed, amigo. No more run what you brung. Those days are over. I know, Allison. Kenneth Fox is my dark horse. Got second. Upset a couple people. Got second. There you go. I can't believe it. I picked three picks this week, and one of them was a dark horse. So I picked the truck race with Busch winning. I picked Austin Hill to win the Xfinity race, and I picked Christopher Bell, or I had Blaney, and then Christopher Bell is my dark horse. So, man, 3 for 3 for CeeLo this weekend. I guess the dark horse really doesn't count, I guess. I don't know. But, hey, where you go. So, Bell might be the only one happy with Carson. Exactly, because he pushed him out front. You're right, Jake. Who hit the line first? There wasn't it was the caution came out, and that's where the race ends. Why have a flag man? Steve says. Yeah, it's so weird. Some days they let them race back to the line like they did at the 500, and some days they don't. So I don't understand, but I guess we'll figure it out. We got 3 pies though to take care of here for you guys, so let's take care of that right now. So dang CeeLo, getting it done. There you go. And we finished with 838 likes. See if we can get to 900 really quick. If you haven't done that yet. We got pie number 1 coming here. Let's see, one of these will be blanket. Here we go. Sorry you're getting 3 pies, but it'll be entertaining. That's right. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. So pie number 1. Okay. I haven't poured it yet. Let y'all listen in while I get this going here.
Had his first career win. He's standing by with Regan Smith. That's right, Chris. Carson Hocevar comes home in second place today. Career best finish for you, Carson, but I got to ask you, there was a long line of guys here to talk to you. Ross Chastain, Ryan Blaney, very aggressive race out there. What did they have to say to you?
I mean, I'll just leave those to myself, but, first off, apologies to, Larson and HMS, Mr. H, everybody. They help us out a lot, and I didn't realize we weren't racing back to the line. The last 2 nights were kind of that way, and I hit the 20 to get them out of the way and filled middle. And, a little bit longer, maybe we win the race. So, but big thanks to, Spire Motorsports, Chevrolet, everybody, Delaware Life. I normally ride in the back and run last, and it was, try to get a good, decent finish. And for how bad we were at Daytona, I was no riding. So, I mean, there's some stuff I got to learn and clean up a little bit, but I feel like we put ourselves in the perfect opportunity to try and win a race. I've never had that opportunity really before, especially on a super speedway. So just big thanks to everybody at Spire Motorsports. They deserve, all the praise. I just get to hold the wheel and run wide open and try to put myself in a decent spot. And unfortunately, it wasn't the best spot, but it was just one spot short.
Thanks, Carson. Chris? Thank you, Reagan. Yeah, last year's Rookie of the Year, Watkins Glen, a third
$5 super chat for Andy says, make me laugh. All right, we're about to do that. Wait. No, I get to do this. No, hold on. We're going to a different cam. No. Just wait. We got to go to another cam. No, we don't. All right, hold on. All right. Here's number 2. Ready? There's 3. What did I get on it for? And number 3. Ta-da! There we go. 3 pies to the face. Needs more sugar. No chocolate cake. There we go. Thank you guys so much for 30,000 subscribers. One was for 28, the other one was for 29, and the other one was for 30. And you guys did it. Oh. There we go. They're all over me. All right. There you go. It's all over your mouse too. All right. So there we go. 3 pies to the face. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Good job, wifey. Oh, man. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Make sure that was Spain. She's the glue for this channel, y'all. She's the one that does all the stuff behind the scenes while I'm hanging here with you guys. So always cheer her on. She's the best. But thanks again, everybody. We appreciate you. So there it is. Final is Christopher Bell. So I want to thank everybody that hit the likes and subscribes tonight. Almost 900, 859. We got almost 40,000 on our views. And you need a barber's bib or something, exactly. But my nose, I still got stuff on my nose. Yeah. But there you go. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I like how she got you. You can't know when you'll taste that for a week. Great job, Spain, Tim says. Oh, boy. So, yeah, make sure you go to the Discord. We have a Discord, guys. Come hang out there and hang out with us and talk with us. Click on that Discord link. And we will see you this week for something. They show the points yet? No, they have not. But we'll discuss that next week. Look for another video next week. Some basketball this week, maybe some baseball. I don't know. But thanks to this one here, my lovely wife, Spain. Love you. She's the best. And I want to thank my mods for moderating us on the channel all the time, taking care of all the crazy people out there. I want to thank my members for their hard-earned money to the channel. I want to thank Andy for a $5 super chat. Thank you, Andy. I want to thank Desert Fox for being a member. $5 for Brian. And also a $50 super chat from Brian earlier. I want to thank him for that. I want to thank Scott for becoming a member. Thank you, Scott. I want to thank a whole bunch of subscribers today. No Name became a member tonight. Lemieux gave a $2 super chat. IR Geek gave a $2 super chat. Austin became a member. The Ace became a member again. And a whole bunch of other stuff today. A whole bunch of private subscribers. Thank you guys for everything. So we will see you at COTA. And enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay safe, be fun, and always know I love you guys. We'll see y'all later. From Tennessee, pies to the face. Have fun with those clips. Peace.